The Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay my respects to elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 9 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 6th of March 2023. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Australia Council Amendment, Creative Australia Bill 2023.
The call to the Minister for Workplace Relations, Employment and the Minister for the Arts.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I present the Australia Council Amendment, Creative Australia Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australia Council Act 2013 and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This is the first in a series of bills which will support the implementation of Australia's National Cultural Policy, Revive. This first bill amends the Australia Council Act 2013 to support the implementation of the National Cultural Policy. The bill will allow the Australia Council to operate under the name Creative Australia. There will be a time later when we introduce legislation to establish Creative Australia as a new body in its own right. But this bill will expand the functions of the Australia Council to support the upcoming establishment of the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces and Music Australia, Writers Australia and the First Nations First Body. This bill delivers on our election commitment to transfer the functions of Creative Partnerships Australia to the Australia Council. Since 1975, the Australia Council has been the principal Commonwealth arts investment and advisory body, with a strong profile in the arts sector. It supports and promotes creative arts practice that is recognised nationally and internationally, and provides research and advocacy on issues affecting the sector. Establishing Creative Australia is the centrepiece of the government's national cultural policy. It will strengthen the capacity of the Australia Council, provide for greater strategic oversight and engagement across the sector, and ensure that funding decisions continue to be made on the basis of artistic merit and at arm's length from government. It will also include the establishment of independent bodies and funds for First Nations arts and culture, for contemporary music and for writers, as well as a centre for arts and entertainment workers. The implementation of the Australia Council reforms under the National Cultural Policy will be staged to allow for necessary consultation across the sector. However, there are a number of elements that require implementation from the 1st of July, which are covered in this bill. The bill provides for the Australia Council to operate under the name Creative Australia as an interim measure. Additional functions in this bill will also enable the Australia Council to commence work on the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces and Music Australia. A follow-up bill will be introduced later this year to establish Creative Australia as a new organisation and to formally establish Music Australia and the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces within it. These bodies will be critical in building partnerships and expertise that will both support artists directly and benefit Australian audiences. Consultation within the sector will continue and will inform the legislation. It's important that we get the legislation right so we can open up the government's principal arts funding body to more areas of the creative economy while increasing core funding. The Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces will work with artists, industry workers and employers to raise and maintain standards, remuneration and safety for all art forms and arts organisations, and to ensure matters are referred to relevant authorities as appropriate. The Centre will ensure that under cultural policy such companies not adhering to these standards will be prevented from receiving government funding. Music Australia will support the Australian music industry to grow, including through strategic initiatives and industry partnerships, research, training and skills development and export promotion. The bill will also provide authority for Creative Australia to deliver the functions of Creative Partnerships Australia, including to attract and recognise public sector, private sector, philanthropic and commercial support for and investment in the arts, and to undertake research on the same. The transfer will leverage Creative Australia's expertise and bring together arts philanthropy and arts funding within one entity. It will create synergies between public and private partnerships, as well as government, philanthropic and commercial investment. This increased access to private sector funding for the arts will maximise the impact of public investment and support a sustainable arts sector. The bill also allows Creative Australia to assume responsibility for the Australian Cultural Fund and from the 1st of July 2023, including all donations made into the fund prior to the transfer. The Australian Cultural Fund is an important mechanism used by Creative Partnerships Australia to deliver its objectives to grow the culture of giving to arts and culture, bringing donors, businesses, artists and arts organisations together. Through this legislation, Creative Australia will assume responsibility to assist Australian artists and arts organisations to attract and maintain support from donors and businesses, diversifying their sources of revenue, and to encourage and celebrate innovation and excellence in giving to and partnerships with the arts and cultural sector. This bill includes transitional elements to support a smooth transfer of functions and to ensure continuity of business between Creative Partnerships Australia and Creative Australia. These transitional elements will cover the transfer of assets, liabilities, records and staff entitlements, and will ensure that at the time of transfer, employees of Creative Partnerships Australia will be taken to be Creative Australia employees and receive equivalent accrued entitlements to benefits. This government's committed to improving the quality of Commonwealth investment in the arts sector and to strengthening and streamlining access to support, including for artists and arts organisations. A properly resourced Creative Australia is key to delivering on this commitment. The transfer of the functions of and funding for Creative Partnerships Australia to Creative Australia will align with this objective, as will the expanded functions and new funding of $199 million over 4 years from 2023-24, announced as part of the National Cultural Policy. Timely passage of this bill will allow these initiatives to commence from the 1st of July this year for the broader benefit of the artists and arts organisations. Further details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I'll give the call to the member for McPherson.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for McPherson. The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Royal Commission's Amendment Enhancing Engagement Bill 2023.
And I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Royal Commission's Amendment Enhancing Engagement Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
And a call to clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Royal Commissions Act 1902 and for other purposes.
And I call the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The death by suicide of any Australian is a tragedy. Unfortunately, the rate of suicide among our veteran community is significantly higher than across the broader Australian community. That is why the government strongly supported calls to establish the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide while in opposition, and why we are acting swiftly in response to the findings and recommendations made by the Royal Commission in its interim report. It is critical the Royal Commission hears from the broadest possible range of people who have stories or experiences relating to defence and veteran suicide. Individuals need to have the confidence that they can safely share these with the Royal Commission. It is particularly important that people who have not yet engaged with the Royal Commission due to concerns about protecting their sensitive or personal information are encouraged to do so. This bill will make important amendments to the Royal Commission Act 1902 to establish greater protections of certain sensitive information. The amendments will ensure people can engage with the Royal Commission knowing that any information of a sensitive, personal or confidential nature they disclose can be protected during and after the life of the Royal Commission. This in turn will expand the information available to the Royal Commission on which to base its findings and recommendations. The government welcomed the Royal Commission's interim report, which was released on the 11th of August 2022 and is available on the Royal Commission's website. The interim report made 13 recommendations requiring urgent and immediate attention. This bill will implement Recommendation 6.1 of the interim report. The Royal Commissions Act already contains strong protections which ensure that sensitive information given to the Royal Commission can be kept confidential. People can already share their experiences with the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide through private sessions. These allow information to be shared with the Royal Commission in a trauma-informed and less formal setting than a hearing, and there are significant protections in place regarding the use and disclosure of information given in private sessions, which apply both during a Royal Commission's inquiries and after it has concluded. The Royal Commission is also able to use pseudonyms in public hearings and published material, and it is able to issue non-publication directions which prevent the publication of sensitive information. These protections are important mechanisms to ensure that information shared with the Royal Commission on a confidential basis will be treated confidentially. The amendments contained in this bill extend those protections. Due to the nature of this Royal Commission's inquiries, information that serving and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force and their families wish to share with the Royal Commission is often sensitive and highly personal. The Royal Commission has made extensive use of private sessions as a way for people to share information in a confidential and trauma-informed way, having held over 250 private sessions to date. People have also provided and will continue to provide sensitive information to the Royal Commission outside private sessions with an expectation that it will be treated confidentially. For example, individuals may provide confidential written statements or accounts to the Royal Commission, or may share information with a staff member supporting the Royal Commission's work during an interview. It is appropriate and important that information provided in this way is protected in the same way as information given in a private session. New clause 6.0q, which this bill would insert into the Royal Commissions Act, will provide certain information provided to the Royal Commission outside a private session is protected in the same way as it would if it was given in a private session if the Royal Commission treats that information as confidential at all times. The confidentiality provisions in the bill would mean that information to which the protections apply will not be admissible in evidence against a natural person in any civil or criminal proceedings in any Commonwealth, state or territory court. It will be a criminal offence to use or disclose the information in an unauthorised manner. The information will only be able to be included in a report of the Royal Commission if it is de-identified or if it is separately provided to the Royal Commission in a non-confidential manner. The information will be excluded from the open access period under the Archives Act 1983 for 99 years, and the information will be exempt from the operation of the Freedom of Information Act 1982. The protections established by this bill would be available to any person who wishes to provide information to the Royal Commission about their experience or the experience of another person. This includes not just serving Australian Defence Force members, but also, for example, ex-serving members or family members. These new protections will give people assurance that if they have sensitive information to provide to the Royal Commission, such as highly personal accounts of their experiences or that of their loved ones, they will be able to do so in the knowledge that it can be kept confidential even long after the inquiry has ended. New clause 60Q has been modelled on existing section 60P, which was enacted in September 2021 and established equivalent protections for the Royal Commission into violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation of people with disability. The introduction of section 60P was sought and subsequently welcomed by the Disability Royal Commission and its stakeholders. In its interim report, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide considered it appropriate and desirable that this same framework be made available to it, and the Government agrees. In developing this legislation, the Government has been mindful of the importance of consulting the section of the community that will benefit from these amendments. The Government has consulted with the Royal Commission, the Defence and Veterans Legal Service, which is the national service established and funded to provide independent legal advice to support people who wish to engage with the Royal Commission, and key stakeholder bodies who represent the interests of Australian Defence Force members and veterans. There was strong support for the proposed amendments from the Royal Commission and among these stakeholder groups. The Royal Commission and stakeholder groups noted the deeply personal nature of the information that people wish to share with the Royal Commission and the importance of being able to do so safely and confidentially. The Government is taking swift and comprehensive action in response to other recommendations of the interim report. For instance, the Department of Veterans Affairs has commenced work, including a public consultation process on reforms to simplify and harmonise the legislative framework governing veterans' rehabilitation, compensation and other entitlements. The Government is working with the Department of Veterans Affairs to address resourcing, which will assist with eliminating the claims backlog, enhance data and modelling capabilities and improve the administration of the claims system. The Government has removed the average staffing level cap across all Commonwealth agencies, and the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs have undertaken co-design workshops with serving and ex-serving ADF members, families and representatives around how these agencies can make it easier for ADF members and their families to access information. In the federal budget, the Government committed substantial funding to progressing responses to the recommendations in the Royal Commission's interim report, as well as significant funding of other measures devoted to providing long-term benefits for defence personnel, veterans and families. The Government is committed to providing practical supports to defence personnel, veterans and families to ensure a better future for the veteran community. The Government wants people to come forward and share their stories and experience with the Royal Commission. This is crucial to ensuring the Royal Commission is able to obtain as much information as possible to inform its inquiries and support its ultimate findings and recommendations. The government recognises that in order for that to happen, people need to feel confident that any sensitive information they share, including highly personal accounts or experiences, will be kept confidential if it is communicated on that basis. The Royal Commission recommended introducing similar protections to those legislated for the Disability Royal Commission in 2021. The government agrees that these protections should be legislated as a matter of priority. This is why the government has introduced this bill. The measures in this bill have been the subject of careful consideration by the government and consultation with the Royal Commission and key stakeholders who will benefit from the new protections it will introduce. There is strong support for the protections proposed in the bill to be in place as swiftly as possible. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk. I have to report that the Treasury Laws Amendment Consumer Data Right Bill 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Call the member for McPherson.
Leave is granted.
I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1. Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lawler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Mr Speaker, this bill puts an end to a sorry saga in Australia, in Australian contemporary politics. The passing of this Ministers of State Amendment Bill will see an end to what was shocking to most Australians. Australia emerged and woke to the knowledge that, unbeknownst to the public, unbeknownst to members of his own government, unbeknownst to members of the opposition, the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, had between March 2020 and May 2021 been appointed by the Governor-General to administer 5 portfolios in addition to his appointment to administer the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Now, there may be those who think this has been some kind of blip on the radar, but we are here with legislation in the chamber because of the serious nature of this, because it needs to be corrected, because we need to take action to protect our democratic conventions. And it is a very sorry day to be in the parliament and to be part of having to protect our democracy in this way. Those on this side and those on the other side, I note the presence of the member for McPherson and thank her for her response on becoming aware of this situation, of course, because there were those in the then government who were sorely put upon in this process, as well as those members of the opposition, those members of the crossbench and the public of Australia. It was a shocking thing to discover that our parliamentary conventions had been undermined, had been trashed by a former Prime Minister. And, Mr Speaker, it is with some reflection that I think of the actions that have been taken since, that we had Solicitors General's advice to say that what had occurred was incorrect, that we had then the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Attorney General establish an inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments, and which was led by former High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell AC, and a final report provided to government on November 25th, 22, which finds us here looking at legislation to ensure that this could not occur again, that our system of government, our system of Parliament, our system of cabinet government could not be undermined in this way again. And it's not something that we can assume a quick fix and move on. It did create a moment where we have to pause and consider the slippery slope of the actions that were taken by the former Prime Minister and what a slope it put us on, where the parliamentarians who sit in this place, elected here to represent our communities. Let's face it, we are a collection in the House of Representatives of 151 different individuals from all parts of this great country sent here to represent our communities. And in good faith, they participate in our democracy, and in good faith we come here. A parliament runs with procedures, with standing orders, all of those things that are changeable by the parliament within the confines of the parliament. But above that and beyond that are the conventions, are the democratic conventions that this place depends upon for the smooth running of our country, that our country depends upon knowing that they have a truly representative democracy. And our democracy had been undermined, is what we've found has occurred. I am reminded, Mr Speaker, reflecting in preparation to speak on this bill, I've been reflecting on the situation we find ourselves in now with a new government, and I have great comfort in knowing that we have a Prime Minister who has served decades in this place, a Prime Minister who is in this place first a parliamentarian, a Prime Minister who's a former Leader of the House, a former Minister of the Crown and a current Prime Minister, imbued with respect for the Parliament, respect for standing orders, respect for procedures, most importantly, respect for our conventions and for our democracy. And the fact that one of the first acts of this Prime Minister has had to be to enact, to protect that democracy, to right the axis, and to say that our representative democracy is at the heart of this country and something that should and will be protected. And that's what this bill does. It puts an end to that sorry saga. Now we know, and we've heard lots of speakers, and for some around the country, in what is, I would suggest, the Australian way, we take something serious, and to come to terms with it, we sometimes look to humour. And there's been a lot of humour about secret ministries. There's been a lot of humour about a Prime Minister that didn't discuss these things with his own cabinet or with his members of the government, but went behind the scenes to create this scenario. It is the Australian way to create humour about that, and we can now smile and say, talk about 5 secret ministries. But the fact of the matter is, our democracy was being actively undermined when the former Prime Minister was also the Minister for Health. the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, the Minister for Home Affairs and the Treasurer. Unbeknownst to anyone in this House and unbeknownst to the Australian public. I note with interest that since the beginning of the 47th Parliament, the member for Cook has spoken twice in this chamber, where he still sits as a member of our representative democracy. He spoke on the death of the Queen and he spoke in defence of himself in a censure motion. I note with interest that in the 47th Parliament there's been lots of legislation gone through this House. There have been, in the health portfolio, there have been 5 pieces of legislation. In finance, 8. In industry, science and resources, there has been 1. In home affairs, 4. In treasury, 11 pieces of legislation. The member for Cook has not risen in his seat to speak on any of those for which he had sworn himself in as minister in the 46th Parliament. There's legislation in front of us now that comes under those portfolios. The member for Cook has not risen in his seat once to speak on any of those pieces of legislation. It is a sad day for our democracy that we are having to take action to protect convention, because our democracy relies upon convention and our democracy is the most precious thing this country has. I represent a community in the outer west of Melbourne where the highest number in the suburb of Point Cook, there are people from 82 different countries living in the Point Cook community, of which I represent a small part. And across the city of Wyndham, that figure stands. Suburbs with 80 plus, people from around the world coming. And our democracy is the most important thing they come to sharing. And the fact that in this place and in our time we had a Prime Minister who was prepared to undermine that democracy, to swear himself in or have himself sworn in secretly in a trashing of the conventions of this place, is a sad day for our democracy. A very sad day. It's a sad day for the Australian public. It's a sad day for me when I'll be in a school in my electorate on Friday where children will want to talk to me about our great democracy and about my role in it as their member for Lalor. I won't dwell on this with those children because I'll hope that this will be the last time that this country will see a Prime Minister prepared to trash conventions in this way. And there's the other irony, of course, that many in the chamber have spoken about, and that is the irony that in all of those ministries there was one action taken, and that was around, obviously in June 2022, around the PEP 11. And I've heard several people and was involved with colleagues through the last term where the issue of the PEP 11 was something that their communities, the thought of that project going ahead distressed their communities and people actively campaigned on it. So it is astonishing that in this one portfolio was where former Prime Minister Morrison chose to act, and chose to act in such a way that it has now raised the issue again for those communities. So they are going through another term of stress about this project. And of course, this government will ensure that proper processes are followed to deal with that issue, as will the New South Wales government. I quote Minister King saying that she assures Australians that any decision that she takes as a Federal Minister for Resources will always be based on sound evidence and in accordance with the law. But, Deputy Speaker, the fact of the matter is we're dealing with something again because the former Prime Minister chose to act in a way that was a breach of our convention, and now those communities face that again. Deputy Speaker, the passing of this legislation will fix something once, but I know all of us on this side are hoping that it is a salutary lesson to all parliamentarians about the respect that is due this place and the respect that is due to convention and the respect that is due to the Australian public to deal honestly and openly and to ensure that we go through the election processes and for the Australian public to have the assurance that what happens there from that day forward for each government is conducted by people who respect our democracy and who respect convention. And I'll finish, Deputy Speaker, by mentioning the fact that it is not just those on this side who were upset, mortified, horrified by when we found that this had been the case. There are 3 former Liberal Prime Ministers who condemned this conduct. John Howard said, "I don't think he should have done that. I don't think there was any need to do it, and I wouldn't have." Let's just take those phrases one at a time, shall we? The justification is that there was a pandemic and a crisis. Former Prime Minister Howard says, "I don't think there was any need to do it." Former Prime Minister Howard is correct. Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott said, "I'm just not going to defend what was done. It is just highly unconventional, highly unorthodox and shouldn't have happened." And former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, "This is sinister stuff. This is secret government. This is one of the most appalling things I've ever heard in our federal government. I mean, the idea that a Prime Minister would be sworn into other ministries secretly is incredible." Those wrongs will be righted when this legislation passes the House and laws will be put into place to ensure that this sorry saga can't be repeated by any Prime Minister in Australia's future. But it's a sad day that we need to do this when respect for convention should drive all parliamentarians elected to this place. Respect for our democracy, respect for the Australian people should be what drives us, not that none of us should be seeking to undermine those conventions. None of us should be seeking to game the system, as it were. Deputy Speaker, I'll leave my comments there and hope that we can look forward, and I know in this government we can look forward to a government that respects convention.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on this Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, which is part of the government's response to the Bell inquiry, led by former High Court Justice, the Honourable Virginia Bell AC, into the sorry events under the former government that came to light in August this year, where the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook, had secretly sworn himself into several ministries, namely the Departments of Health, Finance, Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Treasury and Home Affairs, on top of his appointment to administer, of course, the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. This is an unthinkable breach of trust of his own ministers, of this parliament, but most importantly and most concerningly of the Australian people, who were not aware of this, who did not know that the Prime Minister was also sworn in to administer these critically important portfolios. It is a sorry day for our democracy that we have to have this discussion and that this parliament were right to censure the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook, earlier this year, because this should never have happened. This should never have happened because people who are elected to this place to represent their communities, and even more so, the people who are appointed to ministries and to be Prime Minister of this country, should have at their heart a respect for democracy, a respect for the conventions of our system that enable ministers, governments, members to be held accountable. And to be honest, I don't take pleasure in giving a speech like this. I don't take pleasure in, again, kind of looking at the behaviour of the former Prime Minister and what an absolute disgrace it was for the people of this country to have a Prime Minister who just consistently showed a disrespect for the conventions of this place, its operations, and a complete contempt for the accountability that was required of a Prime Minister, a consistent failure to take responsibility for just about anything. And we saw that in his response to the censure motion, that still there was no apology, there was no acceptance that that was the wrong thing to do, that it should never have happened. And in fact, perhaps it was the media's fault for not asking specifically if he had sworn himself secretly into other ministries. So I'm proud that we are a government and that we have a Prime Minister that takes these conventions seriously, that respects the role of this parliament, which is essentially about the representation of the people of Australia, each of their electorates in this place. It should be really incumbent on us that people have put their trust in us to represent them and their needs and the issues that concern them in this place. And that is what it should very simply be about for each of us here. So the idea that this could happen, the idea that a Prime Minister could breach the trust of his very own colleagues, the very people that he has appointed to be in charge of those critical portfolios, that he could do this behind their backs, but also for that to be secret from the Parliament and the public is frankly disgraceful and unthinkable. So this bill is an important step, an important part of our government's response to the Bell inquiry to ensure that this never happens again. Essentially what this bill will mean is that when the Governor-General has appointed someone to a portfolio or made a change to that or revoked one of those positions, that this will be made public as soon as possible. And I think that is a very important thing, and very pleased to speak in support of this today. Because essentially if the Parliament does not know that someone is responsible for a portfolio, how can they hold that person to account? They can't. And how can a minister perform their role with any kind of integrity when they actually don't know that the Prime Minister is also sworn in into that role, and obviously not trusting them, which is an important part of the conventions and the way that the Westminster system operates. So this was an incredible thing that happened, and a sad, sorry chapter of Australian history. And I'm pleased that this bill marks a quick response to this, and that we don't want to ever see this happen again. Of course, the Bell inquiry was not a political witch hunt. It was about finding out how this was able to happen, what who knew about it and why it was able to happen, and how can we put things in place so that it never happens again, which of course is what this bill is part of doing. Of course, when these matters came to light in August, it was referred to the Solicitor General, Dr Stephen Donohue KC, and what was clear from his advice, and I quote, "The principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government." As I say, a sad and sorry chapter of Australian history, and one that will never happen again, because we are putting in place additional checks and balances to ensure that it can't. It's little wonder that trust in our democracy is at all-time lows, and that is very sad for most of us in this place who take democracy very seriously. Most of us in this place who are here because we believe in the power of democracy, that we believe in the power of representation of this parliament and of governments to make changes for the lives of Australians. That is why most people want to be in parliament and want to work for those changes on behalf of our constituents. And so the fact that a Prime Minister of this country should have such disregard for those very principles was shocking. And I know that this would never happen under our Prime Minister or our government, but we are looking to the future and to putting in place things that will enable this to never prevent this from ever happening again. So former Prime Ministers have also responded to this, when asked about how this could have happened. I mean, the reasoning was that we were in a crisis in the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was an unprecedented time. But we have had things happen before that have meant that Prime Ministers and Ministers have needed to be sworn in urgently in the past, and it can absolutely happen. It has never required a need for a Prime Minister to secretly be sworn in to other portfolios at the same time as being Prime Minister. It's just a complete, that does not explain this at all. And when asked about this, former Prime Minister John Howard said that, "I don't think he should have done that. I don't think there was any need to do it, and I wouldn't have." Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott said, "I'm just not going to defend what was done. It is just highly unconventional, highly unorthodox, and shouldn't have happened." And former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull said that this is sinister stuff. This is secret government. This is one of the most appalling things I've ever heard in our federal government. I mean, the idea that a Prime Minister would be sworn into other ministers secretly is incredible. So we're pleased that the opposition supports this change, and because it is an important one, and that is an important acknowledgement. And as I say, I don't take a great pleasure in, raking over again the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook's disregard for the office of Prime Minister in this Parliament. I think I spent, more than enough time last term talking about these issues, but frankly, as a member of this Parliament and as an Australian, it shocked me that time and time again he would just fail to see his responsibility for the issues that were facing Australians. And this is an incredible expression of that. So I'm very pleased that our government has introduced this bill and is taking the steps to ensure that this Parliament and the Office of Prime Minister and the ministries will continue to be accountable, and that the Australian public will know when changes are made. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Well said. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what unusual times we live in, Deputy Speaker, that this Parliament should have need for a bill such as this to protect the sheer fabric of Australian democracy, all because of the actions of a former Prime Minister. It feels a bit sad, really, that these things should have to be placed into law like this, after it might be fair to say the current laws had operated effectively until the election of the Morrison government. We all accept, Deputy Speaker, that the pandemic was an unusual time. We have not seen anything like it in our lifetime. That is absolutely for sure, and there were definitely calls for some extreme or perhaps unusual measures. It was a difficult time for many people, and absolutely there were challenges involved in the Australian people's trust of government. We needed to bring our country along for the journey with us, to explain to everyone why extreme measures were necessary, why government was taking unusual steps to protect our broader community. Trust was at the core of this. It was essential to its success. On the whole, Deputy Speaker, Labor, who was in opposition for the height of the pandemic, supported the government in these measures. We worked constructively and were determined to put the health and well-being of Australia ahead of political interests. We did that. We were clear about it, clear about why. We made constructive suggestions when they were necessary, but on the whole, we didn't get in the way. Trust in government's ability to handle this crisis was paramount. Health and safety of the community was paramount. But we were there as an opposition is meant to do in our democracy, to hold the government to account when it was necessary, to ask the hard questions of responsible ministers and make sure that these extraordinary measures were in fact in the best interests of the Australian people. But, as it turns out, it is pretty hard to hold responsible ministers to account when you don't know who they are, when you have been deceived by the guy in charge who couldn't trust the ministers his own party appointed to do their jobs, who didn't even trust them enough to tell them that he had usurped their responsibilities, to tell them that he in fact was now the one in charge. Dictator extraordinaire. Democracy be damned. Accountability be damned. There was an ego to be stroked. There simply is no way to put this more delicately. The acts of the member for Cook were an unforgivable, reprehensible betrayal of the Australian public. Each and every person in this country who put their faith in government to steer them through one of the most difficult periods in recent history were deceived. Our democracy is based on a cabinet, an executive council. The Westminster system of government does not have one single head of parliament, one single dictator or guy in charge. When we go to the polls, we don't vote for a single person. Our constitution does not allow for power concentrated in the hands of one person. We vote for a team of trustworthy individuals who stand up and tell our community what they stand for, what they will do and how they will do it. Our chamber here in this place allows for a challenging of those ideas by other elected, trustworthy individuals to get the truth, to allow for examination and scrutiny, so that the team of individuals can justify their decisions to the ones who ultimately hold the power, the voters. But that system of government was undermined, torn apart and cast aside by the former Prime Minister for reasons that, as Virginia Bell AC said following her inquiry into these appointments, were, and I quote, not easy to understand and were unnecessary. There was absolutely no need for it. One of many aspects of this whole saga that is simply flabbergasting. Why? Ministers can be appointed in a matter of minutes. There was no threat, there was no gap that needed to be filled by a power-hungry Prime Minister. Not only that, but 3 of the appointments had absolutely nothing to do with the pandemic whatsoever. They were simply because the Prime Minister wanted the power, which he chose to exercise to overrule those who he helped put in charge. He wanted the power to say to them, when he felt the time was right, "No thanks, we'll do it my way," blindsiding those who didn't even know he could do it. Not to mention the fact that the departments didn't even know he was in charge. So how could they possibly be advising him? One guy making the decisions he wants on a whim, on the fly, because he felt like it. Deputy Speaker, the seat of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast is no stranger to high-flying visits from Liberal ministers. We have hosted the former Prime Minister on many occasions. Those opposite have really had trouble letting go of the fact they lost a formerly safe Liberal seat to a TAFE teacher, farmer's daughter and, oh yes, worst of all, member of the Labor Party. That last one really hurt, not just once, but twice. They are still licking their wounds on that one. So, they regularly ride into town to remind people what they definitely aren't missing. Deputy Speaker, I can't help but reflect on the member for Cook's visit to Nowra in my electorate in April last year as the election campaign kicked off. His words at the time seem a little ironic now at best, and decidedly deceptive now that we know what we know. The media wanted to know if Australians were tired of him, implying this is why he may lose the election. Spoiler alert, he did, thanks in no small part to the very sensible people of Gilmore. I digress. His answer, I will quote here. Quote, "It's not about any individual. It's not about me." Interesting. Not about any individual. But what we didn't know at the time was that this particular individual had actually been in charge of 5 portfolios on top of his prime ministerial responsibilities for the last 2 years. He was in charge of the health, finance, treasury, home affairs and industry, science, energy and resources portfolios, appointed not all at once but over a year. Not all in a hurry, but in a calculated way, in a secret way. But we had no idea, not even his own ministers did. This wasn't his only visit to the seat of Gilmore during this whole sordid secret ministries affair. Like I said, he enjoyed popping by and often had very warm greetings, like his infamous visit to Cobargo, just down the road, in the wake of the bushfires, or when he was greeted by ukulele singers in Hawaiian shirts. Our community are no fools when it comes to seeing through fly-in, fly-out visits from a politician who, as he said, doesn't hold a hose. Even if we didn't know that, he does hold 5 secret ministries. But perhaps if during one of these visits we as members of the public and of this parliament had been aware that the member for Cook was not only Prime Minister but was also the Minister for Health, we might have asked him what was he doing to resolve our GP crisis that was spiralling out of control. We might have asked why he, as the minister responsible, was not stepping in to reinstate bulk-billed video telehealth psychiatry consultations that he, as the minister responsible, had seen ripped away from regional and rural Australia. A budget cut that surely the secret Minister for Health and secret Treasurer had a hand in and could fix with the stroke of his pen. We might have asked why he, as the minister responsible, had refused to deliver on his commitment for a radiation therapy centre for the Eurobodalla. We might have asked him what he, as the minister responsible, was doing to fix our neglected aged care system. Secret Minister for Finance, secret Treasurer in charge of the purse strings surely could have done something to fix this. The list goes on and on. But we were denied the opportunity to quiz this secret minister on the decisions he ultimately held responsibility for, because we were denied the knowledge that he didn't trust his own cabinet. We were denied the knowledge that he had no faith in our democratic system. We were denied the opportunity for full and frank scrutiny of the actions of people responsible for our public administration. And he should be ashamed. Mr. No Responsibility doesn't hold a hose, doesn't have the answers, not about him, sitting on a beach in Hawaii sipping cocktails while my south coast burns, swanning about the Shoalhaven Heads Hotel, trying to pass himself off as a local, while deceiving everyone around him, even his own ministers. A blight on our democracy, smashing the trust of every single voter, shaking the very fabric of our democracy. Well, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government will do everything we can to ensure that this can never happen again. A loophole that only a very shaky character would exploit will be closed with this bill. We will not allow this abuse of power to happen again. The Australian people are entitled to know who is administering our government departments. We are entitled to know who comprises our executive and what offices they hold. Local people in my electorate deserve transparent and accountable government, and only Labor will give that to them. Democracy is not a given. It is something we must fight to protect. We must preserve it at every opportunity and protect it from those who wish to undermine it. We don't want an Australian Donald Trump. We say no, we will not allow it. The government has accepted all of Ms Bell's recommendations. We have listened to the advice of the Solicitor-General. The Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022 requires the Official Secretary of the Governor-General to publicly publish advice that the Governor-General has appointed a Minister of the Commonwealth, because the Australian people deserve to know, without delay, who is in charge of our public institutions. I hope that this will go some way in restoring the trust of our community in government that has been so horribly eroded by the actions of the former Liberal Prime Minister. That is on top of our commitment to establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. I am proud to say that that bill is now law, and it wouldn't have happened without the Albanese government. The Liberals will never want true accountability, true transparency. They have too much to hide, like political allocations of disaster recovery funding, political allocations of community infrastructure grants, secret ministries and dodgy dealings. That is what you get with the Liberals. Only Labor will set that straight and make sure it can't happen, and that if it does, that there are consequences. We said we would establish a corruption watchdog with teeth, and we have. Transparency, integrity and accountability are at the heart of good government. That is what the Albanese government is delivering. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later sitting.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Fowler.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023, and the Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures Bill No. 1, Bill 2023. And the question is that this bill be now read a second time. The amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the most heartbreaking phone calls you can have as a Member of Parliament is from a woman fleeing a domestic violence situation, leaving their home with literally nothing more than the clothes on their back and their children, calling your electorate office and asking for assistance to get into emergency housing. And unfortunately, the prospects of that person getting into housing quickly are quite dim. If you look at the public housing waiting list in New South Wales, the ordinary waiting list is anywhere between 8 to 10 years to get into public housing. For emergency accommodation, it's 2 years. Now, we can certainly assist someone in getting them into a homeless shelter, or the department will put them up in a hotel accommodation, but that will only last a couple of weeks. And then they're at the whims of the private rental market. And we know that if a person is leaving a violent relationship, that they may have relied on the partner for financial support. If they're trying to look after a couple of kids, it's a difficult circumstance for anyone to be in. And the private rental market offers no assistance whatsoever. Rents have been increasing at a dramatic rate at most cities and towns across the country. They've increased by 13.8% from June 21 to June 2022. And the number of Australians facing housing stress, and that is defined as, of course, a household with more than 30% of their household income devoted to either paying rent or paying a mortgage, has increased dramatically in recent years. For owners, the prospects are just as bleak. Many Australians now have significant mortgages that they've had to take out to get into the ownership market of housing in Australia. And of course, we know that interest rates determined independently by the RBA have been increasing in recent times, and they're forecast to increase further. And the government knows and understands that this is putting enormous pressure on household budgets and on relationships and families across the country. Speaker, housing is a fundamental human right, and in a wealthy nation like Australia, all Australian citizens can expect access to reasonable, affordable roof over their head. And Australians want governments that are willing to ensure that they have policies in place to provide that basic necessity of life. And that is the purpose of this bill. This is an investment in ensuring that the Australian government has the policy settings in place to provide all Australians with access to reasonable and affordable housing. Unfortunately, the approach of coalition governments has been that they shouldn't intervene in housing markets, that we should be able to let the market rip and that will produce efficient and fair outcomes. And we all know that that is not the case. The market has not resolved the housing affordability issue in Australia. And anyone that thinks that the market can is living in a dream, In fact, many coalition state governments, and I'm speaking of course of the one in New South Wales, have gone the opposite way. They've actually sold off public housing in areas particularly around Sydney, so that the stock of public housing in Sydney is actually being reduced, and that people are being evicted from properties, many that they've lived in for many, many years, and finding themselves either homeless or at the whims of the private rental market. And that is unfair. At a federal level, the former Liberal government cancelled a lot of projects that were put in place by the Rudd and Gillard governments to provide housing assistance for Australians. The National Rental Affordability Scheme was cancelled. The project that the Rudd government launched to build more public housing as a stimulus project and a recovery from the global financial crisis that provided jobs and roofs over people's heads for people on low incomes, that project was of course cancelled. And many of the affordable housing measures that were put in place by the former Labor government were cancelled as well. They went back to that old coalition philosophy of letting the market rip. And as a result, Australia now faces a housing affordability crisis. Well, this government will not stand by and allow Australians to increasingly be unable to afford a roof over their head, to struggle with rental stress, with housing stress, and unfortunately to see growing numbers of Australians couch surfing, living in cars or living on the streets. We want to reduce the rate of homelessness. We want to make housing more affordable. We want to increase housing supply to ensure that we can achieve those goals. And this bill represents the government actively promoting policies to ensure that we have an increase in the stock of housing supply into the future. The Housing Australia Future Fund will provide a $10 billion investment in housing construction into the future. The fund will be established and will operate in a similar manner to other sovereign funds administered by the Commonwealth, where the investment returns will be invested in building additional housing stock, both public housing and affordable housing. The government is also committed to ensuring that we're building more housing specifically for veterans who've served our nation. And returns from the fund will provide a $30 million investment over 5 years to build housing and fund services for veterans who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. And that initiative will provide sustainable funding to increase the housing supply and improve services for veterans. These initiatives are still in their early design stage, but they're a priority for our government, and we're in consultation with key stakeholders to implement them as soon as possible. We're working hard to address that issue of homelessness. We also need to ensure that there are stronger linkages between providers, services and Australians, and new resources for veterans and for housing providers that are tailored to the experience of veterans' homelessness. I had the great fortune of launching this week the Working with Veterans, a toolkit for community housing organisations, is a joint initiative between the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Community Housing Industry Association. And those new resources, Speaker, will strengthen referral pathways between providers, DVA, Open Arms and other ex-service organisations to help set an industry standard for providing housing service to veterans. And as the peak body representing 170 not-for-profit community housing providers, CHIA's knowledge and connection to providers across Australia will ensure that that toolkit is up-to-date, relevant and linked to industry. Too many veterans, we know, unfortunately, are turning to DVA, Open Arms and government for support. And it's hoped that these new resources will help address some of those trends. And they complement efforts in this package to build housing and fund services for veterans who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. Because we know, Speaker, that once someone becomes homeless, unfortunately, many other doors close. Finding a job becomes much harder. Financial strain increases. Getting access to basic essentials such as food, water and health care become a struggle, and it can become a vicious cycle. And we need to make sure that we're not only providing more support for veterans who find themselves in these situations, but Australians more broadly. And that is what this bill is all about. It represents the Albanese Labor government's commitment to ensure that this government does all it can to provide that fundamental basic human right that Australians need and deserve and should expect from government: a reasonably priced roof over their head for themselves and their families. And that is, importantly, what this particular bill will help us build into the future.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Congratulations to the government for making this legislation package a priority. We need a long-term solution to a problem that's developed over many decades. There are supply and structural challenges all along the housing continuum, from crisis accommodation to social and community housing to rental housing to affordable housing and home ownership. Having access to safe, stable accommodation contributes to the health and vitality of society, allowing people to experience safety and security, engage in school and work and be active members of society. At the acute end of the continuum, safe housing is a prerequisite for successful support on a range of complex issues, including mental health, drugs and alcohol and family breakdown. Before 2022, I spent 5 years working in community services and saw firsthand the impact of insecure housing on the lives of people who are dealing with complex challenges. I witnessed the way losing secure housing can send people into a spiral: relationship breakdown, social isolation and mental ill health. People living with housing stress, that is, spending more than 30% of their income on housing, live with the worry that they may not be able to sustain their housing. Even in my electorate in Curtin, which is relatively well off, 13% of homeowners and 28% of renters live with housing stress. Research shows that housing is something that people take for granted until it's threatened. It's not something people say they value until they've experienced it being at risk. More than 9,000 Western Australians are currently experiencing homelessness on any given night, and more than 4,100 people access specialist homelessness services every day in Western Australia. In WA, there were more than 19,000 households on the social housing wait list, including 4,000 priority applicants in July 2022, 19,000 households. These numbers have been steadily increasing since 2019. The average wait time for a social home is currently 113 weeks. In WA, there's a current unmet need of 39,000 social and 19,000 affordable homes. On our current trajectory, this will double in the next 15 years. The WA eligibility requirements for social housing are tougher than other states, so this probably masks a greater need. The WA rental market is experiencing a critical shortage of supply. Rental vacancy rates have been sitting below 1% in Perth and across many of our regions for 20 consecutive months. Rewood describes a balanced market as being between 2.5 and 3.5%. There's been a 26% increase in rental prices in Perth over 2 years to July 2022, which is terrifying for the third of my electorate who rent. These statistics provide some context for the government's housing package. The government's commitment to 20,000 affordable homes and 10,000 social housing homes would meet the current need for WA only, which is about 10% of the national population. It's clearly a good start and a bigger investment in housing supply than we've seen for a while. The model being proposed for the Housing Australia Future Fund may well be an efficient use of capital if it has the desired effect of stimulating the ongoing growth of social and affordable housing supply. If the structure works, it will at least put something in place that can be added to in the future. To ensure that it does this, it will need to provide community housing providers and other institutional landlords with certainty. There's some work to be done on this. Firstly, it needs to clearly define affordable housing to clarify that the intent is that this is rental housing aimed at low-income earners. Secondly, it's not clear whether the annual distribution cap of $50 million also operates as a floor. It would provide greater certainty to the market if it was clear that $50 million will be distributed each year, even in years with poor returns. By indicating that government will dip into general revenue if required, investors would know their returns are secure, which would stimulate investment in housing. That's not an amendment that can be made in the House, but I encourage the Senate to consider it. Similarly, the National Housing Accord, a shared ambition to build 1 million homes over 5 years, depends a huge amount on the states and private capital. I fear that it might be more aspirational than realistic. I hope that the WA government will rise to the challenge set by the Commonwealth Government to address the housing issues in my home state. The government guarantee for NIFIC bonds is currently close to its gap. Although default almost never happens, reviewing the cap on total bond finance annually would provide some certainty to community housing providers that they'll continue to have access to low-cost capital. Certainly, a long-term commitment to housing is required to smooth out the construction cycles. When we're at the peak of the economic cycle, we have the money but not the tradies. And when we're at the trough of the economic cycle, we don't have the money. A welcome part of the housing legislation package is the establishment of the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council. This independent statutory body can take a long-term view and identify the ongoing need and the most efficient funding models. It will be important that the members of the Council act in the overall interests of the country rather than defending different parts of the housing industry. It will also be important that the Council has full independence. Housing at Secretariat in Treasury may undermine this, and its independence may be better served by being part of Housing Australia. This would give Housing Australia a strategic and research role rather than just delivery. There are also some issues with the transparency of the process of allocating funds to the states through the COAG Reform Fund. To avoid this being used in a discretionary way to meet other purposes, this allocation should be done through a transparent tender process with clear criteria, so funds are allocated according to need and according to where they can be leveraged through co-investment by states. Reviewing the effectiveness of the package after 2 years would also be wise. Its success depends significantly on the response from states and the market, and settings may need to be adjusted, especially after the National Housing and Homelessness Plan is finalised and the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement is renegotiated. At that stage, we're likely to have a clearer picture of the need. So is the housing legislation package enough? Probably not. A $10 billion commitment pales in comparison to the $290 billion the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation said would be required over the next 2 decades to meet the current and projected shortfall. Research from the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute has also argued that an additional 727,000 social housing dwellings are required by 2036 nationwide, or an annual average growth of 5.5% to meet future projected need. The 20,000 houses over this period only meets 3% of that need. The Grattan Institute advocated for the establishment of a $20 billion fund, providing an upfront subsidy gap as opposed to an annual gap payment. So it's likely to not be enough, but it is definitely a step in the right direction. I'm generally not in favour of borrowing money to spend, but in this case, housing in Australia is in such need that it should be prioritised, and the Housing Australia Future Fund may be an efficient way to access additional capital for housing by providing acceptable and secure returns on investment. There are a number of issues that will need to be addressed in implementation, with a significant weight probably falling on the new National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice on need. But in the meantime, I commend the government for committing to start to address this fundamental need. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Members in this place will likely be familiar with my background working in the homelessness sector as CEO of Catherine House, a women's homelessness service in Adelaide, and as CEO of Vinnie's SA, including homelessness services for men and a domestic violence refuge for women and their children escaping domestic violence. I was also co-chair of the Adelaide Zero program, which brought together all of the homelessness and housing services in the Adelaide CBD to work together to end rough sleeping. So I know a little bit about the homelessness and housing market, and I know a little bit about what works to resolve homelessness. So it should surprise no one that the answer to homelessness is more housing, specifically social and affordable housing. It should also surprise no one that the best way to reduce the homelessness rate is while you are putting people into housing, you need to make sure you aren't pushing others into homelessness. We have a chronic and severe shortage of housing supply in this country. We have a supply problem. We also have an affordability problem, but we have a supply problem, and of course these two things are not unrelated. It isn't made any better by the Airbnbs. In fact, in some areas this vacancy rate has caused significant shortage in the permanent rental market, but overall we have a shortage of housing stock that we need to address. It is well known in this place that the fastest growing cohort of people experiencing homelessness is women over the age of 55. Well, we used to say over 55, I think we say over 45 now. And I know this is well known because I hear people from all sides talking about it. No one can pretend that they don't know how acute this is out there. Deputy Speaker, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which these bills will establish, will include $100 million for victim survivors of family and domestic violence and those at risk. This includes older women who, by the time they leave, often have no money, no superannuation, no resources and no place to go. In Australia, a third of people who seek assistance for homelessness cite family violence as their main reason for needing help from DV and homelessness services like those I used to run. At Catherine House, which is a homelessness service, not a DV-specific service, it was actually more like 50%. According to a report from feminist trailblazer and researcher Dr Anne Summers titled The Choice, Violence or Poverty, on average 9,000 survivors of domestic violence become homeless every year. Alarmingly, 7,700 survivors return to their abuser each year. On average, it takes a woman 7 goes to leave. From my experience, the threat or reality of financial destitution and homelessness is a key driving force behind this shocking statistic. And this is on top of the many thousands we don't know who haven't left in the first place, often because they don't have the financial resources to escape safely without ending up on the streets. And that's just one reason why this bill is so important. This bill specifically carves out $100 million to build homes for victim survivors of family and domestic violence and those at risk. And for all that I hear the rhetoric about caring about women escaping domestic violence, caring about older women experiencing homelessness, older women in poverty, when the crunch comes and there's a bill before us to improve the lot of these very women they profess to care about, those opposite and the Greens tell us they will vote against it. Deputy Speaker, another area I hear a lot about from those opposite is how much they care about veterans, those who have served our country and need our support back in the community. And we know that veterans are another cohort who have a higher risk of homelessness. Adelaide Zero Project had a specific focus on veteran homelessness. I have a number of fantastic organisations in Boothby that assist veterans experiencing a range of issues, including the Veterans Wellbeing Centre at Door Park, which is a number of state-funded and not-for-profit agencies providing a one-stop shop. The William Kibbe VC Veterans Shed, where Coordinator Barry Heffernan is unbelievably committed to helping veterans resolve whatever issues they might be having, and of course the RSLs. But today I'll mention the Andrew Russell Veteran Living Centre, part of RSL Care in SA, run by Nathan Kling. This not-for-profit centre provides live-in emergency accommodation for veterans experiencing homelessness and helps them resolve the issues that brought them into homelessness and then find a housing outcome. The Andrew Russell Living Centre just achieved a milestone that is both heartwarming and shocking. 20,000 nights of emergency accommodation to veterans in South Australia. They do an amazing job. However, it's really sad that this sort of service is needed to that extent. And of course, key to them being able to do their job is getting housing outcomes for the veterans who come to them, finding permanent housing outcomes for veterans so that after one person has left, the next homeless veteran can come in their doors and find a safe place to sleep. It's organisations like this that have long been calling for much greater investment in social and affordable housing. And of course, the Housing Australia Future Fund bill carves out $30 million of the fund to build housing and fund specialist services for veterans experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. Why would you vote against it? We need more social and affordable housing as a matter of priority. Deputy Speaker, taken together, these bills are a first step in implementing our election commitment to establish the Housing Australia Future Fund. This is the most significant investment in new social and affordable housing in a generation. It's needed. We have a housing supply problem, particularly at the bottom of the market, the social and affordable market. Everyone in this place can surely agree that action is needed to combat housing pressures that too many Australians face. After 10 years of dithering, 10 years of delay, I know it. I was one of those lobbying a deaf and uncaring government over that decade. And finally, we are taking action. It's action designed for the long term, to have a generational impact. The Albanese government understands safe and affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians. But far too many Australians are being hit by growing rents. Far too many Australians are struggling to buy a home, and sadly, far too many Australians are facing or experiencing homelessness. And that's why we have an ambitious housing reform agenda, to ensure more Australians have a safe, affordable place to call home. The housing legislation package is a comprehensive suite of measures to get more social, affordable homes on the ground, and it enables the most significant Australian government investment in housing in a generation. So I would ask those opposite and those on the crossbench, if you care about the community, about those experiencing homelessness or housing stress, about women escaping domestic violence, about veterans who've served our country, about remote Aboriginal communities, about frontline workers, then vote for the bill. Vote for this bill that will increase supply at the bottom of the market for those groups who most need it. If you support women escaping violence, vote for the bill. If you support veterans experiencing homelessness, vote for the bill. If you support frontline workers, vote for the bill. If you support remote Aboriginal communities, vote for the bill. By your actions you shall be known. Now is not the time to play political point scoring with people's safety, their futures and their lives. Now is not the time to be negative for negative's sake. Now is not the time to throw away good in the pursuit of an unachievable perfect or to make a political point. People need housing. We have a supply problem. We have an affordability problem. This is the start to addressing that problem. I commend the bills to the House.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The government had an opportunity in their budget last year to directly fund all kinds of measures they might like to in regards to housing. And instead what we have before us is a bill that's effectively a conjuring trick, a sort of tricky accountant's way of making a commitment to do something without it miraculously costing the government any money whatsoever. And we on this side of the chamber view that with a great deal of scepticism. And I'll come to that in a moment, but I just want to start by making some broad comments about housing. In the last parliament, I served on a inquiry through the Tax and Revenue Committee chaired by the former member for Mackellar in regards to the issue of housing affordability in this country, and I commend the findings of that report to this House. And it's certainly a very significant challenge for all of us to grapple with as policymakers, as how do we make the Australian dream of home ownership obtainable for all those that want it, particularly younger people that at the moment are finding it almost impossible to get into the housing market. And indeed, the supply challenges, which even the government in this debate seem to now concede, though it wasn't their position necessarily, those participating on that inquiry, the supply challenges are significant. They relate to all levels of government and a whole range of other factors, and they are certainly things that I wish we had the opportunity in debates in this chamber to be addressing. And instead of that, we're debating this bill. It is increasingly, the data is showing, and the recent census showed us, that people are taking longer and longer to save to get into the housing market. And I find that those on the left of politics in some ways are not so against people not getting that financial independence of home ownership. I think that there is a school of thought in our politics that it is good for big government that people are kept out of the economic independence of owning their own home. If people are resigned to renting for the rest of their lives, maybe that'll mean they'll vote for a lot more government to look after them because they won't have the independence to look after themselves. And it was the greatest legacy of the Menzies era was the transformation of people's economic futures through their ability to get into the housing market, own their own home, and therefore be in control of their own economic destiny, their own future. And it's absolutely fundamental to the political philosophy of the party I'm so proudly a member of, to give people that individual empowerment, individual choice, and to make sure that they are in control of their own destiny, not some government that they have to rely on. And that is fundamental to the differences between those of us on this side of the House and those that are putting forward this proposal that purportedly has something to do with helping people with housing. As I say, the particular measures that the government are saying will be supported by this bill are a separate point and a separate debate that could be had, and there's no doubt worthy things that the government says they're going to spend money on through this bill. But they could have done all that through a budget appropriation. You could be spending X $100 million a year that you want to on those sorts of measures, but you would have to account for it properly in the budget. You'd have to say, hey, you know, we're spending this amount extra money on these worthy initiatives because that's what they should be spent on, and that would mean the government would have to either run a higher deficit or increase taxes or cut other expenditure somewhere else. So if they were serious, they'd be prepared to take on those serious challenges that befall a government, and particularly a treasurer, when putting together a budget. So instead we've got this trickery of saying, well, we're going to borrow money at a certain rate, we're going to invest it and make more from it than what we are paying for the debt that we've encumbered, and that miraculously creates this pool of funds that we can then spend on all these housing initiatives. Now imagine if you extrapolated that to just the entirety of government expenditure. I mean, if this model works, why don't we just go and borrow many, many trillions of dollars, invest those trillions of dollars so brilliantly that we make more money from the investment than the cost of that capital, and use that to finance the entirety of government? We can get rid of all taxes. We don't need to tax people anymore, and we can just choose how much money we borrow, and therefore, by miraculous outcome, how much money the government will earn on the gap between the return on investing that money and the cost of borrowing that money. And we can do absolutely everything that we want. We could achieve absolutely everything. What a breakthrough revelation moment we are having here. Let's just borrow an indiscriminate amount of money and earn more on it than what it cost us to borrow, and pay for all of government. It's completely farcical, completely farcical. But that is what the proposition is in this bill. And that is fundamentally why we, of course, as a responsible economic managers in the coalition, don't support it. And it's actually frightening. It's actually frightening because this bill literally says, let's just go and borrow $10 billion, put it on the government balance sheet as debt, give it to the Future Fund. Of course, they'll definitely make a higher return from it than the cost of borrowing it. Beyond question, apparently, that will happen forever. And then the gap we get to spend on all these things that we're not prepared to put in the budget and finance through the usual budget processes. What economic cowardice that is, and what economic recklessness that is. And there is no way that we could possibly stand by and support the government doing this. Now, without reflecting on anyone in the Future Fund, they've done a great job over the last years and decades, led very ably by a former member of this House. But of course we know the chair of the Future Fund has already made some very candid comments about the future risk profile of the funds that they have under management and the general economic outlook. We know that interest rates are going up, the government's borrowing rate is increasing, and we've got no idea where the terminus of that is going to be. And what we're going through right now with this rapid escalation in interest rates is a great lesson, and maybe, to be fair, to be slightly charitable to the government, when they made the decision for this cowboy policy, it was before the experience of the last 12 months and how dramatically markets can shift, and particularly how dramatically debt markets versus equity markets can change. And the orthodoxy of the past decade in regards to the cost of capital and the return on capital is completely out the window right now with what's happening in markets of all form. So the assumptions and the laziness of this, when it was announced by the then opposition leader, are completely different today than they would have been when it was conceived. And whilst I don't tend to encourage people breaking election promises, this would actually be, despite the fact the government should be appropriately held to account for making a reckless promise, this is the kind of promise they absolutely should break. Say, look, you know, it is frightening looking at what is happening in some of the markets that we were assuming were going to behave in a certain way into the future. Far from making the sort of return that we believe this would. I mean, last year it would have lost money. Things could only get worse into the future. Borrowing money at more than 4% and just assuming that that money invested can return better than that is not the outlook that we would say exists with any sort of certainty whatsoever. And whilst we, of course, don't hope for it to occur, the risk is higher than ever right now of all sorts of funds under management having negative returns in the near future. So we're asked in this chamber, in this debate, to authorise borrowing $10 billion on this promise. The speakers in favour of it are talking about how they're going to spend the money. Well, let's talk about whether there will be any money. Or worse still, whether we're going to be borrowing an amount of money and the return on it goes backwards. So in an effort to spend money on housing, we instead have the real likelihood of borrowing money and having the cost of the negative return on that hitting our budget and things going backwards. And that is really frightening, because once we borrow this $10 billion, unlike some of the mistakes that we might anticipate the government making, this is a very difficult one hole to dig our way out of. Once we've borrowed that money, it needs to be paid back. We need to meet the interest servicing charges on it. And maybe for the government, $10 billion isn't a lot of money. Well, a lot of households out there who are struggling to pay mortgages, who are struggling to pay utility bills, grocery bills, people making awful decisions like no longer buying fresh vegetables, buying frozen vegetables because they're cheaper, because they've got to make those changes in their household budget. Those people think $10 billion is a lot of money. And being cavalier with it and just assuming that you can borrow it and apparently, with no risk whatsoever, make a higher return than the bond rate is completely ridiculous and completely reckless. And it's absolutely lazy policy making. We're very open-minded to all kinds of sensible investments in the housing crisis that we've got. They're not as simple as the way in which they are reflected in the commentary around this bill. But nonetheless, this is certainly a very important topic. And people speaking for this hurling criticism, suggesting that we don't support appropriately investing in housing for veterans, for victims of family and domestic violence, is obviously ludicrous and disgusting and an appalling allegation with no base whatsoever. And that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about just assuming that you can borrow money, get a better return on it than the cost of it, and then use that money instead of actually making strong, sensible decisions within the budget process, within the normal processes of budgetary decision-making, to say housing is important enough for us to carve out a certain amount of money against all the other priorities we've got around revenue raising, around expenditure, around deficit reduction. But this is important enough that we are going to invest each year hundreds of millions of dollars in these housing initiatives. The government hasn't been prepared to do that. Instead, they've come up with this tricky accounting which says that there's this free money you can create just by miraculously borrowing, earning more on it, and therefore spending the gap. Well, we will find out, of course, if this bill passes the parliament, what the actuals end up being there. But it is a great fear of mine that we have now got seeping into the political culture this sort of Whitlam-esque attitude to Commonwealth finances, where there's no consequence for borrowing money. We should, all our problems can be solved by all this complete accounting trickery, And if we brought this approach, to the challenges of government, then we would be incurring trillions and trillions of dollars of debt, assuming that we could just get a standard return on that and pay for the entirety of government. That is completely fanciful. Obviously, there is no way that you could operate government finances on like that. But the gutlessness of not being prepared to put real money into this problem and to create this sort of fictitious revenue stream that is not based on anything other than hope is completely cowardly. And I would call on the government to properly resource in the budget proper expenditure on housing that they believe is going to make a difference. And we will look at those proposals and determine our own position on that. And I look forward to a very comprehensive policy position that we take to the next election around helping people buy their own home and get out of the trap that Labor want them to be in of perpetually renting and being reliant on government rather than having their own economic independence. And that's the aspiration of Australians. They want their economic independence. They don't want to be owned and controlled by government. But this bill has nothing to do with specific measures around housing. This is a complete cop-out. It is absolutely cowardly. It is saying we're not prepared to make tough decisions within the budgetary framework, so instead we'll come up with this magic pudding economics of borrowing money, earning more on the cost of it, and then we can spend that money. We have to stand up to this right here, right now, and that, Deputy Speaker, is why I urge the House not to support the second reading of this bill.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Gough Whitlam's old seat, Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am very proud to be a representative for Werriwa. I rise to make my contribution on the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023, the National Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023 and Treasury Laws Amendments, Housing Measures No. 1 Bill 2023. It's interesting, reflecting on the contributions of other members, just how often it has to be a Labor government who makes the decisions to ensure that citizens of this country are looked after and have housing as a right, because it is a human right for everyone in this country. Unfortunately, the constituents of Werriwa are acutely aware of the consequences of inaction by federal and state Liberal governments over the last 10 years and what it's made and what that's meant to housing affordability and availability. Werriwa suburbs are often make the list of top 10 suburbs in New South Wales for mortgage and rental stress, and my friend, the member for Macarthur, unfortunately also has suburbs on those lists. That's why our community voted for an Albanese government's comprehensive housing plan at the election. And this bill is another tranche of policies to start the repair of the housing market and make housing available to all Australians. Australians deserve access to safe and affordable housing. We know that as cost of living pressures mount, Australians are being hit by increasing rents, growing mortgage rates, and many are struggling to buy a home. This has led to increased homelessness throughout the country. There are now approximately 116,000 Australians experiencing homelessness. According to a recent report by Launch Housing conducted by the University of New South Wales and the University of Queensland, those accessing specialist homelessness services has increased by 8% since 2017. The fastest growing groups accessing services are First Nations Australians and people with mental illness, that growing by over 20%. Housing affordability stress is increasingly becoming the reason why people are accessing homelessness services. The Albanese government understands how important it is to have affordable, suitable housing so people are safe and then they can access education and employment. To live without stress where they sleep is what happens next, is necessary to enjoy your life and live your life well. We have already implemented the regional first home buyer guarantee, which has helped more than 1,600 Australians into home ownership. We reached a landmark national housing accord with a shared ambition to build over 1 million well-located homes from 2024, with an additional $350 million of Commonwealth funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes that will equally be matched by states. We widened the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility that has up to $575 million available to invest in social and affordable housing. We're developing a national housing and homelessness plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across the state. And we're implementing the Help to Buy program to help Australians into houses sooner. And we've only been in government 8 months. The Albanese government and the Minister for Housing understand the importance and need to move quickly to meet the challenges that housing affordability and availability crisis is having. These bills are the next step in this plan, because our government understands that a housing crisis is not just a social crisis, but it also has wide-ranging economic consequences.
The more pressure in the housing market, the further away workers must move from their place of employment. The harder it becomes for businesses to hire and the less disposable income people have overall. And more importantly, it's less time they have with their families and in their communities, lowering their standard of living. It has serious ramifications for the Australian economy as well as the social fabric of our country. Australia prides itself in being a fair and egalitarian country, but can we really say that whilst thousands of Australians are facing homelessness, are homeless or are living in social housing that is in urgent need of repair? In my community, I constantly receive calls from constituents about long waiting lists for social housing. Social housing is there to support the most vulnerable, and both federal and state governments have a responsibility to support Australians in their most difficult times. But in south-west Sydney, due to the limitations of state and federal governments, social housing waiting lists are up to 20 years long. That's 2 generations. Rentals are impossible to find, expensive and in disrepair. These bills are designed to deliver on that responsibility and to deliver on our 2022 election promises. It will set up the Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion fund that will be invested with the returns to fund social and affordable housing. These returns will help deliver our government's commitment to 30,000 new social and affordable housing in the first 5 years of its operation. 20,000 of which will be social housing, with 4,000 allocated for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence, as well as older women at risk of homelessness. The remaining 10,000 will be affordable housing for our frontline workers who work tirelessly and selflessly during the difficult past few years. The fund's returns will also provide $200 million over the next 5 years to address housing needs in remote and Indigenous community and $1 million for crisis and transitional housing for women and children impacted by domestic violence. The fund will require to undergo a review every 5 years to assess the impact it's having on Australian housing needs. Australia is facing a huge challenge and the Albanese government understands this. The Housing Australia Future Fund is one step in addressing the systematic issues in housing, but we also understand that that issue must be approached from multiple directions, and the government is prepared to use all of those options to help solve the issue. The legislation will establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council that will be an independent statutory advisory body. Such a body is necessary to provide independent expert advice to the government and the minister on housing supply and how affordability and supply can be improved. The Council will provide advice on the allocation of returns from the Housing Australia Future Fund. It will also help the Commonwealth play a leadership role in housing challenges facing Australia. While many aspects of social housing are the responsibilities of state and territory governments, the federal government can play a role in facilitating and improving housing outcomes. The Albanese government has maintained a strong culture of collaboration with the state and territory governments, from disaster funding, health, energy and cost of living. Housing will be no exception. We will and have worked to maximise the impact of all levels of government to improve the lives of Australians. The Council is set to be established on the 1st of July this year, but an interim non-statutory council has already been established so the important work can begin. Australians expect the Albanese government to act on this issue, and we are delivering, from measures that we've already delivered in the last 8 months to this legislation. The work to ensure social and affordable housing is acceptable to all Australians does not stop, and the Albanese government will continue to tackle the issue. I commend the bills to the House.
I thank the member for Werriwa and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill and the Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill. I think every person in this place knows the housing crisis in our country is one of the most pressing issues of our time. The lack of affordable housing is adversely affecting the lives of many people in the cities, but very much in the regions, including my electorate of Mayo. It is a crisis that continues to grow without abatement, thwarting the ability of communities to grow and prosper. The financial burden stemming from this crisis is forcing generations into a life without home ownership, entrenching intergenerational poverty and further the equity divide across our country. It's hard to believe when I was a young woman that home ownership was a real and tangible goal, and that goal has gone. My 3 children really don't expect to own a home of their own. It's just not in their vision. They're educated, and yet when I was the age of my oldest child, who's 23, I'd already owned one home and I was building a second. It's just extraordinary what we've done in really one generation. The government's commitment to 30,000 new social and affordable dwellings over the next 5 years is a step in the right direction, but I must say I don't think it really does go far enough, and there's one sort of chink in the armour here that I'm going to talk about that I'm concerned that we're actually going to, before we get to those houses, be in a far worse position. Because unfortunately the 30,000 dwellings that are committed will barely replenish the National Affordable Rental Scheme, NRAS. This is going to expire, and many of those homes are going to age out before we have those new homes built. So we're talking about, with publicly available data, around 24,000 homes are expected to age out from mid-2022 and nearly 18,000 homes from June this year. I have raised this directly with the Minister. I think that there's an assumption that those NRAS properties will somehow stay in the social housing or affordable housing bubble. I think it's really quite foolish to assume that, and I think that we could be really in for some rocky water here. Because if we are serious about affordable housing, we need to retain these homes, because otherwise we really don't have a net gain, and yet the population has increased, and yet the pressures on households, is far more acute now than it was, say, a decade ago. And this is before we've even considered the needs of the 162,000 people that are on the social housing list. Look, I think that this proposal is excellent. And I've got to say, a big part of the problem here that we're trying to fix now is because in the last 9 years, when I think it was around 2014, I think it was the 2014 budget, we had a cut to NRAS. We weren't building any more, so what was already in the system was then going to age out wherever they were on their 10-year contract. But we haven't had any new housing stock, and we have largely had policies that have looked at and increased the demand side of housing without addressing the supply side of housing over those years. So it's really frustrating, and none of this is an issue that has been created in the last year. We're talking about really a decade of public policy that has got us to the place we are now. So with respect to NRAS, I would again say to the government, if you can extend the contracts that are in place that are looking to age out over the next couple of years, if you have willing owners of those properties, they're not all sitting in NGOs, why would you not have those conversations and see if you can extend those contracts for 5 years or so? Look, with trepidation, our nation is openly discussing the impossible increases of cost of living and the very real risk of increasing household debt. And one thing that I don't think we're talking enough about is the mortgage cliff that is coming this year for so many homeowners, particularly homeowners who have only had their mortgage. You know, they're still in that first 2-3 year period of their mortgage, and they locked in through to this year because we had previous announcements by the Reserve Bank that there would be no movement on interest rates until 2024. And my goodness, how wrong were we there? And there's a real concern in my community that when people move off those fixed rates and onto the current rate, and with the most recent announcement by the Reserve Bank that we're potentially going to see more interest rates, there's a real fear of a recession. Analysis by KPMG suggested approximately 800,000 loans taken by people who took advantage of the record low fixed interest rates in 2020 and 2021, that these loans were taken out, many upon advice, as I said, from our own Reserve Bank Governor. But we have an impending financial disaster of proportions not seen in our recent history. And in fact, I was watching a video last night where people were comparing the current situation to 1990. Well, I was a young person in 1990. I was just 18 years of age, and I remember those huge interest rates and many people selling their home because they just couldn't afford the mortgage repayments. The concern now is, though, that the house value, as compared to people's annual income, has skyrocketed. Doesn't matter where you are in Australia. When I was a young woman, it was around 3 times. Your annual salary was around, your household value was around 3 times your average salary. We're now seeing in many places in Australia where it's more than 10 times. So we're going to get to a point where many people actually can't afford to sell because the house will potentially drop in value and be lower than the mortgage that they owe. So it's going to be a terrible time, I think, for so many, and this is an issue we desperately need to address. The analysis shows that the mum and dads around the country are facing an average increase of annual interest rate of around $16,500. Further interest rate increases will only exacerbate this problem, and they're expected to cost the economy $20 billion. In my own electorate, there have been huge population increases between 2016 and 2021, with over 33,000 people moving into my electorate, including more than 10,000 additional families moving into the area. We welcome these people with open arms, but this has made rental access incredibly difficult, and rental payments rising to close to 50% of the weekly median income. This just isn't sustainable. Mr Speaker, the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund is a good start, but it cannot be the end game. And while these aims are positive, I do want to ensure that the regions are not left behind, as social and affordable housing programs have historically favoured metropolitan areas. Research has shown that the lack of housing in the regions is causing significant productivity losses and community pain, and I will continue to urge all levels of government to ensure that we have resources for affordable housing to help address homelessness, and on the federal government level to increase rental assistance and more federal funding to provide social housing support, particularly in the regions. You know, when I look at places like Kangaroo Island, people are wanting to take jobs there. We have businesses that are desperate to hire there, but there's nowhere to house people. Nowhere at all. The Housing Australia Future Fund is an important step in the right direction, and equally it is important to require the fund to allocate funding proportionate to the percentage of Australians that live in regional or remote Australia, which is currently 18%. So I support this bill. This can't be the only thing we do. I think we need to work with mum and dad investors as well to see whether there's a way that that we can have some sort of partnership with those people who want to build individual affordable housing, rather than this just being, you know, large NGOs who are delivering affordable housing. We have a housing crisis. It is right around Australia, and it is felt by families, it is felt by older Australians, and it is certainly felt by young people who feel that they've been robbed of the Australian dream. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Look, we've been in the midst of a housing crisis for far too long in this country. Right now, people are struggling to find an affordable roof over their head, whether that's buying a home or even renting a home. It should not be this hard for people in Australia to find a place to live, and it is beyond time for action and real partnerships across all levels of government, industry and community to solve this problem. And that's what this legislation, this suite of legislation goes to today, solving this problem. We're a great country, but it is to our shame that homelessness is increasing in this country. We must do better to leave nobody behind. And this reform is about making sure we don't leave people behind and build a better future for everyone, which is, of course, what we as the Albanese Labor government are committed to do when we were elected. In my electorate of Chisholm, there are many young families and students who are living in the area, enrolling at Monash and Deakin universities, and they are desperately worried about where they will live, particularly as we see the return of international students into our community. The housing crisis is really acutely felt by particular cohorts in my community, and I really am looking forward to seeing more houses built so that people are able to enjoy the time that they spend at university and spend in my community. People raise the issue of needing good, affordable housing with me all the time. It's really important to me, and I'm so glad that these bills are actually doing something about this problem, which we've seen grow over time. A few months ago, I welcomed the Treasurer to Chisholm, and I introduced him to the Ashburton-Ashwood-Chadstone Public Tenants Group and the Ashwood-Chadstone Partnership, which includes charities, service providers, neighbourhood houses and local council. And we had a really wonderful roundtable to discuss what we needed to do together to ensure we have resilient communities and to make sure that we're providing homes for people who need them, especially those who are marginalised in the community or might find accessing housing more difficult for a range of reasons, such as escaping family and domestic violence. And the Housing Accord and this local roundtable was a really significant moment for my community, for our nation. Our government understands that safe and affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of Australians. We've seen growing rents, the struggle to buy a home and the increase of homelessness. This is an ambitious reform. This is about making sure Australians have a place to call home, a safe and affordable place to call home. This housing legislation package is a comprehensive suite of measures to build more social and affordable homes. It enables one of the most significant Australian government investments in housing in a generation, and we're not wasting a moment in making sure that we're doing what we can to build the houses that people in our communities desperately need. These bills implement our commitments to establish the $10 billion Housing Australia Fund to provide a stream of funding to ensure there is a pipeline of new social and affordable housing for Australians in need. This will transform the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia as the national home for key housing programs and expand its activities. These bills establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on ways to increase housing supply and affordability. And these commitments are, of course, part of our broader housing reform agenda. We've reached our landmark National Housing Accord, which is a shared ambition to build 1 million well-located homes over 5 years from 2024, with $350 million as well in additional Commonwealth funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes over 5 years from 2024, matched by the states with another 10,000 homes. We have widened the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility and made up to $575 million immediately available to invest in social and affordable housing. And we're developing a national housing and homelessness plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across Australia, and the Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home and help people into a home sooner. Deputy Speaker, to solve the problem of housing affordability and the short supply of housing in this country requires action. That's what these bills go to. We're taking responsibility for people in our communities by making sure we have a vision not just for now and the medium term, but the long term of this country. And I'm really pleased and proud to support these bills today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I call the member for Gray.
Gray, yes. Slightly my hair colour, Mr Acting Speaker, thank you. What I have of it. Perhaps you're referring to my beard, there you go. Yes, I rise to speak on these, well, there's three bills, and of course we have the opposition has announced that we were supporting the latter two, so I'll be confining my comments to the first of these three bills, being the Housing Australia Future Fund, because I think it raises quite a number of issues that I'm not sure that we know the answers to. Home ownership in Australia, I think, is the foundation, the bricks and the mortar on which our society is built upon. The aspiration of owning a home in Australia has been one of the foundation stones. It has been the ability for people to raise families on that suburban block where kids can kick the football around on, and I accept block sizes are getting much smaller nowadays. But a man's house is his castle. All those cliches you could use in a debate like this, which I think really do go to the Australian success story and why one of the reasons our Australian society is so successful. Millions of Australians have raised their children, their families on that block of land and the house, and hundreds of thousands of Australians have used the equity in that house to be the stepping stone into business, to found a new enterprise, if you like. It's one of the great regrets I have about remote Indigenous communities that I have in my electorate, that because it's community land they can't own their own houses, and they are condemned in a way to rental accommodation. No, they can't own their own house. That gives them the inability to talk to a bank about what's my house worth, can I build a hairdressing shop down the street or whatever. And I know that gets off debate, but it is linked to this idea that a home ownership is a secure source of wealth on which to build your life. So I think this bill gives up a bit on that dream of home ownership and says, well, actually what we need is rental accommodation. Now, it doesn't specifically say that, but it seems to be leading down that line to me. So give up on the aspirations. And it's really hard for a worker, a family, someone on welfare, to be in rental accommodation, pay the rent every week, raise the deposit for a home, so they can actually turn those rentals into payments to pay down their loan, and so they can eventually own their house. And so I would prefer that there be more emphasis on getting people into their homes, into their own homes, than getting them into other people's homes. And of course, the last 3 years of government, I'm just going to check my phone is in a quiet mode, I hope so. The last 3 years of government, we helped 300,000 people actually get into their house. And so their payments each week now or each month go to actually paying off their house. One of these programs, of course, was the home owner scheme, but it wasn't the only one. It isn't the only one that helps people down that pathway. And I think that's quite a remarkable achievement. It's worth recalling that at the beginning of the COVID virus, Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, there were many predictions by economists around Australia that the Australian housing market was going to collapse because we're going to stop the immigration programs, we'll have empty houses everywhere, builders will be out of work. All those things now, sure, the government stepped in and made a difference there with the home owner scheme, new home owner scheme. But there was something that all the economists missed, or all the ones I was reading at least. 500,000 Australians decided to come home because Australia looked a pretty safe place to be. They were right. Largely they came back, these are expats, and they came back and they were cashed up, and they soaked up a lot of the housing stock. So I fully accept that we have real difficulties in Australian society today. I expect, though, that there will be a new wave of Aussies that go overseas to live for a period of time that actually come out of the housing market over the next 5 years. And I think that should be a part of the consideration with all of these things. One of the things I'm always concerned about is mission creep. And this is something that happens at this Commonwealth level so often, where, and this is the perfect for instance, social housing, welfare housing, low-income housing has clearly been the responsibility of state governments, just as state schools have been the responsibility of state governments, just as state hospitals have been the responsibility of state governments. But increasingly, and from both sides of politics, increasingly, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the Commonwealth have seen the states failing in their duty, we've stepped in, and guess what? What's the next thing? We own the problem. Increasingly, that's what we're doing with housing as well. We step in because states have largely got out of the social housing. In my own state of South Australia, we had a Premier, 26.5 years, Sir Thomas Playford. He invested heavily in the South Australian Housing Trust. He built places like Elizabeth, like Whyalla. There was a whole lot of housing trust homes going to Whyalla. And over years, successive governments of both political persuasions, even though in South Australia, sadly, I must report that is nearly always the Labor Party. They seem to be the party of government in South Australia, have sold off that housing stock. They've exited the scene and then turned around and said, the Commonwealth, you've got to help us out. Now, I accept there's a problem and that we have been there before the current government. But this is really upping the ante. This bill that now is saying that we will go out and the Commonwealth will go out and borrow $10 billion and start trickling that back into supporting social housing. Now, firstly, on that issue of $10 billion, I think it's worth remarking, in the period I've been in this parliament, which is over 15 years now, we used to be talking about millions, but now we're talking about billions. And it's almost as if the numbers in front of them haven't changed. There is 1,000 implications, Mr Deputy Speaker, in talking about millions and billions. It's 1,000 times as much. $10 billion is $10,000 million. It's a lot of loot. It's got a ring to it. I see the member for Durack nodding. It's got a ring to it of the hollow bid. $3 billion, that won't do it. Perhaps $5 billion. I know, let's go for $10 billion. We'll go right over the top. So I think there's a bit of over-exuberance going on here. And of course, that is the concern. Another one is that governments, once again of both political persuasions, have indulged in this, in this pathway of going off budget by saying that, well, we're buying an asset. And so we're borrowing money, but we own an asset now, and so that doesn't need to be on the budget. Now, the most spectacular example of that, of course, would be the NBN, but it's probably a fair assumption that the Commonwealth owns a fair kind of asset there. And generally speaking, these off-budget expenditures to acquire assets which are income earning are physical assets that you can sort of touch and feel and you can see what it's worth, and if you don't like it, you could sell it off. I don't think that's the case with this Future Housing Fund. I mean, we're borrowing money at the government bond rate, which currently I think is 3.8%, close to 4%. So there's $400 million a year, and that'll probably be locked in for 10 years, despite whichever way borrowing rates might go, depending on when the money's borrowed, of course, and that's a liquid scene. The concept of giving it to the Australia Future Fund to invest, I think, is good. My colleagues have made the point that the Future Fund is up and down and lost 3.7% last year, but it's had a pretty good track record, and I think that's, from my point of view, that's not an unreasonable place to park that money. I mean, why you would borrow money to park money, that's a little bit, I'm unsure. Basically, the government is asking us to take a bet that the Future Fund performance will exceed the exceed that borrowing rate that they're actually borrowing at. But another concern I have in this issue is the erosion of the real dollar value, and currently inflation rate is 7.8%. So if we're going to lose $400,000, don't know what the Future Fund's going to do, and then devalue the pool by 7.8%, by the time we get to the end of the year, when virtually nothing will have been spent, we'll already be down below $9 billion. And might I point out to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that $9 billion is $1,000 million less than $10 billion. So these are big sums, and it's a policy that I think is leading us in a couple of wrong directions. One is it's leading us away from home ownership. It's letting states off the hook. States will presumably line up for this money. They will put it where they see best for either the good of the people or their political advantage, and consequently the Commonwealth has just given them a pool of money to use for their purposes. Now, that's why I believe there's enough concerns in this area for me to be not supporting the bill, that we go around this pathway of propping up state governments, that we try and give up on the idea of Australian home ownership, and I think that's the most central point to me. Government policy should be about opening the keys, getting your own keys to your own door, your own life for your family, and the ability to build a net wealth for the foundations of your family. It's one of the reasons while the Liberal Party is in favour of people being able to borrow down against their superannuation. That in your superannuation you can invest in anyone else's house but your own. That seems preposterous to me. The proposal that we put forward before the last election, which would require someone, if they're drawn down on their superannuation fund, to actually pay that fund back if they sold the house, I think was very, very good policy. I am very wary of people tapping into the superannuation fund for other reasons, to fund the European trip, the retiling of the bathroom, whatever it might be. But actually investing in the bricks and mortar in the house, history will tell you, is one of the best investments you will ever make. And I think that proposal of drawing down on superannuation has great merit. I think we would be far better, far wiser in this parliament if we were pursuing that now rather than this proposal. So I will be opposing that bill.
I thank the member for Grey. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I listened intently to the member for Grey's contribution, and I thank him for it. It is extraordinary, however, that faced with the housing affordability crisis, his answer is, what about mission creep? Mission creep is something that we need to consider. We on this side of the House recognise that housing affordability crisis that we are in at the moment requires all levels of government to be working together, because while the problem is complex, it ought not to be intractable. And that's the key here, not to be concerned about mission creep, but to be working with all levels of government to make sure that people can afford their own home. And it's extraordinary to hear from those opposite their concern about Commonwealth funding in this space when they were willing to fund people's renovations to their homes, and now they're unwilling to help fund people getting into their first home. My parents worked hard, saved up and were able to buy a house 4 years after arriving in this country. They still live there today. It's a modest 3-bedroom townhouse. They never had enough money to renovate it, so the tiles in the bathroom are very, very retro. While my childhood home won't win any design awards, it was important to us. It was the foundation on which the success of my family was built upon. It gave us security and stability and a sense of community. And that is the importance of a place to call home. It's not unique to my family. Housing is the bedrock of the lives of so many people in Australia. And I'd like to quote from the Productivity Commission report into housing released in August last year. Housing is a basic human need and is central to our physical and mental health and quality of life. But we know home ownership is getting harder and harder for so many people. The great Australian dream is becoming just a pipe dream. The challenges of paying a mortgage are felt most acutely in electorates like mine in Sydney. 24.8% of households in Reid are in mortgage stress. That is, their mortgage repayments are above 30% of their household income, and that is significantly more than the rest of Australia, which sits at 14.5%. And these figures are from 2021, before the current interest rate rises. While the story around house prices is what fills newspaper columns, it's rents that really reflect the cost of housing. I quote again from the Productivity Commission report. About a quarter of Australians rent in the private market. More Australians are renting for more of their lives than in the past. Year on year, rents in my electorate are rising. In Lidcombe, they're up 12.2%. In Homebush, they're up 13%. And in Breakfast Point, up 16%. Housing is chewing up more and more of household income. And when it comes to social and affordable housing, in New South Wales the need is acute. There are more than 51,000 applicants on the wait list, with 6.5 applicants given priority status. That's 6,500 applicants given priority status. That's 6,500 priority applicants left waiting. They are the most vulnerable: women and children fleeing domestic violence, people with disabilities. For those not deemed a priority, their expected waiting time is more than 10 years. Imagine waiting 10 years for a place to call home. The housing affordability crisis has been around for a long time. And I'm going to quote from Jason Falinski, the former member for Mackellar here. Home ownership, one of the building blocks of Australian society, has been falling for the last 30 years. In my view, this represents an urgent moral call for action by governments of all levels to restore the Australian dream for this generation and the ones that follow. He didn't see this as mission creep. He saw this as something that was core to what the Commonwealth and state governments ought to be doing. And he said this in 2021. Here are some points I think we can all agree on in this place. Secure and quality housing is important for everyone's well-being. We are in a housing affordability crisis. And finally, this crisis has been brewing for many years. So, if we can agree on these points, the question is, what did those opposite do when they were in power for 9 years? The short answer, nothing. In fact, they actively worked to make the situation worse. The Abbott government abolished the National Housing Supply Council. The council, established in 2008 under the Rudd Labor government, was there to monitor housing demand, supply and affordability in Australia. It gave us a better understanding of the problem. That council and those insights, now gone. They also failed to convene a meeting of the state and territory ministers in 5 years. We know how important it is that states, territories and the Commonwealth work together to address housing and affordability, but those opposite could not get on board. In Australia, we have major iconic infrastructure: the Sydney Harbour Bridge, the Opera House, the Snowy Hydro Scheme. We are a country obsessed with major infrastructure projects. Well, I want this to be the next major infrastructure project: social and affordable housing. The Albanese Labor government has been unashamedly ambitious with our housing policy. Our housing policy sees social and affordable housing as a key plank to solving the housing affordability crisis. That's a difference when you have a government that recognises housing equity as being important. It's good for those who need to access social housing, women and children fleeing domestic violence, for older women who are increasingly facing homelessness, for our veterans, for First Nations families, for those with disabilities. We have established the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. The returns on the fund will build 30,000 new social and affordable homes in the fund's first 5 years, including 4,000 homes for women and children impacted by domestic violence or older women at risk of homelessness. In a historic deal, we are working with states, territories and the private sector to build more homes. We've set an ambitious target of 1 million homes by the end of the decade. This is big, nation-building stuff that will transform the lives of so many. In September last year, the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, Julie Collins, came to Burwood in my electorate to meet with community housing providers, local council and organisations assisting the homeless. I want to thank the organisations for participating in that roundtable. Burwood Community Welfare Services, St Paul's Parish, St Vincent's de Paul's, Bridge Housing, Women and Girls Emergency Centre, Urella, Burwood Council. Many of the participants said it was the first time they had an opportunity to speak about the challenges with housing affordability and homelessness with a federal minister. I'm grateful to the minister for taking the time to meet with the community. This is a government that cares. It is one that is listening and acting to address the housing affordability crisis.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Kennedy.
Mr Speaker, in my hometown of Charters Towers, it took my wife 15 minutes and cost her $14 to do a subdivision. You could buy a piece of land in Charters Towers for $7,000. The only process was to walk in to the clerk of the court. We're under the Mining Act, town of 16,000 people. We're under the Mining Act, and he would say, yes, I agree to the subdivision, or no, I don't. That was the end of it. The net result of this was that you could buy a piece of land in Charters Towers for $7,000. The incoming Labor government said we can't have this sort of irresponsibility. So, in 1992, 2 years after the much maligned Bajocki-Peterson government fell, we were wiped out. The gruesome regime of processing was imposed upon us, referred to, I might add, by no less than the Treasurer of the Parliament of Australia in his budget speech, where he said, affordability is the major issue confronting this nation. Housing is the major element that is occasioning this problem. And it is caused by impositions, regulatory impositions. And myself and my honourable colleague from Tasmania, we were both sitting here saying, hear, 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 hear. And we said that continuously throughout his speech, which is pretty rare for either of us. And then he reached the penultimate comment that he is going to deal with this problem by putting an authority in. And then we both burst out laughing, and our honourable colleague from the Adelaide areas, she said, why are you laughing? Because he just put another tier in. When they've got 5 tiers and processes you've got to go through now, well, there's just been another process put in there. It is my land, the Magna Carta, no less a person than Archbishop Langton and William, his colleague, the Regent, said that it is your land. The government has no right to interfere. If I want to cut it up into tiny little parcels, that's my business. Nothing to do with the government. Government has every right to say, well, you can't get any services to it, which is not going to upset me a lot, because most of the people in North Queensland have a big tank and they can supply their own water. So it's not going to upset them much. They can put solar panels on the roof and batteries in. So too bad. We don't need your electricity anymore. We don't need your water anymore. And of course, any enlightened regime would allow for septic tanks in the backyard, which everyone in Cloncurry and every town in North Queensland had up until about 50 years ago. And I can't ever remember a complaint along those lines. So the answer is there, the answer is simple. It is giving back the people the powers that you have taken off them. And those powers were given to us in no less a document than the Magna Carta itself, the homeland of all of our. And if there is a reason why the Anglos and the Europeans have skipped 100 years ahead of the rest of the world, they're not now, but for well over 200 years they're ahead of the rest of the world, it was because they had a concept called property, privately owned freehold property. And I would refer everyone in this House to the works of Hernando de Soto, who should have got the Nobel Prize but didn't, World Bank economist, when he said, why is Egypt and the Philippines and Peru the three poorest countries on earth? Why? Now, this is not a bloke to be taken lightly. His cousin heads up Rio, the second biggest mining company on earth, and amongst the top 20 biggest companies on earth. He himself is senior economist with the World Bank. I mean, we don't exactly laugh at people like this. And he said a simple fact, that you can't get a freehold title in any of those areas. It will take you 6.5 years, 237 processes, many of which will require a lawyer. So effectively, you can't get a freehold title. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am very familiar with this concept because when I went out and asked my blackfellow mates, my brother cousins, what they wanted, it says 3.5 million acres of 30-inch rainfall land, not much of that in Australia. What they wanted, surprise, surprise, they wanted a freehold title, inalienable freehold title, the same as everyone else on earth. In 33 years since that legislation was abolished by the ALP government, I repeat, by the ALP government, there has not been a single scintilla of effort to restore their rights to a freehold title. And the net result of that is that the death rate has nearly trebled in all of those communities because they took away the market gardens as well. So not only did they take away your source of fruit and vegetables, the socialists, but also they took away your right to be able to put a fruit and vegetable farm in. Now the Liberals, I mean, it's very hard not to look at that terrible, evil word that we use to describe the annihilation of a people on earth. And we've had many examples of that. Adolf Hitler, the Turks against the Armenians, the British against the South Africans. Many examples of that. But in the Torres Straits, where the Liberal government banned fruit and vegetable gardens, well, I just don't know what word you'd describe it if you don't use that ugly word. How would you describe it? I mean, these people have no way of getting fresh fruit and vegetables from Cairns up to every island, the 28 islands in the Torres Straits, on a fortnightly basis. And since our fruit and vegetables in far north goes to Brisbane and back again, and another 2 weeks to get the islands, no fresh fruit and vegetables. But that didn't worry them because they all had their own fruit and vegetable gardens in the backyard. I had 300 meals up there. I can't ever remember touching a skerrick of food from the mainland or from anywhere else. It was all locally grown food. You took that right away from them, and you took their right to commercial dinghy fishing away from them. Now, maybe there's some other name that's not as bad as genocide, but I'd like you to suggest that I use it, because they don't want to use the word genocide, and yet I can't think of any other word to describe what was done there. It was exactly the same as the British did in the concentration camps to the women and children in South Africa. Oh, we'll just deprive them of food. Don't do anything else, just deprive them of food. Medical treatment, she'll be right, they'll be gone. We can provide in North Queensland, in Charters Towers, because we were doing it, a block of land for $7,000. Well, it's an hour's drive from Townsville. I dare say if you live in Sydney, you won't get anywhere in an hour. So you may as well live in Charters Towers. Townsville, a city effectively of 300,000 people, big as Canberra. So all mod cons there, everything you want is there. It's an hour away. And we can provide land for $7,000. That was what we were doing until, as the Treasurer rightly pointed out, the government regime of requirements was imposed upon those people. And if you say there were some problems in that administration, well, I was a member of Parliament there for 20 years, and I never got a single complaint. So we're selling land for $7,000 a block. Our right to do that was taken away from us, so we can get in line with the rest of Australia, and the price of land in Charters Towers goes from $7,000 to $142,000. Congratulations, Mr ALP Government of Queensland. What a fantastic success story. Your add-ons, making all your consultants in Brisbane super rich, your add-ons that have never been needed in the 200-year history of the town, never been needed, never been called for, you impose them upon them and shoot the price up from $7,000 to $142,000. Now, Mr Speaker, the market, I'm not one for exaggeration, I hope, the market has settled back down to about $45,000 a block, and where it sits today at $45,000 a block. It should be $7,000 a block. Why isn't it? Speaker, a teacher rang up yesterday. He is sleeping on a veranda. They gave him an umbrella. So he sleeps on the veranda with an umbrella in one of the coldest parts of Australia, on the Atherton Tableland, and he pays $300 a week for the privilege of sitting on a veranda with an umbrella. Now, this is in a land where from Atherton across to the Indian Ocean, there's nobody living there. You can drop a line of atomic bombs all the way from Atherton across to Robe River, if you like, wherever you want to point out on the west coast of Western Australia, and you won't kill anyone because there's no one living there. So why are we paying this extraordinary price? The biggest land developer in North Queensland, Sir Robert Norman, he said, mate, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. I haven't got enough years in my life to do the next subdivision. So where we desperately need housing, we can't. And there is a second small element that we need: high-speed, dual-lane spoke roads, and the speed raised to 125 kilometres an hour. But if you do that in Cairns, now Cairns, outside of Cairns, is Mission Beach. 2 years in a row, it has been voted one of the 4 most beautiful places on earth. Crystal clear waterfalls, no crocodiles there, beaches 100 metres wide, coral at low tide, jungle right down to the beach. This truly is paradise. Well, you know, why aren't there people living there? Go back to the restrictions placed upon subdivisions by the government. That's why people are not living there. Now, unless somewhere we can find an Alexander the Great to cut the Gordonian knot, this situation in Australia will continue. My daughter had a cubicle. I measured it. It was roughly the size of our toilet room in our home, and she was paying $300 a week for it. There's a bloke paying $300 a week for a veranda space with an umbrella in a country that's empty, in a country that, if you move more than 100 kilometres from the coastline, there is virtually no one living there. It's 1.2 million people living on a continent the size of Brazil, the United States, bigger than Europe, almost as big as China, bigger than India. There's only 1.2 million people living there, and yet you're charging people. You will not let them buy a piece of land under $140,000 anywhere in this country. And it's your fault. So don't tell me you're going to have an authority. Walk in this place and pass laws saying, if it's my piece of land, I can cut it up into whatever I bloody well like, because it's my land. And Archbishop Langton and William, the Regent of Great Britain, put that on paper, made it in law that it's my land. And the great jurist, Coke, as you pronounce his name, spelt Cook, in 1676, I think it was, he said, an Englishman's home is his castle. His house, ever so humble, may the wind blow through it, the winds flap in the breeze, the door open and shut in a gust. Be it ever so humble. Even the King of England himself shall not set foot upon the portals without the permission of the law. Meaning an Englishman's home is his castle.
Order.
Well, we can't get the castle.
Time has expired. And I call the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Albanese Labor government's comprehensive housing legislation package is so important. And the reason it is because safe, secure and affordable housing is central to the dignity of every person in this country. And we all know how Australians are struggling across the nation when it comes to housing. And in my electorate of Richmond, people are struggling every day. We have a rental crisis, we have a housing affordability crisis, we are doing something about it. We have a homelessness crisis, and it is getting worse all the time. People are struggling with rising rents, they're struggling to actually even find a rental, struggling with rising interest rates, young people struggling to buy their first home, and so many struggling with homelessness. And I see that every day. I see that struggle every day, particularly frontline workers telling me they can't access housing, businesses that can't find...
The member for Kennedy.
I claim to be misrepresented, Mr Speaker. I claim to be misrepresented.
Now's not the time to make that point of order. I call the member for Richmond in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. People in my electorate are struggling every day with the housing, homelessness and rental affordability crisis. And following our devastating floods almost a year ago, there is still so much damage and so much destruction in our community. Almost a year on, Deputy Speaker, people are living in their cars, unable to find accommodation everywhere. This is why this legislation is so vitally important. And I'm incredibly proud to be part of a government that's acting on that, because it is a crisis and it needs to be addressed. That's why we're introducing these 3 bills before the House today, to implement our entire package. And it is a comprehensive suite of measures to build more social and affordable housing. It is one of the most significant investments in an entire generation to look at fixing this massive problem we have right across the country. And at the centre of all this is the Housing Australia Future Fund. It's one aspect of our commitment to improving housing supply and affordability. And central to that is the aim of increasing, so importantly, increasing the supply of social and affordable housing and investing more in acute housing needs. In the first 5 years of operation, the fund will help build 30,000 social and affordable houses. 20 of these homes will be specifically for social housing, and 4,000 of which will be allocated to women and children fleeing domestic violence and older women on low incomes who are at risk of homelessness. Also, the additional 10,000 homes will be for affordable housing, so vitally important, ones that are accessible to our frontline workers as police and teachers and cleaners, all those people who work so hard during the pandemic. Our frontline workers need to access housing. And, Deputy Speaker, can I say, as the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, I cannot begin to describe how important it is to have these 4,000 homes for women and children fleeing domestic violence. This is incredibly urgent and indeed life-saving to have that. And we know that domestic and family violence is one of the main reasons, of course, that women and children have to leave their home. And between 2020 and 2021, 42% of all clients who presented to a specialist homelessness service reported they were escaping family and domestic violence. And this makes domestic and family violence the most common reason given for homelessness. That's why we need those 4,000 homes to provide that long-term housing. And as I said, we need those affordable homes for our frontline workers as well. This is such an incredibly urgent, absolutely urgent agenda that we have to have in place. And it's for those reasons, Deputy Speaker, that I am absolutely outraged that so many here are opposing this bill across from us. It is in fact shameful. Very shameful. We see the Liberal and National Party opposing it, particularly the National Party, because for the regions it's another example of how destructive the National Party is. And I've said many times in this place that National Party choices hurt. Well, this really hurts, because in my region, after the devastation of the floods, when you cannot find affordable housing, when you cannot find a rental, people are homeless and living in their cars, what does the National Party come in here and do? Vote against it. That's exactly what they're going to do. They've said they will be voting against that, voting against supporting people in our community who are desperate to access decent housing. It is reprehensible and absolutely shameful. And people in the community know it. They have been saying it. How can the National Party walk away from the regions, from rural Australia? It's exactly what they are doing in opposing this bill. They were in government for over a decade and did nothing in terms of addressing any of these issues. They created the crisis, and now they're shamefully opposing our action, our commitment to fix that. So I challenge any of those National Party members, come to my region and explain why they're doing it. Explain to people why they're not assisting them finding a house. Explain why they're not assisting people who are homeless and sleeping in their cars. You come and look them in the eye and tell them why you will not support them. It is absolutely shameful. And, Deputy Speaker, also we're seeing the posturing from the Greens, who are saying they're opposing it. Supposedly housing is a priority for them, yet they're threatening to oppose it. That is just outrageous, just like the CPRS all over again. They need to rethink this, and they need to support what we are doing to ensure that people can find affordable and accessible housing. This is desperate, this is urgent, and I encourage all members to rethink this and support our bills. People need to find decent housing. It is an absolute human right to ensure they have dignity and access to housing. And, Deputy Speaker, I commend all of these. I very proudly commend all of these bills to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm lucky enough in Melbourne to have the electorate that has the highest number of public housing residents last time that we looked at the statistics. And in that electorate, one of the things that we deal with day after day in our office is people who can't get into public housing, who've been on the waiting list for years and are told that even though they're homeless, even though they're couch surfing, even though they might be women just about to give birth, there is no place for them in public housing. And when they look at the rental market, you find there is zero chance of renting near your family, your friends, or where you live, or where you work or study, because rents in the private market have grown 7 times faster than wages, and people are in crisis. And when you're faced with this housing crisis, where you can't get into public housing because governments haven't built public housing, and where you can't get into the private market because rents are going through the roof. It takes a particular kind of genius to come up with a policy that will see the waiting list longer at the end than it is now, where we've got a shortage at the moment of 640,000 social and affordable homes in this country, and a shortage that is set to grow 75,000 in 5 years, and then a proposal that says we're supposedly going to finance the construction of 30,000 over 5 years, that means the shortage of affordable and social housing will continue to grow under this policy. This policy is one that bakes in the problem getting worse. Now, it's not even a promise to spend money on housing. This is a gamble of $10 billion of public money being put into the stock market in the hope that some of that might find its way back into building housing. It's not a $10 billion investment in housing. It's a $10 billion gamble on the stock market with a spending cap on housing. We've heard from the government that somehow this is going to result in $500 million a year. What people need to know is that what the government is doing is taking public money, putting it over for a gamble on the stock market and hoping that that generates some money to be spent on public housing. Last year, if this proposal had gone ahead, it would have actually lost money. The investment in the Future Fund actually lost money. There's no requirement in this legislation that $1 be spent per year on social and affordable housing. If money is made after gambling on the stock market, then maybe it comes in. Last year, there was $0. Last year, there was $0. It was negative and made a loss. Separately, they put a cap on how much they're going to spend. In a time of crisis, even if the fund makes a greater return, they'll limit how much they're going to spend, and it's not even indexed, which means, in other words, even if more money is made available, they lock in a steady decline, a steady cut on how much will be spent on social and affordable housing. Spending on social and affordable housing and building new public housing in this country shouldn't be dependent on the whims of the stock market. Imagine if we did that with schools and hospitals. Imagine if the government said, I'm sorry, we can't find funds to build new public schools this year because the stock market made a loss. There would be an outcry, and rightly so. Spending on public and social and affordable housing should be treated in the same way that we think about spending on public schools or on public health. We need a mind shift in this country where the government says whether you find a roof over your head isn't dependent on whether the stock market has made money this year. It is a basic right. And where the government shouldn't come to the parliament and say, we want a cap. We want a cap on how much we're going to spend on social and affordable housing in a time of crisis. There is a problem. There is a massive, massive problem here, including for renters. But there's nothing in here for renters in the private market who are seeing rents grow by 7 times as much as wages. There's nothing in here. The government has failed to understand that a shift has gone on in Australian society.
Order.
A shift has gone on in Australian society where now more people are renting and they are finding it impossible to get a place to rent near where they work or study. There's nothing in here to address out-of-control spiralling rents. We need to start taking the problem of the position that renters find themselves in seriously. Renters need to be stopped treated like second-class citizens and ignored by governments. It is time for more rights for renters. But there's nothing in this package for renters. Freezing rent increases, doubling Commonwealth rent assistance would go a huge way to relieving the stress that renters find themselves in. So the government is bringing forward a bill that says that at the end of this bill, if it is implemented, the problem and the gap will be bigger and worse than it is now. And it ignores renters. The government has nothing for renters who find themselves in crisis right now. What is the government's answer to renters who are watching spiralling rents and can't find a secure place for a roof over their head? There's zero. There is zero in this bill for renters right now. And that's why, in a situation where the opposition has said no to this bill, we're saying to the government, do better. We're saying to the government, put some real money into housing, guarantee that it is going to flow, so that we start to make the problem better, not worse, as this bill is proposing to do. We're saying to the government, do better for renters. Do better for renters. Double Commonwealth rent assistance. Work to freeze rents across the country for the next 2 years, like happened in some places during the pandemic. Because in the pandemic, governments understood, including in Victoria, that we were in a crisis. Well, there is now a rental crisis that people are facing. And government needs to step in and stop rents spiralling out of control. And with over 20% of First Nations people living in overcrowded homes, a $1 billion capital investment will help address the shocking inequality in housing outcomes in this country. That could be part of what the government is putting forward. So ultimately, the Greens are fighting on behalf of the millions of people that this bill leaves behind, whether they're homeless, whether they're stuck on public or social housing waiting lists, struggling to pay the rent. We will fight to make sure that Labor does not forget them, because at the moment they are not helped by this bill. So the opposition will say no, and the Greens will say do better. Have something in this bill that addresses the real crisis that renters find themselves in. Let's look at First Nations housing. Let's make sure we spend some real money, not just have a gamble on the stock market and then cap how much is going to be spent, and in some years say we might spend nothing at all. These are real proposals that will make the problem, that will help fix the problem, not see the problem get worse. And that is the fundamental problem. That is the fundamental problem with the approach that the government is taking. Even if this bill was passed as it is, the problem gets worse than it is now. The problem will be worse than it is now at the end of the next few years. People are looking to this parliament to work together to fix the problem, fix the massive rental crisis that people are in, not pass a policy that bakes in the problem getting worse. So we'll continue to work with the government over the coming weeks to make this better, because people need it to be better, renters need this to be better, First Nations communities need it to be better. Everyone who is struggling to put an affordable roof over their head needs this government to do better.
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Macnamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. I've heard some twisted logic in this place before, but the member for Melbourne has literally tied himself in knots over his remarks. It beggars belief that the Greens would come into this place and say that we need more housing by threatening to stop the construction of 20,000 social housing homes. It beggars belief that the Greens say that the answer to more housing is to deny the construction of 4,000 domestic violence places around our country. It beggars belief, and I've heard some threats from all sides of politics in the past, but there is no way that the Greens are going to vote against this bill, and if they do, they have to explain to women and children who are constantly missing out and being turned away from shelters, who are trying to leave situations of the worst kind of unimaginable danger and violence in their own homes, that the Greens didn't think that it was up to their lofty standards to support the construction of 4,000 extra dwellings around the country. I mean, spare me. Spare me. Now, we are, I would hope, all united on the fact that we want to see safety for Australian women and children wherever they are around this country. But to come in here and lecture us with this twisted logic that somehow the answer is not to support the construction of 4,000 domestic and violence homes and 20,000 social housing homes is some of the most twisted and ridiculous logic I have ever heard. Now, we know that those opposite have an ideological bent against the federal government being involved in the construction of social housing. We know that because over the last decade, when those opposite were in power, they have time and time again refused to support the construction of social housing. Throughout history, when the Labor Party is in government at a federal level, the federal government has funded the construction of social housing. Curtin and Chifley did it post-World War II. Whitlam made one of the largest investments in social housing. The Hawke-Keating government invested in social housing. The Rudd-Gillard governments, and under the Housing Minister, now Minister for the Environment, member for Sydney, made massive investments in social housing. It shouldn't matter what political colour the government of Australia is. All governments should be investing in the provision of social housing. And I'm proud that this bill before the House today is the single largest contribution to social housing the federal government has made in well over a decade. It will construct 20,000 homes, 4,000 of which will be allocated to women and children leaving domestic violence situations and to women on low incomes. And it will also construct 10,000 affordable homes. It is not the only work going on around the country. We'll also be working with states and territories, superannuation funds in the Housing Accord that the Treasurer announced in the budget. It comes as part of a big suite of reforms that we are doing to get the federal government back to the table around the provision of housing. It's not the only thing, but it is a crucial step forward. And we know that those opposite have an ideological bent against the support and construction of social housing by the federal government, which is nothing but ideology. But we on this side of the House understand the importance of a safe and secure roof over one's head. And every single Australian deserves a safe and secure roof. So I say to this House that this is a big step forward. This is a good bill, and I congratulate the Minister for Housing and also the Minister for Education, who was the Shadow Minister for Housing and helped design this policy. This policy will help thousands of Australians. This policy that we are debating will literally mean thousands of women and children are not turned away from domestic violence shelters. This policy will mean that nurses and frontline workers like police and cleaners will have an affordable home to live in. This policy will get the federal government back in the provision of housing in Australia. And if those opposite don't want to be on that side of history, well, that's a matter for them. It's always been their ideological bent to do so. But to the Greens, for goodness sake, you cannot call yourselves serious about supporting those in social housing by denying 20,000 social homes. You cannot call yourself serious about protecting women and children by denying 4,000 women and children on a single night a safe place to go. That is not how you progress things in this place, and I hope that all members of this place support this bill and that we take a giant leap forward in the provision of social housing and the provision of safe and secure housing for the Australians who deserve it.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this legislation with a mix of support and concern. Several months in, and we have one of those rare opportunities to debate a bill which the Labor Party actually prepared themselves under the guise of their own policies. That is, it's a rare situation where it's not a carbon copy of coalition policy. And we can tell that it's not coalition policy because while the opposition speaks about unlocking opportunities, for young people and supporting those in need of housing support. This bill does not deliver that. That is the mark of a Labor government. Pledges, platitudes and promises, and then dithering, delays and non-deliveries. In fact, while I've been on my feet in this place, I've said, Labor, what do? They promise you the world, and what do they give you? They give you an atlas. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, in a moment I'll address each of the bills individually, but I want to show the contrast between the Coalition's approach to housing and that of this government. During our last 3 years in government, the Coalition, its housing policies, supported more than 300,000 Australians with the purchase of a home. Let me say that again. In the last term of a Coalition government, more than 300,000 Australians were assisted in the purchase of a home. Now, on this side of the House, we believe in the Menzies tradition of the great Australian dream, of trying to enable as many Australians as humanly possible to be able to afford to buy their own home. And we had some terrific policies. The Home Guarantee Program. And I should point out that the now Shadow Assistant Treasurer and Shadow Housing Minister did an absolutely sterling job when he was the minister in these portfolios. But the Home Guarantee Program supported eligible first home buyers to purchase a new or existing home with a deposit as low as 5%. Now, as most of us would know, you ordinarily need a loan-to-value ratio of 80-20. So you need a 20% deposit. But what the Coalition, when we're in government, our policy enabled people to buy their own home by effectively the federal government guaranteeing the performance of that 15%. It enabled people to be able to get in with as little as 5% deposit. And most young people will tell you that their biggest impediment to buying a home is saving a sufficient deposit. And this bill, our policy, the Coalition government's policy in the Home Guarantee Program answered that problem. Over 10,400 Queenslanders benefited from this scheme. 52% of these were women. 52% were women, and 20% were essential workers, such as teachers and nurses. Now, we all know that housing is a huge problem in this country. For a country that is so incredibly huge, one almost finds it incredulous that housing would be such a problem. But when it comes to supply is one of the biggest problems that we have, and red tape. And many of those supply and red tape issues are driven by state planning instruments and local governments. But this Home Guarantee Program, as I said, 10,400 Queenslanders benefited from it. Many of them, 52% were women and 20% were essential workers. The Family Home Guarantee went even better. The Family Home Guarantee empowered single-parent families with children to buy their first home or to re-enter the housing market with a deposit as low as 2%. This was a scheme which delivered real outcomes for the long-term financial security and housing security for single-parent families. And just like many young people who would say, and still say, that their biggest impediment was the size of or their inability to be able to raise a deposit of 20%, single parents who often struggle financially to be able to make ends meet, find it very, very difficult to be able to save up that deposit. But with the family home guarantee, the coalition government provided meaningful support to people who were in difficult positions. Now, 85% of the recipients of the family home guarantee were single mums. 85%. We didn't just talk the talk on delivering for Australians. We delivered it. Because that is what good governments do. Through the First Home Super Saver scheme, we helped 27,600 first home buyers accelerate their deposits through super, recognising that their super is their money. And through the Home Builder program, everybody would remember the Home Builder program. I can remember being on the other side in this place when the then Minister for Housing, the Assistant Minister, introduced the necessary legislation to kick off the Home Builder program. And the now Treasurer, who was the then Shadow Treasurer, stood here and said, "This program will never work." The now Treasurer lambasted the Home Builder program and said it'll never work. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, coming from the building industry, I had building industry colleagues and friends come to me and plead with me in around about March or April of 2020 that we needed to do something to spur the construction industry along, because they were facing an economic cliff come around about August of 2020. Their contracts were drying up. And to his credit, the now Shadow Assistant Treasurer came up in conjunction with industry bodies, the Home Builder program. Now, we were able to support 30,000 Queenslanders into building their homes under this package. Homes in newer states like Baringa and Narimba and Palmview and Boccarina in the electorate of Fisher. Through Home Builder alone. Now, this was a terrific, not just providing homes for people, but providing unbelievably successful economic stimulus during the COVID-19 pandemic. A $120 billion boost to the economy, supporting nearly 375,000 full-time jobs. And the now Treasurer, who's responsible for guiding this country through difficult economic times, stood up here in the chamber and said it'll never work. Even in opposition, today we are pushing for housing reform. We've announced our super home buyer scheme, which will allow first home buyers to invest up to 40% of their superannuation, up to a maximum of $50,000, to help with the purchase of their first home. That is what a coalition government does. And those opposite, they just don't get. They don't get it, do they? They don't get that it's people's own money. The current government think they know better. And I'll take the interjection, because they think that superannuation is the plaything of the Labor Party. And it's not. It's people's hard-earned money. And for great programs like this that enable people to be able to get out of the rent race and be able to get in and buy their own first home, this is a good policy. This is what a coalition government will do. It's what we have done. We back aspirational Australians. We back Australians who want to ensure that their families have a better quality of life. This policy will help build the economy. It makes the Australian dream a reality for many, not the privileged few. Now, after 9 years of good government, record investment reform and real outcomes for everyday Australians, the housing sector came through the challenges of COVID-19 and a global financial crisis. Yet Labor appears intent to dismantle our good work. Let's take a look at the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill of 2023. This is a bill which will require $10 billion of Commonwealth government borrowing. It'll cost the Commonwealth as much as $400 million a year in interest servicing costs. And that's at today's rate. And we all know what's happening with rates. $400 million per year on interest. Imagine where that money could be better spent. Now is not the time to plunge our country into unnecessary debt to fund a social policy experiment. Increased borrowing at this rate will only increase inflationary pressures on mum and dads right now. The more this government spends, the more inflationary pressures it places upon the economy. And what that will do is it will see more interest rate rises, and already we are seeing the average Australian home, the average Australian mortgage, when some 800,000 fixed-rate mortgages go into and become variable rates, when those fixed-rate loans expire, the average Australian will be paying $16,000 more in their mortgage payments. Now, that is in a circumstance where many Australians now, the cost of living is incredibly difficult on their family budgets. Putting aside mortgage payments, increase in transport costs, energy costs, food costs, everybody's feeling it. But how many average Australian families are going to be able to afford, in many cases, overnight, to pay an additional $16,000 a year in increase in interest payments? Labor is already out of its depth in attempting to address the cost of living in this cost of living crisis facing Australians and their businesses, and this bill will only make it worse. There is a lack of detail in this bill. Once again, this government is attempting to implement a significant reform without providing Australians with the information that they need and deserve. This has become an ongoing trend. Crucial questions that go to the heart of the Australian economy and Australian ethos cannot be left unanswered. There's no investment mandate that has been released by this government, meaning that scrutiny on and information about the fund's capability is restricted. This means that the legislation is essentially just a shell. It is empty. It is vacuous, like this government's entire housing policy agenda. The bill promises to address social housing, affordable housing and acute housing, but it absolutely fails to define what those three terms mean. And despite providing a 5-year review timeframe and limits of annual drawdowns, there are no performance criteria and no details about the review mechanism. Once again, we're being asked to vote on a bill without detail. It is Labor creating policy on the run. Once again, they are building the aircraft as it's running down the runway. On these two issues alone, the Australian people would expect the coalition to vote against this bill. But when you put it into the context of the government's housing agenda, the false promises and failures would cast doubt even in the minds of those who lent Labor their vote at the last election. After 9 months in office, I asked the government, where are the 30,000 new social and affordable homes that you promised? Where is your Help to Buy program that you said would commence on the 1st of January 2023? What are you doing to address supply chain shortages for building materials? How are you supporting the interstate and international migration of skilled workforces for construction? What are you doing about increasing rents, which have grown by 10.2%, setting a new record?
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wills.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government understands safe and affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of Australians. It's something I understand personally, as does the Minister for Housing and the Prime Minister. The three of us are all housos, grew up in housing commissions, and we're proud of it. Public housing gave my family more than just a roof over our head. It gave us a safe place to call home. It supported a young migrant family as we worked hard to build a life in Australia. It gave us the security to allow my sister and I to pursue education and give back to our country, which gave us so much. That is what safe and affordable housing means. It means dignity. It means opportunity. Too many Australians are being hit by rising rents and mortgage payments. Too many Australians are struggling to buy a home, and sadly too many Australians are facing or experiencing homelessness. That's why we have an ambitious housing reform agenda to ensure more Australians have a safe and affordable place to call home. This housing package is a comprehensive suite of measures to build more social and affordable houses. It is one of the most significant Australian government investments in housing in a generation. The legislation implements the government's commitments to establish a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, to provide a stream of funding to ensure there is a pipeline of new social and affordable housing for Australians in need. It's 30,000 new homes, $200 million for acute needs with Indigenous communities and housing, $30 million for veterans who are experiencing homelessness, $575 million injection into the National Housing Infrastructure Facility for immediate use for social and affordable housing. It's also about transforming the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia as a national home for key housing programs to expand its activities. It's also about establishing the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on ways to increase housing supply and affordability. All these commitments, Deputy Speaker, are part of the government's broader housing reform agenda, which includes the landmark National Housing Accord, a shared ambition to build 1 million well-located homes over 5 years from 2024, $350 million in additional Commonwealth funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes over 5 years from 2024, matched by the states with another 10,000 homes, widening the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, made up of $575 million immediately available to invest in social and affordable housing, developing a national housing and homelessness plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across Australia, implementing the regional first home buyer guarantee, which has already helped more than 1,600 Australians into home ownership, and the Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home and help people into a home sooner. Deputy Speaker, the government has also expanded all of these efforts in a focus, Deputy Speaker, a focus in addressing the housing crisis and easing the cost of living. But what about those on the other side, Deputy Speaker, who we've heard from? Well, it wasn't enough for the previous coalition government to discontinue the National Rental Affordability Scheme. It wasn't enough for the previous coalition government to abolish the National Housing Supply Council. They claimed that housing was a state issue, yet they couldn't bring together state and territory housing ministers for the last 5 years. Couldn't even do that for 5 years. Now they're lining up to oppose this critical $10 billion investment in affordable housing. And this is at a time when Australians are struggling with increasing rents, increasing mortgage payments and increasing house prices. At a time when we are, as a government, taking real action on these issues, after 9 long years of wasted time under their zero leadership. Zero. And it's not just the Libs. I hear that the unholy alliance between the Greens political party and the Liberals might be back. I hope not. It seems that if the Greens want to make the perfect the enemy of the good, which is part of their MO, that they might sink the $10 billion investment in affordable housing. That's not coming into this place to build, to be constructive. It's coming into this place to wreck. And I'm shocked that they might be happy to join the coalition in doing that, in opposing this bill. The simple truth for the Greens party is that they talk big on housing, but the rubber hits the road here, Deputy Speaker, when you vote on reality, and the reality of impacting millions of Australians and their access to housing. And I urge them, in good faith, we'll negotiate with them, as we always do. We'll even, in good faith, negotiate with the opposition if they're willing to talk about amendments. But I urge them not to join up with the coalition to kill this bill. Just 2 months ago, the member for Melbourne, he's not here, but he's the leader of the Greens, he sent a message to supporters asking them to think about the homeless and those struggling to pay the rent over Christmas? Did he talk about the Greens Party's support for the government's public housing investment? No. He told people that if they really care about the homeless, they should donate to the Greens political party. Now, the Albanese government won't use housing stress to shake down people for money. We won't promise false hope with failed policies. And we won't stand in here and play political games like those on the other side and some of those on the crossbench who may oppose this bill. I hope they don't. I hope the minor parties, the Greens and the crossbenchers, understand the importance of this. Because, and I hold out that hope, even though I know that there are many local councillors from the Greens, for example, who have opposed public and affordable housing in their local council decisions. And I know this is the case in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, where public and social and affordable housing is desperately needed. There has been opposition by Greens councillors. I hope that's not replicated here in the Parliament of Australia. I hope they don't team up with the coalition to threaten billions of dollars of critical investment in public housing. Because if they decide to make the perfect the enemy of the good and they don't get what they want on amendments, for example, in a good faith negotiation, and they team up with those on the other side and oppose this bill, they will be going, well, they'll go down in ignominy. They'll be going against millions of people that this bill will help, millions of Australians. These are people fleeing domestic violence. These are people who fought for our country and served. These are First Nation Australians who live in remote areas. These are people who need a home. So I ask the opposition to reconsider their position. I ask the Greens political party to work with us and the crossbenchers. Work with us to invest and implement these critical reforms that are so needed for so many Australians. What are we here for, if not to serve them in that capacity, in good faith? Work with us to provide the national leadership to address housing affordability across Australia.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There was some interesting reading for members of this House and the Senate over summer, and a lot of that was courtesy of the Treasurer, and I'd like to come back to this because it matters in this debate. But we're here debating about the Housing Future Fund bill, but all of these bills contribute to the larger, bigger picture and the focus of this government. And it's important to analyse and look at where the focus of this government is and the consequences of that. Many have spoken about home ownership as a core value for the Liberal Party, and it's, I submit, a core value for this nation. There's a reason that one of the most popular and well-loved movies in Australia is The Castle, because our home is our castle, and it is a place to raise a family, it is a place to have security and to have a good life. Indeed, Robert Menzies, the seat in which my seat is named after, that was his #1 ambition for this nation, that every family has a home in which to call their own. In his seminal speech, The Forgotten People, Menzies emphatically laid out the manifold centrality to this, and he said that the home is the foundation of sanity and sobriety. It is the indispensable condition of continuity. Its health determines the health of a society as a whole. And he said, the home is your castle. So he was before his time in making sure that this was something that would go down in Australian history. Many have spoken about the difficulty of young people getting into a home, and this bill does nothing to address that. And it should be not just a partisan issue, it should be something that's of concern to every party, because the path to home ownership has become harder. And again, this bill does nothing to help that. Homeowners or households are a group that are paying a larger share of their income in interest than they did in the 1980s, despite the fall in rates. We hear of the horror stories from our parents about what the 1990s were like, and I remember those stories. I remember seeing those bills, and indeed my father still has a clip of what the interest rates were in the 1990s. And, well, I'm not as old to see in the 1970s, and I think I take the interjection. But the 1990s, when you look at those bills, that is etched into the psyche of people who can remember that. But homeowners now have larger debts, and it's important to assess them relative to both their income and their assets. As rates go up, they are still not near those levels of the 1980s and 90s. But prices of houses relative to income are twice what they were a generation ago, and access to finance is harder. And it's getting harder all of the time because of the decisions that have been made in this place and by this government. So we know and we can accept as a statement of fact that the path to owning your own home is more difficult now than it ever was. Young people are getting squeezed in many different ways. Interest rates are high and getting higher. House prices, they're dropping off, but they're still extraordinarily high. So when we look to the average family or the average house, and I'd like to single out millennials. I think I'd just skip out the millennial generation. I'm that long-forgotten generation, Generation X. But millennials are our largest generation, and if you were to say to buy a $650,000 apartment in Melbourne, and that's not a house, it's hard to get a house for that much money, the mean price for that for a house is closer to $1 million in many suburbs of Melbourne, and the closer you get to where you work in the city, it goes up from there. But let's say you're on a salary of $72,000, and that's often what graduate salaries are on, forgetting all of the debts that you owe for being at university. But if you're an office manager or you have an administrative job, for that apartment of $650,000, it would take you 15 years and 7 months to save a 20% deposit. It's no wonder many people give up. No wonder that so many people, particularly within a certain radius of our capital cities, are saying that home ownership is something that is beyond them. So the journey to home ownership has become an ultra-marathon, if not a never-ending one, because that time frame keeps getting pushed out. Purchasing power has not kept up with exploding property prices. Saving for a deposit in the average Sydney home, where the member for Bennelong is from, is even worse. It would take many, many more years to save for the average apartment or the average house in Sydney. And we need to do more for young people. And again, this bill doesn't do that. In fact, it has an adverse effect on that aspiration, because we know from the IMF that off-budget spending of $45 billion will have a detrimental impact on the economy, because we know that interest rates must move in tune with fiscal policy. The Reserve Bank is independent. The Reserve Bank has a role, and the Reserve Bank is in this House this week, before the Senate today and before the House Economics Committee, and I'm a member of that committee, as is the member for Bennelong. And there's an important role for that independence and the accountability to this place. But we must never forget the important role played by the people on those benches, the important role of fiscal policy. You cannot have one foot on the brake and one foot on the accelerator. For every extra $6 billion of off-budget spending, there is potentially a 0.25% rise to the cash rate. $6 billion, 0.25%. So what does $45 billion do? And this bill is a key part of that $45 billion. So we have to ask, what are the priorities of the Labor Party in bringing this forward? And that means we have to say, what are the priorities of the Treasurer? And many in this chamber and in the media have spoken about the Treasurer's essay. There's some wonderful parts about what the Treasurer is actually interested in. His essay, which I did enjoy reading, I commend him for putting pen to paper. It's important that we hear from the executive members in long-form essay, because we actually get to see what's important to them. And it's an essay long on cliches that I haven't seen in my undergraduate days, but short on economics and short on a vision for a better future for younger Australians and younger Australians buying their own home. The Treasurer seeks to criticise neoliberalism without even defining it, It's a dog whistle to his own party. It's a dog whistle to serve his own aspirations for further promotion. He talks about the Washington Consensus and poo-poos it. But again, doesn't define it, doesn't say which part about it he criticised. It doesn't say which parts were a source of wealth and dragged millions, if not billions of people out of poverty in the world. He goes back to the energy shocks in the 1970s and gives us a history lesson, but then says some really concerning things. If we could redesign markets for investments in social purposes, and of course we all want better social outcomes in this country, but when someone says redesign markets, and that someone is a treasurer of the Commonwealth, we should be concerned. And when that someone also talks about making sure that the allocation of capital has a government intervention, we should be concerned, because that person is not talking about redesigning capitalism. That person is talking about criticising it. And I could go on with all of the different parts of the essay, but many have been repeated, including noting that we, being the Labor government, renew and revitalise the Productivity Commission and renovate the Reserve Bank of Australia. Now, I'm sure the Treasurer isn't talking about a lick of paint or doing up that building in Sydney, which I urge you to go and visit if you can. No, it's something more insidious, and it is quite disturbing. And when the Treasurer says it's not just our economic institutions that need renewing and restructuring, but the way our markets allocate and arrange capital as well, I get concerned. So when I finished the essay, I thought, well, what else has the Treasurer written? Well, he wrote a PhD thesis. He's got a doctorate. And again, when you look at, I'll save everyone the time. So when you look at this doctorate, what's it called? It's called Brawler Statesman. Brawler Statesman. And I think that's a perfect title, not just for Paul Keating, but a perfect title for the culture of the Labor Party. Because we'll see the Labor Party come in here on one day and speak in hushed tones about our veterans, in hushed tones about how there's a unity ticket on foreign policy and defence. That's the statesman in some of you, and I commend you for it. But then on other days, the brawler's on. The brawler comes in and then shoots invective about how this side doesn't care about veterans, doesn't care about defence and national security. And that's what we saw yesterday. Because the heart of this Labor Party is a contradiction. You don't know what you're going to get from one day to the next. It is a bipolar party that has one day is a statesman, one day is a brawler. And we don't know who comes in on a particular day. So when you look at this thesis, here is the titles of the chapters. Chapter 1, Brawler Statesman, and the subchapters are Revisiting Prime Ministerial Power. And I'd like to take you to a part of that. So in the outlines, aims and arguments, the Treasurer says the aim of the dissertation, therefore, is to isolate the power relationship central to the governing task and to draw some conclusions about the levers of power available to Keating specifically and then more broadly to Australian Prime Ministers in general, to study the levers of power. Chapter 2 is Prime Ministerial Leadership, again a focus on power and the power debate. In Chapter 3 it's about leading Labor and it talks about the factions. Chapter 4, Controlling Cabinet. You'll notice that there isn't any reference to actual economics here or values or having a better nation. And then Governing from the centre, there's no references I can see to housing. Throwing grenades. And in the chapter Throwing Grenades, it says us and them. And again, this is the brawler in the Labor Party, the fighting Tories cliche you hear in corridors around this place. I love fighting Tories. I love fighting Liberals. That's the brawler in the Labor Party. And again, the Treasurer focused a whole chapter to Throwing Grenades. Throwing Grenades. What a great chapter title. And then I thought maybe we're up to Chapter 7 now, we might actually get something of substance. And we're into painting the big picture. And again, it was the high-grade drip, the rhetorical Prime Minister, striding the international stage. Chapter 8, pressing the flesh. And then you finish. So a whole insight into what the Treasurer is actually focused on. And it's a focus on power. how power is obtained, how power is used, and how it takes an individual from sitting as Treasurer to sitting as Prime Minister and leader in that seat, because that is what the Treasurer is focused on. So when we see all of the speeches you talk about and the people that this bill will supposedly back, there's a bit of statesman, but it's about being a brawler. Because if you were truly coming in here with your statesman hat on, you would recognise that these off-budget bills are hurting Australians. They are stopping Australians from actually getting into the housing market. This bill, this $10 billion bill, will do nothing to get young Australian families into their own home. Nothing to get them into their own home. And I'd like to take it back to my particular seat. In my particular seat, mortgage repayments are 30% of household income. 30%. That is compared to the nationwide average. It's 30% of household income compared to 14.5%. So, in my particular seat, there is enormous mortgage stress. There is enormous concern about what this government is doing to lever fiscal policy to reduce inflation and to reduce the pressure on them. And so this bill sounds great and it's got great objectives, but it won't achieve those objectives except one. That is that it will help the Treasurer's focus on his own objectives for power, and it will hurt Australians by putting pressure on inflation and therefore interest rates. It's pushing more work from this place, from the ministerial wing, down to the Reserve Bank, and then saying, oh well, the independent Reserve Bank. Well, the Reserve Bank is independent, but it's getting more and more in its in-tray because of the work that is not being done by this front bench. And so we oppose this bill because it does nothing to help struggling families throughout this nation.
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I talk to people throughout my electorate of Bennelong, one of the most common things I hear from them are their concerns about the costs of housing. Locals are worried about renting, they're worried about transitioning from rental homes to home ownership, and those who own their own home are worried about where their kids will live. Locals are facing growing rents, they're priced out of the housing market due to high prices. That is why it is so critical to have an ambitious and strong housing reform agenda, because we know that the market is failing to provide affordable rental properties and affordable homes to buy. The Albanese Labor government knows that having a safe and affordable place to call home is essential to the security and dignity of Australians, and that's why this bill is so important. Before coming to this place, Deputy Speaker, I had the great pleasure of serving my community as a councillor for 10 years, 5 years of which I was mayor. And those issues that I just outlined before were present back then as well. The lack of affordable housing in the city of Ryde, which forms part of Bennelong, but also right across metropolitan cities across the country, are at crisis point. They were then, and they continue to be now. The housing market continues to fail households, especially those on very low, and moderate incomes. In 2011, 7,450 key worker households in Ryde were in need of affordable price housing, and it's estimated by 2031 the Ryde LGA will need 10,700 affordable housing dwellings for key workers. And so, in my time there, we put together a clear vision for affordable housing. We did the work and we lodged the planning proposals to deliver these much-needed homes. And more than 3 years after we submitted this important work, we submitted this planning proposal to the state government, the first of its kind in New South Wales, the Liberals refused it. They even had the gall to say that the planning proposal was ahead of its time. Well, when is the time? When is the time to deliver on affordable housing? And I'm not surprised that the Liberals are opposing this bill today, because they always oppose efforts to increase affordable housing. When former Premier Berejiklian in New South Wales, when she became Premier, she said affordable housing was, quote, the biggest issue. Then years later they knocked back real and tangible efforts by the council I led to deliver that affordable housing. And you hear in their speeches here today, I've been here the last 20 minutes, they all say they love affordable housing, they all say they want to work to deliver it, but when the rubber hits the road, when the policies hit their desks, they vote against it. It's in their DNA to oppose affordable housing. So I'm not surprised that they're here, coming up with all sorts of reasons to oppose it here today. But I'll tell you what I am surprised about, Deputy Speaker, and that is the wild and outrageous criticisms from the Greens on this critical legislation. Again, we see the far right and the far left coming together to oppose a policy that Australians voted for. And I say to the Greens, led by the member for Griffith, who seem to be, on all these comrades who seem to be taking on his lead, is that the opportunities presented by this bill are too great to play politics with. This bill is a policy that was taken to the 2021 election, one that Australians voted for, and will establish the much-needed step of establishing a housing future fund. It will create a source of funds in perpetuity for social and affordable housing to be built, and it has the potential to deliver 30,000 new social and affordable homes back into this community. Further, it will address acute housing needs of our most vulnerable communities. It will provide $200 million for the improvement of housing in Indigenous communities, $100 million for housing options for women and children impacted by family and domestic violence, and a further $30 million will be used for veterans. If the Greens join with the Liberals and vote down this bill, they will be hurting those in our community who need it most. If the Greens join with the Liberals to vote down this bill, they will be stopping the federal government from taking much-needed leadership role in the provision of affordable housing. Because I know from experience that one level of government cannot do this alone. You need all levels of government working together. And this is the opportunity for the federal government to finally take a lead on the delivery of social and affordable housing. As a council, we had the most ambitious affordable housing proposal in New South Wales, and the Liberals knocked it back. And we haven't had a federal government that cares about social and affordable housing for a long, long, long time. Everyone in this place needs to back this bill so that we finally can get that leadership started, because every level of government needs to be involved. There's nothing more important than a safe, affordable place to call home. To those in this place, particularly to the Greens, don't put that at risk. Stop the baseless and shallow attacks and work with the government to make housing in this country more affordable and more accessible.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. The member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Notes that Australia currently has a shortage of 640,000 social and affordable homes, and that shortage is projected to increase by 75,000 homes over the next 5 years, which means the government's plan to build 30,000 homes over 5 years will actually see the situation get worse, that the bill does nothing to help the millions of renters struggling with skyrocketing rents and record-low vacancy rates. This bill locks in $500 million per year spending cap on housing, which will see a real-term cut on housing spending every year. And if the government truly wanted to solve the housing crisis, they could help renters by doubling Commonwealth rent assistance and putting a plan to freeze rent increases on the National Cabinet agenda, phase out negative gearing and capital gains tax discounts, and invest directly in building 1 million well-designed public homes, enough to not just clear the wait lists, but also to provide affordable housing to the teachers, nurses, aged care workers, cleaners and others locked out of the housing market. Deputy Speaker, Australia is facing one of the worst housing crises in our history. 2.7 million people are in rental stress. With interest rates rising, the RBA predicts that soon 1.5 million households won't be earning enough to cover their mortgage and pay for essentials. Homelessness is on the rise. We've heard stories of families living in cars and parents losing custody of their children because they can't find a home that they can afford to rent. But even these numbers and stories don't do enough to describe the depth and scale of the housing crisis. Labor's plan is to invest $10 billion on the stock market via the Future Fund and use the returns to invest in housing. So let's be very clear, this is not a $10 billion investment in housing, it's a $10 billion gamble on the stock market where the volatile returns are invested in housing. Indeed, if Labor had established this plan last year, the Future Fund and the year the Future Fund lost 1.2%, the Housing Fund would have actually lost $120 million. This is a plan that gambles with the lives of people who just desperately need an affordable, secure roof over their heads. This is a plan that gambles the housing funding on the same market that broke the housing system in the first place. We would never accept subjecting funding for schools and hospitals to the success or failure of an investment in the stock market. So why is Labor forcing people in desperate need of public and social housing to rely on a chaotic stock market that last year lost 1.2% for that same future fund? Even in the very best-case scenario where the fund earns a return, it's not at all clear Labor's plan will reach their own abysmal targets. They keep now saying a potential 30,000 homes or up to 30,000 homes. And that's probably because with the cost of constructing a social home at around $300,000, $500 million a year for 5 years could directly only fund via capital 8,000 homes, not 30,000. But Labor has still not detailed exactly how the $500 million per year will actually fund the construction of 30,000 homes. Parliament doesn't even have that detail, and yet we are expected to vote on this set of bills this week. Even if the fund somehow reaches this target, that will still see the housing crisis get worse. Get worse. This is what this bill does. It will see the housing crisis get worse in 5 years' time. Currently, there is a shortage of 640,000 social and affordable homes, and that is set to grow by 75,000 homes over the next 5 years. So Labor's plan is to build at most 30,000 social and affordable homes under this bill over the same 5 years. That will actually see the shortage bigger than it is now. That's close to 700,000 households, millions of people that Labor abandons to poverty, housing stress, homelessness and rotting on social housing wait lists around the country. This includes hundreds of thousands of women and children, many in domestic violence situations, single parents struggling on low wages, unable to afford to buy a house and stuck paying sometimes over 50% of their income on rents. This bill caps spending on housing at $500 million per year without any indexation. That means there will be a real-term cut in housing spending every year. In fact, over the next 10 years, there will be a cumulative cut of $515 million in real-term spending on housing. The reality of the scale of the crisis has already been made clear by the government's own National Housing Finance Investment Corporation, which has said to meet the shortfall of social and affordable homes over the next 20 years, Australia needs to build 891,000 homes. That's 45,000 homes per year. To put that into perspective, Labor's absolute best goal is 6,000 homes a year. In short, Labor's centrepiece housing legislation locks in permanent real-term cuts to housing funding, does nothing for renters, and will see the shortage of social and affordable housing grow, seeing the housing crisis get worse. Get worse. That's the reality of this bill as it stands. More homeless, more people waiting for longer for social housing, more renters unable to find an affordable place to live, and less money spent on housing every year. To blindly support a housing package that will see the housing crisis get worse without scrutiny or negotiation would be an abdication of our responsibility to the millions of people crying out for a good, affordable home. The Greens have made clear a set of negotiating aims, including a minimum of $5 billion invested in social and affordable housing every year, indexed to inflation, and removing the $500 million cap. A national plan for renters, including the Prime Minister putting a national rent freeze on the National Cabinet agenda and an immediate doubling of Commonwealth rent assistance. $1 billion investment in remote Aboriginal housing, not the $200 million over 5 years that's been proposed by Labor. In fact, a lot of experts, when they talk about the shortage of remote Aboriginal housing, say that really just in the Northern Territory alone we need $2.8 billion of investment. And all housing through the fund should meet minimum inclusive design standards, including the Silver Standard for accessibility. All the Greens want to do is work constructively with the government to turn a housing package that currently will see the housing crisis get worse and at least turn it into a plan that starts to improve the situation. The Greens want to negotiate on behalf of the millions of Australians screwed over by a housing system that generates massive profits for banks and property developers and higher rents, mortgages and financial stress for everyone else. Of course, we've just seen the Commonwealth Bank announce a record profit in the same year that millions of Australians are struggling to cover their mortgages and rents. Of course, the same message from some Labor MPs is in the House to all of these requests and critiques. Some Labor MPs in the House is too bad. We would rather use this as an opportunity to bash the Greens and play some of the lowest common denominator politics you can imagine. The federal government has frozen rent increases before, and they can do it again. While Commonwealth rent assistance is a flawed scheme, over one-third of private renters access the Commonwealth rent assistance, and so doubling it to a maximum of $400 a fortnight would provide immediate and real relief for 1.5 million rental households. That is money directly into the pockets of renters that the federal government could do right now. And to put $5 billion in context per year, the government next year alone will spend $12 billion in tax concessions for the super-wealthy property investors via negative gearing and capital gains, while they remain to spending $250 billion on the Stage 3 tax cuts that will see every politician in this place receive an extra $9,000 a year. There is money in this budget to spend what is an incredibly modest ask of $5 billion a year on social and affordable housing. It's quite breathtaking to watch some Labor MPs so passionately oppose the idea that we should invest even such a modest amount on public community affordable housing, and how this can be defended I have absolutely no idea. And when it comes to building public housing, the government claims that it is constrained by a shortage of materials and skills, but over the next few years it's clear that we are going to see a decline in private construction. Indeed, between September 21 and September 22, there was over a 20% decline in new construction activity for housing. Approvals for private dwellings have been in sharp decline for the past 12 months, with further declines expected this year. This will leave a surplus of materials and skills that should be put to work building public, community and affordable housing. Of course, while the Greens have made some modest proposals for the basis of negotiations, it is beyond frustrating to know that Labor won't even come close to contemplating the structural reforms that we actually need to tackle the housing crisis. Beyond phasing out negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions, freezing rent increases and stopping the RBA from imposing unnecessary pain on millions of mortgage holders, now is exactly the time to seize this opportunity to use those excess skills and materials to embark on an ambitious program, building hundreds of thousands of well-designed, affordable public homes, rented not just to the most vulnerable, but to the nurses, teachers, cleaners, aged care workers, young working families, pensioners, whoever need a good home. Rather than outsource and privatise housing, that the federal government could establish actually a proper federal housing authority that builds and rents housing to workers from all sorts of life. A program like this could see medium-density designs with integrated childcare centres, rooftop gardens, spacious, well-ventilated, insulated homes that stay cool in the summer and warm in the winter. Land could be preserved for public parks and community facilities. With rents capped at 25% of income for low-income households, higher-income households could be charged rents calculated based on the cost of construction, ensuring a steady source of income to be reinvested in more public and affordable housing. In fact, similar models in Austria and the Netherlands have seen internationally renowned housing systems flourish. There is absolutely no reason why we can't do this in Australia as well. Instead, Labor's response is to revive a housing system almost explicitly designed to generate profit for banks and property developers, regardless of the human cost. Indeed, the Treasurer's so-called housing accord seems entirely aimed at relaxing planning and zoning laws, when all that will do is make more money for banks and developers. Labor's housing package will see the continuation of this policy. In fact, what we have seen over the last few decades is a continued decline in the proportion of social housing as a proportion of total housing stock, and that will continue under this package. Social housing as a proportion of total housing in Australia has already declined from 7%, just 7%, to now 3.7% over the past few decades. That's right, only 3.7% of housing in Australia is social housing. Under Labor's plan, this will drop to 3.3%. This is being accelerated by the $157 billion Labor will spend in tax concessions for property investors via negative gearing and capital gains tax, while the so-called housing accord aims to hand more power to property developers and banks precisely at a time when we should be taking power out of their hands. There are broader consequences for this policy as well. A deliberate government policy to outsource the provision of housing and the construction of our cities and towns to property developers and banks has seen the proliferation of destructive urban sprawl on the one hand and unsustainable overdevelopment on the other. Property developers and their political allies in the Labor and Liberal Party present us a false choice between urban sprawl and overdevelopment because it suits their financial interests. There is, of course, an alternative. In Vienna, a city I visited, a city with a population density at 10 times greater than some of our major capital cities, the construction of their city is led by a series of design and social principles. There are consistent wide-open parks, public spaces and integrated public transport. Building heights are limited to 5 stories and 60% of residents live in some form of rent-controlled social housing. Because of this, teachers, lawyers, professors, engineers, as well as low-income residents live and pay rent in social housing. Because of this, because of the income generated by this system, the entire system generates significant and enough revenue that is reinvested back into housing. Rather than rents and mortgages being paid to private investors, banks and property developers, the money is paid directly to the city government and community housing providers. Walking around that city as I have done, it's entirely clear that something similar could be done and achieved in Australia. This is the future the Greens are fighting for. This is what we are pushing for. But we are acutely aware that Labor and both the Liberals would viciously oppose what actually is a housing system that has worked wonderfully well around the world. And so instead we have come to the table with modest, reasonable negotiating aims that will ensure the housing crisis, at the very least, doesn't get worse.
Is the amendment seconded?
Amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fowler moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. The member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak today in support of this incredibly important legislation that will make a huge difference to the lives of Australians. And I am incredibly proud to be part of a Labor government who are again delivering on an election commitment central to what we took to the last election, and that was about the importance of housing to the dignity, security and health and prosperity of all people. And that is why this was such an important part of the platform we took to the last election, and that we are delivering on it with urgency in this place. And I would hope that this would be something that every member of this House would be supporting, because I think that every member of this House, if they're engaging with their electorate, they would be hearing about the struggles that Australians are having with housing. Housing costs, homelessness, high rents. I certainly hear a lot about that in my electorate of Canberra right here, where we have some of the highest rents in the country and very high housing prices. But as I said, Labor understands that how central housing is and to the people's lives, and we have already unlocked up to $575 million from the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to invest in new social and affordable homes. Despite being in government for less than a year, we've already helped more than 1,700 Australians buy their first home through the regional First Home Buyer Guarantee, which was only introduced in October. And I want to congratulate Minister Collins on her important work in this vital space, and she's clearly hit the ground running. We must be clear here, this is a matter of urgency, because for many Australians, the great Australian dream of owning their home is just that, a dream, and far out of reach. And sadly, too many Australians are facing or experiencing homelessness, and we need to do much better on this. And that's why Labor's ambitious housing reform agenda is so important and long overdue, because Australians deserve to have a safe and affordable place to call home. For 10 years we have watched as this crisis has got worse and those opposite floundered. The best solution they could come up with was to force first-home buyers to raid their superannuation to put down that ever-growing deposit. A policy which would increase demand without any increase in supply. That was not the correct approach. When Labor won the election, we promised we wouldn't waste a day in government, and we haven't wasted time in delivering on this ambitious housing agenda. The housing legislation package will build more social and affordable homes. It will increase supply. It will be the most significant Australian government investment in housing in a generation. And that is why it is remarkable that anyone in this place is not supportive of this. The legislation implements the government's commitment to establish a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to guarantee a pipeline of new social and affordable housing for Australians in need. It will transform the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia as the national home for key housing programs and expand its activities. It will establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on ways to increase housing supply and affordability. These commitments are part of our broader housing reform agenda. We've already reached a landmark National Housing Accord, a shared ambition to build 1 million well-located homes over 5 years from 2024, with $350 million in additional Commonwealth funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes over 5 years from 2024, matched by the states with another 10,000 homes. We've widened the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, made up to $575 million immediately available to invest in social and affordable housing, and developing a national housing and homelessness plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across Australia. And this is an incredibly important piece of this puzzle, a long-term strategy, and something we didn't see under a decade of the previous government. We've implemented the regional first home buyer guarantee, and we're implementing the Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home and help more people into a home sooner. These reforms are going to end a decade of neglect that got us into this position, and we need urgent action on the housing crisis. And as I said, I think every member of this House should be supporting this legislation, and I think that is what their constituents who are battling with the costs of housing in Australia today would want them to do. Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. The member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me share the story of Kelly, as reported on by the ABC Tasmania just a few days ago. Kelly and her assistant's dog Ned have been living in a tent at a caravan park in regional Tasmania for the past 6 months after being notified that the rent on her home would increase. Staying in the property became unaffordable. Rather than blacklist myself, so to speak, putting myself in a situation where I would get into financial strife, I didn't renew the lease, she said. Kelly works 15 hours a fortnight, receives the disability pension and has been on the priority housing list since the middle of last year. And despite the hardships of living in a tent, it's equally hard knowing she's not the only one. It's quite common practice. You say you're in a tent and like it's not a big thing anymore because it's so normalised, unfortunately, she said. Just this week, a man came into my office desperate for help in finding a place to live for him and his 3 children. He's been on the priority housing list for 18 months and is currently in short-term accommodation. 2 weeks ago, I sat with a woman in my electorate office. I'll call her Lisa. Lisa is also living with her young daughter in short-term accommodation after moving out of her home to escape her controlling partner, walking out with just the clothes on her back. A week before that, a young woman, 8 months pregnant, walked into my electorate office distressed at having nowhere to sleep that night. Yesterday, an email from a constituent who has family members living in a tent on her property as they have nowhere else to go. This email was shortly followed by another one, this time from a mother of 3 who, while on the waiting list for housing, is also living in a tent with her 3 teenage children. My kids and I are just not safe at all, and I don't know what to do anymore. These are just a handful of the numerous cases that are raised in my office day after day and week after week in the midst of a social and affordable housing crisis in Tasmania, and particularly in my electorate of Bass. It's not just confined to Launceston and surrounding suburbs. I encounter it in rural areas from Scottsdale, my hometown of Georgetown, and the beautiful but remote Flinders Island. We shouldn't have to see people leaving the towns they grew up in, where they're connected to family and their communities, because they can't access housing. Many tourism and hospitality businesses in some of our rural and regional tourist hotspots are also struggling to recruit and retain employees, as there's simply nowhere for them to live. When I'm out and about in my electorate, it is one of the top issues raised with me time and again, consistently up there with health and recently cost of living, all closely connected issues. The rise of electricity prices, groceries and interest rates are a triple threat, and I know everyone in here is seeing the impact in their electorates. There are too many like Kelly who simply cannot afford the increase in rental prices and are left with nowhere else to go. Just last week, Magnolia Place, a refuge for women and children escaping domestic and family violence, officially launched 15 new self-contained units. This project has been more than 20 years in the making, and one that I was proud to play a role in funding through the previous coalition government. But as I acknowledged at the time, demand still far outweighs supply, and particularly for those seeking transition accommodation. There is an acute need now for these to be built. As I meet with constituents who have been waiting for more than a year and a half for somewhere to live or are couch surfing while pregnant due to lack of social or affordable housing, how can I, in good conscience, say to them that I commit to doing what I can to help them and then turn around and vote against a policy, though flawed, that may help? We are in the midst of a social and affordable housing crisis. In 2022, just last year, the 12-month average to receive housing across the state was around 66.6%, compared with 58.9% a year earlier. According to data published by Everybody's Home, Bass has the highest proportion of people waiting for social housing in the state, at around 6.2%. There are undoubtedly holes in what the government has proposed, which I will address further on. But at its core, it is a step forward towards providing more Australians, more Tasmanians, mums and dads, women escaping family and domestic violence, older Australians and younger people with a roof over their head. I can't stand here as an elected representative and make a choice to ignore their needs. The answer to the housing crisis cannot be solved by one level of government on its own, and I firmly believe a coordinated, integrated and collaborative approach from all three levels of government is the best chance we have to creating a long-term sustainable solution. I always view my role in this place as that. How can I use the privilege I have here to be part of the solution? I believe that this bill further builds on the foundations of what the coalition government has achieved. Gains were made through the establishment of our National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation, which will soon be known as Housing Australia. We helped fund more than 21,000 social and affordable homes. The establishment of the NIFIC also created an affordable housing bond aggregator, providing cheaper and longer-term finance to registered community housing providers, and since its launch delivered $2.9 billion of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable dwellings. Additionally, it unlocked 6,900 social, affordable and market dwellings through our $1 billion infrastructure facility to make housing supply more responsive to demand. I'm proud that just a few years ago I stood with the member for Deakin as he announced the abolishment of $150 million in Tasmanian government debt, with the requirement that the state government redirect all scheduled repayments to programs that increase access to social housing, reducing homelessness and to improve housing supply across the state. This work is well underway, but more is needed. I commend the state government on the creation of Homes Tasmania last year, a dedicated housing authority responsible for delivering improved housing services and increasing the supply of social and affordable housing across the state. Homes Tasmania is playing a key role in the state government's strategy to deliver 10,000 new and social affordable homes by 2032. This legislation has been cautiously welcomed by stakeholders in the state, with Centacare Evolve Housing CEO Ben Wilson saying that the initiative will foster greater cooperation between state and federal governments, the construction industry and community housing providers in order to tackle the issues of housing and homelessness. However, there are still a number of questions, as raised by others in this room, that I would like to see answered. There are significant gaps in detail on how the funding will be delivered. As it appears now, all states would be competing for funding without clear criteria or process. It's also important that there is enough flexibility in the process for proposals to be considered on their merit in addressing community need, and I call on the Minister to be more forthcoming with this information. I also support the member for Goldstone's call for the government to clarify how they will commit to the fund if there is a shortfall. And as an elected representative for a regional and rural area, like the member for Indi, I want to see the specific needs of regional and remote Australia addressed through the bill. Many questions remain, and I am hopeful that the Minister will continue to work to address these issues. And I'm optimistic that this bill may be further improved in the Senate, and I'll continue to monitor and respond accordingly. But when it comes to the lives of northern Tasmanians, now is not the time to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. As the government, you are expected to solve these issues, and I'm not going to get in the way. But supporting you doesn't get you off the hook if you don't deliver what is promised through this bill. I will act in good faith, but I will be holding you to account to ensure that you have delivered what it is that you have promised.
The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. The member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. Security is a prerequisite to prosperity. Foundational to security is having a roof over your head. This is acutely known by our Prime Minister, who grew up in precarious circumstances himself, in social housing, and by our Housing Minister, Julie Collins, who speaks quietly of the trauma associated with her period of homelessness. Their lived experience, plus the growing backlog of Australians seeking home ownership or, at the minimum, shelter after a wasted decade, is what is driving our determination to act. The problem is of such magnitude that many of my young constituents in Higgins have given up on the prospect of home ownership. Rather than home ownership being a right, it has become an aspiration, and it is receding like a mirage in the desert. My constituents are resigned to joining the 42% of people in Higgins who rent. In Higgins, rented units make up 29% of dwellings, well above the 9% nationally, and rent is not trivial, ranging from $386 in Murrumbeena, $395 in Carnegie, $411 in Windsor, $415 in South Yarra, $421 per week in Armidale and Prahran, and a whopping $590 in Kooyong, well above the greater Melbourne median of $390. According to the 2021 census, 27% of renters in Higgins are experiencing renter stress, paying 30% of their income towards rent or more. And rents have gone up since then, pushing more of my constituents into renter stress. In the past 18 months to February this year, rent has increased across the board, and these suburbs range from 7.1% in Armidale to 12.5% in South Yarra. Getting a foot into the housing market has become a pipe dream for young people, not only in Higgins but across Australia. In the highest renting suburbs in Higgins, this is what median house prices are doing. As of February last year, 2022, median house prices were as follows. Armidale and South Yarra, $2 million, median. Prahran, $1.8 million. Carnegie and Murrumbeena, $1.7 million. And Windsor, $1.6 million. And they have been going north for the past 5 years in these suburbs. The same suburbs, incidentally, with the highest number of renters. And why wouldn't people want to buy here with their village feel, proximity to public transport and amenity, vibrant shopping strips and restaurants? My constituents keep flocking to these areas. With every year, house prices stretch further away. Amanda's daughter is a nurse, a few years out, who is trying to get into the housing market. She is a doer and a saver, having put away $100,000 in savings since she worked as a teenager at McDonald's. Remarkable. She works near a big city hospital and justifiably wants to live near where she works. Those late shifts plus the emergency ask when no one else is available demand that she drop everything and come to work to serve her community. Despite doing everything right, Amanda's daughter is struggling. Amanda's daughter's story is tailor-made to some of the solutions we are offering, or is it the other way around? That our proposals are tailor-made to her predicament. And it starts with the Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion investment to build 30,000 social and affordable homes over 5 years, which interlocks with the National Housing Accord. The latter, led by our Treasurer, commits us in partnership with the states and territories, industry, super funds and construction to build 1 million homes over 5 years from 2024. Managed by the Future Fund guardians, some of whom live in my electorate, the Housing Australia Future Fund will plough returns from the $10 billion invested back into building social and affordable housing. 10,000 homes will be allocated to essential workers like Amanda's daughter, a nurse, but also to other workers like police, people we simply cannot live without. An additional 4,000 homes will be earmarked for vulnerable Australians, like women fleeing domestic violence and older Australians. The fastest-growing group of homeless Australians are women over the age of 55 years, who find themselves marooned, without a place to call home when their circumstances change, due to relationship breakdown, job loss or bereavement. Indeed, in Australia, 7,500 women around the country return to violent partners because they have nowhere else to go. Urgency is further heightened, of course, by the pandemic, which has exacerbated domestic violence. Women fleeing family violence are one particularly desperate group, but there are others covered by our fund, including veterans who have fallen through the cracks, who have been allocated $30 million, and First People in remote communities living in a state of disrepair and squalor, who have been allocated $200 million over the next 5 years. The fund will target people living on the edge, either in the throes of homelessness or at risk. We want to pull them back from that edge so that they can stabilise their lives and move forwards. It's a preventative measure, like a handbrake, that stops the slide into hopelessness and dysfunction. Domestic violence, a shortfall of affordable housing, unemployment, mental illness, family breakdown, substance misuse contribute to homelessness. Often, as a doctor, I would say, there for the grace of God go I, because I often came across patients, people who had pretty standard, what we would call normal lives, living in suburbia, who had fallen on hard times. This had destabilised them and sent them down a downward spiral, and they ended up washing up on my ward. Living in a car or couch surfing means that homelessness can be hidden from plain sight. The shame of defeat weighs heavily on homeless people as they spin their wheels in search of enduring shelter. That's why we have established the Interim National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on options. One of the Council's key tasks will be to advise us on the National Housing and Homelessness Plan, a plan to deal with homelessness. Given planning and zoning is not the remit of the Commonwealth, our government has fulsomely engaged with the states and territories, holding 3 meetings with our state counterparts to ensure that we are all pulling in the same direction. We have rejected the divisive federal-state antics that were the signature of the previous government, because the scale and the severity of the problem is too great. In Higgins, Prahran has been a hotspot for homelessness for the duration of the time that I worked at the Alfred, and these are where I pick most of my patients up, and they're still there. A national homelessness plan is long overdue after a wasted decade where people like my patients fell further behind. Given the urgency of the situation with families living in tents in part of Australia, we cannot wait for the fund to start paying out, which is why we have unlocked $575 million from the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to get going. For my constituents with itchy feet, the regional first home buyer guarantee may appeal. Launched 3 months ahead of time by our government, it has already helped 1,600 Australians into homes in the regions. They are living the dream, but it's also easing pressure on the rental market. We accept that this suite of proposals is a start, and calls for more ambition are legitimate. More ambition means more construction workers, more materials, more boots on the ground industry expertise, all of which is in dire short supply. In Victoria, major construction projects like the Suburban Rail Loop, Big Build, level crossing removal, plus hospitals have added further constraints on workforce. This is where our free TAFE courses targeting urgent skills like construction kicks in. I need my constituents and others around Australia who may be searching for options to check out the offerings at their local TAFE. In my electorate, it's Holmesglen, and it's a fantastic place, a happy place of learning, linked to career pathways that I have visited many times. The magnitude of the housing crisis is a clarion call to action, which successive Liberal national governments failed to heed. We in the Albanese government are geared for action on this front, because a home, as I said in my maiden speech, is like the warmth of a million suns. Let's bring our people out of the shadows and into the light. I commend this bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendments moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. The member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, look, I'm happy to rise and speak on housing, because housing isn't just an issue in one particular place, but particularly right around the country. As a former Assistant Minister for Community Housing, Homelessness and Community Services, I really drilled down into this space and worked with housing ministers across the space. We looked at the homelessness rates, and I'm eagerly waiting for the current Minister for Housing to release the results of the 2021 census, because what the previous census showed in 2016, that there was a couple of areas of homelessness that actually improved, but there was 3 areas that got particularly worse. The areas that got particularly worse were in issues like overcrowding, which is commonplaces, I guess, in other parts of the world. You know, if you go and live in some of the Pacific Islands, our neighbours, it's not uncommon for people to all sleep in one room. But here, it's obviously classed as homelessness, where you get a lot of people and severe overcrowding. That is one of the fastest growing areas in Australia, and it'll be interesting to see the results there. I would note, but when we gave the Western Australian government a payment to help with this, do you know how much housing they built, Deputy Speaker? None. Absolutely none. They actually spent all the money on roads and infrastructure, which was a real shame. The other area that is particular concern is around domestic violence, and that's one of the fastest growing rates of homelessness as well. Now, in this bill, I think there's 700 new homes that the government wants to build for women and children escaping DV, but the former Morrison government actually built 6,000 places for women and children escaping domestic violence. And the Minister for Social Services at the time, I was working under her as Assistant Minister, we picked out those 6,000 places, including the member for Solomon's electorate through the Salvation Army up in Darwin there. We built some safe places. I'd be interested to know from the member for Solomon whether that is actually built yet, because I haven't actually had the chance to get up there since that announcement. There was other places in Victoria and New South Wales where the coalition government did some really good work with that $60 million Safe Places package that we did. The other thing that the coalition government did really well is support first home buyers. We helped 300,000 people into their first home, and what you'll get with the Liberal National Party is we want people to own their own homes. That's why we put into place the First Home Super Savers scheme, which the Labor government, or the Labor opposition at the time, voted against. It's also why we did the First Home Deposit scheme, which was really important as well. And that's helped so many first home buyers right around the country. And as I say, over 300,000 more people in their own homes now because of the coalition government. Very important policy. We also help community housing providers through NIFIC, and the current Shadow Minister Sukkar did some great work there with NIFIC to open up opportunities for community housing providers all around the country. In particular, New South Wales took advantage of that the most. In summing up, because we're almost at 1:30, I'll be interested to see those results in relation to the census from 2021 and particularly around boarding houses, whether that has reduced. I do want to commend the former Labor minister up there that worked with me to send letters to boarding house providers in Queensland to try and reduce the level of homelessness in Queensland around boarding houses. Thank you.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may resume at a later hour, and if the member's speech was interrupted, you will be granted leave to continue when the debate's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to member for Mallee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is something very special about the communities in Mallee. It is the spirit of camaraderie and belonging that makes me incredibly proud to be their representative. Last week I visited Nil, a town of nearly 2,500 people situated halfway between Adelaide and Melbourne. I was there to open the Nil Lawn Tennis Club's new club rooms, which I was delighted to be able to deliver funding for under the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure funding in the previous government. The event and the town epitomise a true sense of community, the sense of belonging which was on full display. The club lost their old club rooms in a windstorm in 2019, but they have built back better. And last week was a celebration of that. It was great to hear from the club president, Simon Dufty, about how the new clubhouse is evidence of the health and spirit of the community. Evidence of that spirit is in the story of the late Len Mulholland. His legacy will be part of the club's story into perpetuity, having bequeathed funds to the club which meant so much to him and to his community. Speaking to his daughter Jenny and son-in-law Alex at the opening, it was easy to share their pride, a reflection of the pride Len had for his club. Congratulations to the Nil Tennis Club.
Thank you. Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On the 8th of December last year, the world lost the wonderful Bill Burford, a great bloke who made a significant contribution to the St Vincent de Paul Society in the Northern Territory for more than 20 years. A faith-filled Catholic man, he was the NT president of Vinnie's from 2002 to 2008, but he remained on the council after that and is remembered for working hard to heal divisions when they occurred, and he was a valued voice. He was wise and he was a mentor to many. Our deepest condolences to Mary, their 6 children and grandchildren. I also want to pay my respects to the Reverend Canon Pat Williams, who died this month at age 88 after 50 years of service to the Anglican Church. She's been described as a living saint, an all-round wonderful person. She was one of the first women to be ordained a deacon and then a priest in the Anglican Church in the Northern Territory. Condolences to Pat's family as well. Deputy Speaker, Bill Burford and Pat Williams lived out the words of the gospel in their deeds, in their actions and in their good works. They are sorely missed by our community. They did so much for our community. May they rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to reflect on the horrific incident that 10 years ago shook and is still shaking my region to the core. That is the senseless and callous murder of Shandy Blackburn. On the weekend, I attended the Remembering Shandy event at Harrop Park in Mackay. Many of our community stood together to remember and honour Shandy and to be a loud collective voice screaming no against violence. It was a privilege to stand with Shandy's family and friends, along with Hedley Thomas and the creator of Australian podcast Shandy's Story, and forensic biologist Kirsty Wright, who played vital roles in exposing the failings of the Queensland Health Department's forensic laboratory, who was found to have mishandled evidence, triggering a DNA inquiry. Through the brave work of Hedley and Kirsty, thousands of victims of serious crime who were previously told no DNA were detected now have another shot at justice. Shandy's mother Vicky and sister Shana's dedication and persistence has created change for Queensland victims. They have taken their pain and just not pushed for justice for Shandy, but for all Queensland victims of crime who suffered misconduct by the Queensland Forensic Laboratory. On behalf of all Queenslanders, we thank Vicky and Shana for your courage and conviction. We are truly sorry for your loss.
Member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For years in this place, I've been one of many voices advocating for targeted sanctions on regimes committing egregious human rights abuses. Magnitsky laws were passed in 2021 with bipartisan support, and the Albanese government is putting them to use to impose targeted financial sanctions and travel bans on individuals and entities responsible for human rights abuses in Myanmar and Iran. The Australian government announced sanctions on 16 members of the Myanmar military regime's governing state administration council, key individuals directly responsible for the coup 2 years ago. 2 Myanmar military-controlled commercial entities, the Myanmar Economic Public Holdings Limited and Myanmar Economic Corporation, will also be subject to targeted financial sanctions. Over the past 2 years, Australia, ASEAN and international partners have repeatedly called on the Myanmar military junta to restore democracy. Despite these calls, the regime has continued its anti-democratic actions against the people of Myanmar. The military regime has killed thousands of innocent civilians. Estimates are of 3,000 killed and 17,000 people arbitrarily arrested. The Australian government is also imposing Magnitsky-style sanctions on 16 Iranian individuals and 1 Iranian entity. This includes senior law enforcement, political and military figures in the IRGC and the Basij Cooperative Foundation. We're joining our partners to impose additional targeted sanctions on 4 Iranian individuals who have been involved in the production and supply of drones to Russia. Australia stands with the people of Myanmar, the people of Iran and the people of Ukraine.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition, who tell me that, according to a recent survey, cost of living is the leading concern amongst Australians aged 16 to 25, with one young person saying, and I quote, "I am unable to attend appointments due to how expensive they've been lately. My mental health has never been worse, yet I am still unable to get help because of these prices." Deputy Speaker, it's shameful that in Australia, one of the richest countries in the world, that it is unaffordable for young people to get the help they need, that young people are struggling with high rents, making it extremely difficult to find a place to live. And on top of that, they are struggling to pay back help debts that are increasing due to high inflation, leaving them avoiding visits to the doctor because it's just too expensive. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, addressing cost of living pressures faced by young people needs to be an urgent priority for the government. And this can be achieved by supporting young people to find secure employment, raising youth allowances so that people aren't living below the poverty line, addressing the rental crisis and ensuring everyone can afford to visit the doctor whenever they need. Put simply, Deputy Speaker, more, much more, must be done to promote the well-being and future of our young people.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I think we need to acknowledge and thank the Minister for Environment and Water for her pioneering decision to refuse Clive Palmer's coal mine last week. Clive Palmer's coal mine was to be 10 kilometres from the Great Barrier Reef. This project could have had unacceptable and irreparable impacts on the groundwater and freshwater in the area. Furthermore, it could have caused irreversible damage to potentially fragile seagrass meadows that feed dugongs and provide breeding grounds for fish just off the coast. This government went to the election with a strong commitment to fix the 9 years of neglect of the Liberals towards environment and climate change. And I know that for my electorate of Bennelong, environmental issues were at the top of their minds when they voted last May. This is the first time a minister has used this power, and I thank her for it. She could not ignore the potential environmental impacts of a project like this and the genuine risk of pollution and irreversible damage to the Great Barrier Reef. The reef is not only a crucial and fragile ecosystem, but it is an incredibly important part of our national economy. More than $6 billion annually is contributed to the economy from the reef, and around 64,000 jobs are created by it. This decision not only benefits our environment, but it also benefits all those small business owners who rely upon a healthy and vibrant Great Barrier Reef. Under this government and under this minister, the environment is back on the agenda, and Bennelong welcomes it.
Member for North Sydney.
Deputy Speaker, last Saturday I spent the morning listening to residents of Kirribilli, Milsons Point and McMahon's Point. These areas are known for their heritage cottages and jacaranda trees, but what is less known is that it's one of the most densely populated areas in Sydney, a small space with no less than 29 high-rise buildings. Almost every person who spoke to me was concerned about an imminent Transport for New South Wales project. The construction of a cycleway on the northwest end of the Sydney Harbour Bridge literally has residents and the local council tearing their hair out. No one begrudges those wishing to use active transport being able to easily navigate the bridge. Safe cycling infrastructure is vital. But the reality is Transport for New South Wales design will lead to a loss of green space, have a significant impact on pedestrians and deface the beauty of the bridge. In good faith and at significant personal expense, the community pulled together to commission alternative design for the ramp. The design minimised impact on the community while still enabling freer movement for cyclists. The local council has endorsed the design. The locals believe it's a good compromise. But Transport New South Wales will not entertain it. Today, I speak for all those who live in my community who are frustrated by what appears to be a complete bureaucratic brick wall. The best outcomes for our community will be facilitated when all major stakeholders come together around a mutually beneficial and wanted project. We can have this with this bike ramp project, but it requires Transport New South Wales to take a step back and be truly prepared to engage in an active conversation.
Member for Werriwa.
Deputy Speaker, many of the constituents of Werriwa come from Turkey and Syria, and I'm privileged to know so many of them and call them my friends. They've been deeply affected by the earthquake and aftershocks that struck the region on the 6th of February, and the enormity of the disaster is difficult to imagine. In less than a week, over 1 million people have been left homeless in the depths of winter, and more than 41,000 are dead. Moreover, 13 million people are estimated to be affected across Turkey. Unfortunately, casualties are expected to continue to climb, and I extend my sincere condolences to all those affected in Turkey and Syria and thank those in our community who are organising aid, and also give my condolences to the friends and family they've lost. Australia has promised $10 million in humanitarian assistance and has sent the Australian Disaster Assistance Response Team. I wish all the Australians, search and rescue members, all the best and thank them for their service and their volunteerism. I know it's going to be an incredibly tough time for so many in my community and communities across Australia. We stand with you from this parliament. I encourage all Australians that want to help to donate to the Australian Council of International Development Member Organisations. Australian Red Cross or UNICEF Australia both have launched appeals.
Thank you. Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to draw attention to the escalating social dysfunction in the Goldfields region of my electorate following the withdrawal of the cashless debit card. Minister for Social Services Amanda Rishworth has blamed issues being experienced in the Kimberley CDC site on recent flooding events. Well, Minister, there's been no rainfall in the Goldfields, just a tsunami of alcohol-fuelled violence sweeping Leonora, Laverton and the city of Kalgoorlie-Boulder. The minister attributes this to out-of-towners rather than locals who can now spend their entire welfare payment on booze, should they choose. This same minister announced the abolition of the card without any community consultation and has never visited to see any of its benefits. Her assistant minister accuses the coalition of failing communities like these when it comes to domestic violence funding. Yet while the coalition funded Goldfields Indigenous Housing Organisation's expansion of family violence housing, the Albanese government failed to honour a coalition commitment to build a similar facility in Leonora. Minister Rishworth has publicly denounced the $160 million spent by the coalition on the entire cashless debit card scheme. But the Prime Minister spends a couple of hours in Alice Springs and announces a $250 million support package for their alcohol-afflicted communities. I call on Mr Albanese to come to the Goldfields and support my communities who are suffering alcohol-related social harm caused by the withdrawal of the cashless debit card.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in the chamber today to acknowledge the 24 recipients in my electorate of Robertson who have been successful in receiving funding through the Albanese Labor Government's Local Sporting Champions program, Round 3. The Local Sporting Champions program provides funding between $500 and $750 to coaches, officials and competitors aged 12 to 18 participating in state, national or international championships. This funding assists participants in covering the costs associated with travelling to and attending these events. Sport brings our communities together and provides many benefits, including physical strength and mental clarity. I know that each one of these successful recipients will represent the Central Coast, New South Wales and Australia outstandingly. I wish each one of my recipients all the best and success in their sporting endeavours, and they include Olivia Edwards, Luke Hughes, Jet Forimo, Ebony Nash, Owen Nash, Marley Prisbilla, Lilani G, Byron Benson, Miles Greenwood, Jessica Majzak, Jodie Mead, Zach Visconti, Ronnie Jordan, Eleanor Shervington, Devara Marshall, Lucy Marshall, Sonny McRae, Felix Mitchell, Lachlan Ireland, Amber Sky Stevenson, Olivia Urell, Kai Hodson and Emily Rose. These successful recipients will compete at championships involving ice skating, water polo, life-saving, sailing, canoeing and swimming. It is fantastic, and I look forward to hearing about all of your sporting success, and I look forward to catching up with you after all these events. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. A member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Up in the gallery is my father, Oliver Wallahan, and his younger brother and my uncle, Ivor Wallahan, who's visiting from England. In a different time, they would have been joined by their elder brother and my uncle, Canis Wallahan. Canis was a Vietnam veteran in the US Navy. He was married to Paula and had two children, and has two children, Guy, who had worked in Victoria Police as a bomb disposal technician, and his daughter Alexandra, who works in the United Kingdom. Canis sadly died on the 7th of November 2021. He visited Australia on many occasions, and I'm sure he would have been up there with you. We miss him, and I know he was loved. Also sitting up in the chamber should be Angela Crawley. Angela Crawley was my aunt through marriage, Ivor's wife. Angela is fondly remembered by our family. My mum takes great credit for Ivor meeting Angela. Angela's family came from England in St Helens to babysit us on many occasions, and I think there she caught the eye of my uncle Ivor. Ivor now has settled in St Helens with his wonderful daughters Lily and Alice. You always were the fun Uncle Ivor, and Angela meant a great deal to all of us, and we know she did to you. She was loved, she will be missed, and we know she will live on through your beautiful daughters and your beautiful family. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my community of Dunkley, we have a fantastic support group called Here Together Australia, led by the indomitable Sandy Grace and many other just awesome volunteers and disability advocates. Here Together Australia welcomes families with children who are deaf or who have hearing loss. In Australia, 3 to 6 children in every 1,000 have some degree of hearing loss. For a variety of reasons, children who are deaf or hard of hearing often feel disconnected and suffer from anxiety and depression in greater numbers than the hearing community. Here Together Australia, in my home, is tackling these issues by creating avenues of reconnection and understanding, as well as providing education centred around inclusion and acceptance. So I was very pleased that their group received support through the Dunkley Stronger Communities program to purchase a soundfield system that is being used by children who are deaf or hard of hearing. Members can link to the soundfield via their own personal hearing aids. It has done wonders to enhance the inclusivity of their regular meetups, events and camps, and I thank them for sending me some photos recently to show me what they're doing. I know that the group is about to head off on their first camp for 2023, and members are looking forward to spending time with their beautiful community of young people and using the assistance of technology. So I hope they all have a really great time.
Thank you. Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Caboolture Indoor Sports has been around for over 25 years, first starting on Morayfield Road next to the Caboolture 10-pin bowl, before moving to its larger current location on Learjet Drive in Caboolture. On weekends and school holidays, families enjoy Inflatable World, where kids can jump and climb without fear of injury, as well as locals enjoying sports during the week, such as beach volleyball, indoor netball, indoor soccer and my personal favourite, indoor cricket, where on most Tuesday nights when I'm not in Canberra, I'll be running around with the team I play in, comprising of players ranging from 15 to 54, and I'll leave it up to you to work out where I fit in that, Deputy Speaker. A shout-out to the boys who went down in the grand final on Tuesday night. Well done on a great season, fellas. Recently, the centre went through a change of ownership, with the long-time owner Tony Joyce, or Joycey as we fondly know him, selling the centre to Stephen Mogg, who also owns 2 other indoor sports centres, one located right here in Canberra. We wish Tony all the best in his future endeavours, and Stephen a great success, and we welcome him to the Longman community. Stephen has made a commitment to the local community to invest in the centre to upgrade equipment and facilities, which is a demonstration of his confidence in the people of Longman and its reputation for supporting local businesses. So no matter if you're young, old, male, female, if you're looking for a bit of great fun and a good way to get fit, or you just want to bowl a bouncer at your local member, come on down to Caboolture Indoor Sports.
Member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Western Sydney Airport is a welcome financial and infrastructure boost to New South Wales and particularly to South West Sydney and even more particularly to my electorate of Macarthur. However, the benefits of this project are set to be hampered if the airport is to open without a heavy rail link connecting it to Macarthur. The need for this is backed up by Infrastructure Australia, who note the importance of heavy rail to the airport as vital for the airport's success. Heavy rail will allow constant round-the-clock movement of passengers, workers and cargo between the airport and the booming suburbs of Macarthur and surrounding regions, as well as connections to Kingsford Smith Airport, connections to the Moorebank Intermodal Freight Depot and connections to all the new suburbs popping up around Macarthur. Unfortunately, the New South Wales Government is only committing to a light rail link between our region and Western Sydney Airport. This is bad planning, it is not good enough and will not serve the needs of Macarthur and its booming suburbs. It's a serious mistake that has long-term implications owing to the lack of vision by the Perrottet government and the previous Morrison government federally. There's a sign at Oran Park that says proposed railway station. Unfortunately, it's been there for many years, not a sod's been turned, and this is a disgrace and a shame. Good planning is what we need. Good planning will benefit the citizens of Macarthur, which is the most rapidly growing electorate of New South Wales and Australia, and we need planning certainty and proper planning. Thank you.
Time's right. Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just a short time ago, I attended the launch of Parliamentary Friends of Melanoma and Skin Cancer, and got to hear many of the stories of people who were living with melanoma and skin cancer, and also stories of those people who had undergone some significant treatment. Deputy Speaker, while we all love our sunburnt country, we don't love the fact that Australia has the highest rate of melanoma in the world. Melanoma is the third most common cause of cancer in Australia and is the most common cancer in those aged 20 to 39. Last year, it was expected that over 17,000 new cases would be diagnosed. Summer officially finishes in a few short weeks, and there will have been hundreds of thousands of Australians who got sunburnt in recent months. So it's worth repeating the sun safety message: slip, slop, slap, seek and slide. Slip on some sun protective clothing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat, seek shade and slide on sunglasses. Sun protection is required when the UV index is 3 and above, which is all year round in Queensland and can even be from as early as 7:20 a.m. in summer. I've long been an advocate for sun safety, and I encourage everyone who's listening to be forever vigilant, have regular skin checks and see your doctor if you notice any changes in between checks.
Thank you. Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A single tax cut is all it took to fire the gun on the EV race in Australia. Since the Albanese government waived FBT and import duties on select EVs last year, a tax cut the party of low taxes opposed, Australians have burst out of the blocks with unprecedented EV uptake. Sales are up 87%, a booming demand that is testament to a government that is honouring its promises to decarbonise transport and make EVs more affordable. And it can't happen too soon, with irritation at the Bowser sending more and more Australians straight into the EV showroom. After a decade of policy neglect and a lack of vision, Australians can't afford to fall any further behind in the EV race.
That's right.
We are investing $500 million towards a national EV strategy to ensure charging stations every 150 kilometres and spur investment in future fuels like green hydrogen. Higgins will be early adopters of EVs. I'm already seeing increasing numbers of EVs on our roads since I came to office. I invite you, my constituents, to join me at my EV forum at Malvern Town Hall on March 24, where you can hear from BYD, Mercedes, BMW, Polestar, Nissan and, of course, Hyundai. Come and meet the makers.
Cool. Member for Bass. Sorry.
You are not what was done to you. This is the motto of Enterprising Aardvark, a local, free, not-for-profit counselling service for people in northern Tasmania who've experienced complex early childhood trauma and sexual assault, as well as those people who care for them and support them. Enterprising Aardvark was launched by Rachel and Lisa, who both have backgrounds in sexual assault and family violence counselling, 6 years ago after noticing a gap in services. We decided it would be useful to support people, particularly people who have more complex reactions to trauma. They may have had long-term trauma from a young age and been re-traumatised over the years, Lisa said. Beyond offering free therapeutic services for young children, adolescents and adults, they also offer consultancy, training and supervision for professionals. Their work in the community has been rightly recognised, taking out a prestigious award for excellence in community service in 2021. Their approach centres around the belief that most often people just want the opportunity to be heard and believed. Everyone has their own unique circumstances, but a lot of adults who are childhood survivors of sexual assault have found that they're not able to get a service that is right for them, Rachel said. Funded solely by donations and fundraisers, Rachel and Lisa operate part-time, but their impact has been tremendous, working with over 300 people and providing more than 1,500 hours of free counselling a year. I want to thank Rachel and Lisa for their dedication to continuing to support northern Tasmanians who have experienced childhood trauma.
Thank you. Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last October I met with one of my constituents, Chris Stoker. Chris is a lovely bloke who told me a horrible story about his time as a student at Brisbane Boys Grammar School during the tenure of school counsellor Kevin Lynch. Lynch left a trail of devastation at both Brisbane Boys Grammar and St Paul's. This monster sexually abused multiple students at both schools, one of those being Chris. Mr Lynch was later charged with 9 offences but committed suicide the next day. At the time of Mr Lynch's employment, the then principal, Dr Maxwell Howell, knowingly allowed modifications to the school counsellor's office to include blacked-out windows, deadlocked entry and exit doors and a traffic light and intercom system to control entry to the office. The Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse found that, and I quote, "We find that in 1981 a parent told Dr Howell that Mr Lynch had sexually abused his son. Dr Howell did not investigate the allegations and did not report the matter to the police or the Board of Trustees. In not doing so, he failed in his obligations to protect the safety and well-being of the students. To make matters worse, Dr Howell also provided a glowing reference for Kevin Lynch, despite being well aware of numerous allegations against him. Consequently, this monster then moved his abuse onto new students at St Paul's. My constituent, Chris Stoker, knows he will never see justice because Mr Lynch and Mr Howell are both dead. However, what Chris wants is for Mr Howell to be removed from the records as a past member of the Order of Australia. So I call on the Governor-General to remove any reference of Dr Howell from the honours list. He does not belong there, and I seek leave to table a document showing Dr Howell still on the list as receiving the Order of Australia.
Member for Moncrieff.
Well, at the last federal election, Labor promised life would be cheaper.
Sorry, Member for Moncrieff. Is leave granted?
Yes, leave
Thank
is granted.
you, Member for Moncrieff. Yep, you've reset the clock.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the last federal election, Labor promised life would be cheaper under them. Yet interest rates, petrol prices, gas and grocery bills continue to go up. And it's clear that this Labor government has no real plan to bring them down. And now, early childhood education costs are going up, with the latest CPI data showing costs increased by a whopping 4.5% in December 2022. That's the largest quarterly increase outside the reversal of COVID measures since 2007. Fees are rising, with one major provider increasing fees last month, and it's only a matter of time before other providers follow suit. Labor promised Australian families they would reduce out-of-pocket costs for early childhood education without fuelling inflation. And yet, with costs increasing, families deserve to know how much of their extra subsidy will be immediately lost to higher fees. It's clear this government has no idea what they're doing when it comes to policy. They have no plan to address rising fees, no plan to address concerns raised by educators, and no plan on how to address the increasing lack of access to services faced by more than 9 million Australians. The Albanese government has had 8 months to address the rising costs of living, and they've done nothing. Labor said it had a plan. Its budget shows there is no plan. Australian families deserve to know why they always pay more under Labor.
Order. The member's time has expired. Give the call. Order. I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
It's Boonaroo season in Noongar country, and simply that means it's hot. And for the area of Ellenbrook, which is also where my electorate office is located, it's a long trip to the beach. But very happily able to report today that my residents of this area and the surrounds of this booming community will finally get their swimming pool thanks to the support of the McGowan government, our very own Minister Catherine King. We will get a 50-metre pool, a 25-metre pool, a kiddie play area, hydrotherapy. Finally it will be delivered because what we committed we will deliver against. Absolutely, the communities of Caversham, of Ellenbrook, of Brabham, of Averley finally will be able to have their children be able to participate in swimming activities like kids around the country get to enjoy. Kids will be sending text messages to their mum and dad at the end of every day to say, pick me up from the school, please, because we will have delivered on a commitment that was over a decade old and a failure of the previous government to work successfully with the state government and the City of Swan to be able to get this pool delivered. And it's a big change for my community because we have come to the table with the money. We've listened to the community, what they actually asked for, and we're on the way to delivering it. All being well, it's going to be in the Metronet precinct, the Ellenbrook station as well, to make it absolutely possible to get there without no problems at all. And it's an absolute pleasure to be able to work closely with the McGowan government, with Rita Saffioti, the Minister for Infrastructure, and Jessica Shaw to make it happen.
The member's time has expired. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements is concluded. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, it's a great honour to welcome Prime Minister Kasakau here to the Australian Parliament from Vanuatu, and I'd ask members to give him a welcome. Sir, you and your delegation, your ministers, are very welcome visitors here today, and you were greeted at the front of Parliament House by myself, the Leader of the Opposition and other dignitaries here this morning. This is the first time a Prime Minister of Vanuatu has made an official visit since 2018. And today we were able to make great progress on some of our shared priorities, including progress in sectors such as infrastructure, cybersecurity and trade and agriculture. Australia and Vanuatu are long-standing friends. We are partners, equal partners, guided by mutual respect and a shared commitment to a prosperous, peaceful and resilient Pacific. On Vanuatu's independence in 1980, Australia was proud to gift the Vanuatu Parliament with its Speaker's chair, an enduring symbol of the democratic values that we share. Last December, Senator Wong led an Australian bipartisan delegation to visit Vanuatu, where they were warmly welcomed by you, Prime Minister. On that visit, Minister Wong and Prime Minister Kausikau signed our landmark bilateral security agreement. One of the things that we've agreed in the Pacific Island Forum is that we in the Pacific need to secure our own region here in the Pacific, and the Pacific family needs to look after each other. The agreement recognises that Australia and Vanuatu's security interests are deeply intertwined, and it lays out a framework for strengthening our partnership even further. And today we committed to ratifying that agreement, and I look forward to bipartisan support in this parliament to ratify that security agreement. I would like to recognise and commend the Prime Minister for his long-standing leadership in pushing for increased global action on climate change that we spoke about again here this morning. So once again, thank you, Prime Minister, for joining us here today, and a very, very warm Australian welcome.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to say thank you to the Prime Minister for those words, and join with the Prime Minister in welcoming you, Prime Minister, and your delegation. We had the opportunity of meeting earlier today, and it was wonderful to see you in person after having met last time across the video screen, as was the case in many of our interactions over the course of the last couple of years. The dedication and the leadership that you've shown to your country and the capacity that you have to steer your country through good times and bad is something that we acknowledge and that we applaud today. As the Prime Minister rightly points out, we hope that you and your delegation, in particular the Minister for Commerce, the Minister for Agriculture, the other distinguished guests in your party, can take back a message that there is a bipartisan position of support for Vanuatu. Absolutely determined to make sure that we can continue the friendship and the strength. And I had a great deal of pride to stand and to meet with you and your delegation this morning at the forecourt of Parliament House. It's an honour afforded our most special friends and guests, and it was extended to you by way of decision of the Prime Minister, and that demonstrates, I think, the level of respect that we have for you personally. I want to say thank you very much for your work as Deputy Prime Minister and the way in which you were able to work with us. During my time as Defence Minister, we signed an agreement. We had a very important business to conduct in a contested region. Last night, many of us here attended a fine speech given by Ambassador Yamagami at the Japanese residence, and followed by a fine speech by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Trade and others who were there, former Prime Minister Morrison, Abbott, and it demonstrated the links in our region and the desire for closer cooperation and relationships, and that was on display last night, as it has been today. So I want to extend every welcome to you, and we look forward very much to strengthening and deepening the relationship in many bilateral ways. But our work during the course of COVID, I pay tribute to the former Prime Minister Morrison, and you were kind enough to raise this issue in our bilateral meeting today. The vaccines that Australia was able to provide to your country provided support in a very difficult period for your country and for the world, of course, and it was instinctive that we would provide that support, and we were determined to see that support delivered in a timely way, and that transpired. So thank you again for being here, for making the effort to travel to our country, and all Australians look forward at any opportunity to visiting you in Vanuatu. And I'd give a shout out on behalf of the Commerce Minister for all of those Australians looking at booking a holiday. Make sure you start Googling Vanuatu straight away. Thank you so much.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, there are. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. I refer to the fact that over the last 30 years to 2022, the cash rate has been 1.3 percentage points higher under Labor than under the Coalition. Interest rates are always higher under Labor. And that under this Prime Minister there have been 8 rate rises in 8 consecutive meetings of the Reserve Bank of Australia Board. No wonder there is such pressure on the Reserve Bank Governor. When will the Prime Minister announce a plan to deal with the rising inflation problem in this country, which is fuelling higher interest rates? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Has concluded. Order. I give the order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. I want to remind all members, when questions are being asked, that is not the time to interject, and when ministers are on their feet before they ask questions, it's not the time to interject. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I'm asked a very broad-ranging question by the Leader of the Opposition about the history of interest rates. So I can inform the Leader of the Opposition that I have done a bit of research about the history of interest rates. I can inform him.
Order. The member for Deakin will cease interjecting. The member for Deakin, I want to deal with the member for Deakin. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting while I'm speaking. Member for Deakin has been continually interjecting every day in question time. This is not an excuse to yell when the Prime Minister has begun his answer. I want to be crystal clear about behaviour today. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr Speaker. Notwithstanding the Leader of the Opposition's interest in my university essays, I can provide more for him later today. But I remember back in 2004 when the Howard government slogan at the election was keeping interest rates low.
Order.
I remember that well.
Order.
But then, of course, they made the fatal mistake of appointing the member opposite as the Assistant Treasurer in 2006. Now, at that time, the cash rate was 5.5% when he was appointed. But then the Reserve Bank met 3rd of May 2006, up 0.25%. 2nd of August 2006, up 0.25%. 8th of November 2006, you guessed it, up 0.25%. 8th of August 2007, do you think it went up or down? Hands up those who think it went up. Hands up those who think it went down. No, you're right. And then there's more. On the 7th of November 2007.
Order.
Did it go up or down? Hands up those who think it went up. Anyone think it went down? No. 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 6.75%. Today the rate is 3.35.
Order.
Is 6.75 higher or lower than 3.35? Sounds higher to me.
Order.
Sounds higher to me.
Order. Order. Members on my right. Members on my left. The member for Groom. Give the call to the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister, how will the Defence Strategic Review help prepare Australia to effectively respond to the changing regional and global strategic environment and ensure Defence's capability and structure is fit for purpose?
I give the call to the Minister for Defence and the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I
thank the member for her question, acknowledge her commitment to Australia's defence, and also acknowledge the poignancy of asking a question about Australia's strategic posture on the 81st anniversary of the fall of Singapore. Yesterday, Mr Speaker, the government received the Defence Strategic Review from Sir Angus Houston and Professor Stephen Smith. It is a fundamentally important document. It runs to 157 pages in length. It contains 108 recommendations, many of which will obviously be classified. But more importantly than that, the Defence Strategic Review articulates a new strategic posture for our nation. Now, with apologies to those from the past for the crude simplification, over many decades Australia's strategic posture has been centred on a defence of the continent, being a significant actor within our region and being a good global citizen. If you like, 3 concentric circles. And this frame has served us very well over a very long period of time. But quite obviously, in 2023, this is no longer fit for purpose. Because, Mr Speaker, today we live in a globalised, networked world, where, as a trading island nation, so much of our national income is dependent upon trade. And so any potential adversary can do our country enormous damage without ever having to set foot upon our shores. And so our national interest lies in having a clear set of international rules of the road around trade, around freedom of navigation, the global rules-based order, along with having the capability to hold any potential adversary at risk much further from our shores. And in order to achieve both of these objectives, we need a defence force which has the capacity for impactful projection across the full spectrum of proportionate response. Now, Mr Speaker, the theory is important, but what's absolutely critical is that we now build a defence force which has the capacity in its specific platforms and people to be able to achieve this strategic posture. And this is exactly what the Defence Strategic Review examines. Time will tell, but I believe this document will be a blueprint for defence thinking for many decades to come. The government will consider the review over the weeks ahead before we release an unclassified version of the review along with the government's response to it. But far from being the culmination of a process, this is really the beginning of a new era in strategic thought, which will build a strategic posture for our country, which will protect our national interests, protect our way of life and keep Australians safe.
The member for Canning on indulgence, or is seeking to call for a question?
I've got a question.
I give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. At 4:01 p.m, the minister tweeted a photo of himself and the Prime Minister receiving the Defence Strategic Review. At 9:42 p.m. last night, reports emerged in the media outlining recommendations contained in the DSR. Can the minister explain how highly classified information about Australia's national security ended up in The Australian within a matter of hours?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for Defence and Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. It is not going to surprise members of this House that there is speculation around the Defence Strategic Review. And the only thing that you've read in the newspaper is that speculation.
Order.
Now, the facts which are on the public record are the facts as I have presented them in the answer to the previous question. And it genuinely surprises me that on a matter as significant as this, the opposition would be sharing in the speculation of the press.
Order. I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. How will the National Reconstruction Fund help Australia respond to national challenges, and what obstacles are there to achieving this?
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Well, thanks, Speaker. And if you want to see a champion for manufacturing, particularly in our regions, look right there. Thank you very much for the question. Knowing how important it is for regional communities to be able to have access to great manufacturing jobs. And from our point of view, we all went through, obviously, a very seismic event with the pandemic, impacting on the ability to get the goods that we needed at the time we needed them most. We are determined to learn the lessons from the pandemic, address those supply chain issues, and through the process be able to tackle inflation and put downward pressure on interest rates. So the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund that will be independently run will focus on a number of priority areas that will address some of the challenges that we've got. And the 7 priority areas, evidence-based, to help future-proof our economy following the pandemic. And the priority areas themselves informed by CSIRO work, particularly the COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience Report, that identified opportunities for Australian businesses to leverage science and technology and to drive economic recovery, resilience and realise positive economic impacts starting right now. So we are looking at setting up priority areas, for instance, value add in resources, value add in agriculture, renewables and low emissions technologies, medical science, transport and also emerging capabilities, defence, for example, and emerging capabilities like quantum, AI, robotics, and targeted investments within there too, driving value add in resources, for example, batteries, and being able to also see medical manufacturing emerge. Now, I'm asked about obstacles. Well, you know,
Order.
I mean, the time that we discovered that they actually had any opposition was the dummy spit trajectory through the Australian that told us that they weren't supporting it. We listened to the Shadow Minister's response to the legislation. The Shadow Minister apparently took umbrage that I wore black ties. I mean, I bust out the black tie twice a year and I'm a Kardashian. I mean, apparently also I was accused of being ambitious. Have you looked around? This is not exactly Australia's preeminent greenhouse for shrinking violets. There are a few ambitious people around. I'll tell you what we are ambitious for: Australian people, Australian manufacturing. We are ambitious that this will be a country that creates good jobs, a lot of jobs, and builds on our know-how, and particularly in regional Australia opens up opportunity, and remote Australia as well.
Has expired. I give the call to the member for North Sydney who was on her feet first.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Recent research indicates it would cost $12 billion over the next 7 years to provide fair incentives to help all Australian households electrify. By electrifying, households would save in the order of $3,000 to $5,000 a year. Treasurer, last year alone you spent $12 billion on subsidising fossil fuels. Will you redirect this funding away from fossil fuels and instead spend it on helping Australian households reduce their cost of living?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for North Sydney for her question and for her interest in what I think will be a really important objective that we share as a government with the member for North Sydney, which is to try and get people's power bills down. And one of the reasons why we've already invested or set aside $1.5 billion is because we understand that the pressures on families, a big part of that, is coming from higher energy bills, and so we want to do something about that in the near term. And we also want to do something about that in the medium term and in the longer term.
Nationals will cease interjecting.
And the Minister for Energy, the Prime Minister and others have flagged that we do have an interest in helping households get their power bills down by investing in better ways to get cleaner and cheaper energy, more reliable energy, into their homes. I think, as the Prime Minister said the other day, we are interested in doing that by incentivising people rather than compelling people. We think that's an important part of the issues that we're thinking through, and we share that objective with the member for North Sydney and with other members of the crossbench. And I think on our side of the House, everybody is interested in how we do that. So financial help in the near term, help with families and pensioners and households making the necessary differences in the medium term. These are all important parts of our plan, and we're happy to work with the member for North Sydney as we finalise it.
Give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the government's commitment to the National Reconstruction Fund, the Housing Australia Future Fund and the Safeguard Mechanism delivering on its election commitments? How are these policies being received by stakeholders, and is there any opposition?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for Fremantle for his question, which goes to the fact that the Australian people voted for change on May 21st last year, and they voted for a government to implement the Housing Australia Future Fund, to implement the National Reconstruction Fund and to implement a fair income version of the Safeguards mechanism that was, of course, designed by the Abbott government. A government that would invest firstly in affordable housing for veterans and frontline workers, for 4,000 households of women and children fleeing domestic violence. And I'm pleased that the member for Bass has announced her support for this program. I don't know why anyone would stand in the way of increased investment in social and affordable housing for Australian people, including the most vulnerable people in our community. They also voted for a government that would invest in Australian manufacturing, secure jobs, new industries, making our future here. We know from the pandemic that Australia needs more resilience. We need to make sure that we deal with supply chain issues. It's one of the issues that is feeding inflation in this country. We know that a majority of these jobs through the National Reconstruction Fund will be created in regional Australia, and that is why it is worthy of support as well. But they also voted for a government that would end the climate wars, that would move Australia forward. Our plan to fix the Safeguard mechanism has been endorsed by industry and business. Origin, Rio Tinto, Shell, Woodside, the BCA, the Australian Industry Group, ACCI, National Farmers Federation and the Minerals Council. But I'm also asked, is there any opposition to these plans? Now, in every issue, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's housing, whether it be dealing with the challenge of climate change, those opposite have just one answer. The coalition have become the no-alition once again, saying no with no improvements.
Order. Prime Minister, order. The members on my right. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, you've previously ruled on the use of that term the Prime Minister used, and you should be asked to withdraw it.
I'll just ask the Prime Minister to continue with his answer and not to refer to the coalition except by the coalition. Give him order.
Well, if they stop saying no, they're certainly not the yes-alition.
Order.
They're certainly not that, because they say no to housing, they're saying no to secure jobs, they're saying no to manufacturing, they're saying no to the Safeguards mechanism, regardless of the fact that people out there are saying that it should be supported. They want the last decade to be like the next decade to be like the last decade, with its climate wars, with its delays, with its denial.
Members on my left.
We have positive plans for Australia. And I say this, if you've got no plans of your own, just get out of the way.
Order. I'd like to hear the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in absolute silence. And I give her the call.
Question is to the Prime Minister. A CanStar consumer survey has found 59% of people cite the cost of groceries, rent, electricity, gas, interest rates or petrol as their #1 concern for 2023. And after 9 months in office, the Prime Minister doesn't have a single policy to put downward pressure on interest rates. Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I'd say to go and have a look at the evidence of the Reserve Bank Governor today, or the Head of Treasury, who spoke about the fact that our plans are actually making a difference. To name just one.
Member for Hume.
To name just one.
Members on my left will cease interjecting.
Senator Canavan very helpfully asked the RBA Governor the following question today. Just on the energy side of things, how much has the disruption in energy flows resulting from the war in Ukraine contributed to inflation over the past year now? Almost. And the Governor said this: substantially. At one point, the price of petrol, I think the annual rate was up 30%. That makes a big difference. And the sky-high prices of gas and coal in Europe flowed through back into our domestic market. That's been a first-order issue, but it hasn't just been energy, it's been food and a lot of the supply chains. It's worked its way through. The more positive story here is we're through the worst of that. And for those opposite who are opposing positive plans like the National Reconstruction Fund, where the Governor has also spoken about how supply chain issues were contributing to inflation, they're standing in the way of solutions to these issues, is just extraordinary. The same opposition came when we brought forward our energy price relief plan to this parliament in December. Those opposite voted against $1.5 billion of relief that was designed in a way, in partnership with the advice from the Treasury, to make sure—
Prime Minister will pause. I'll hear the Deputy Leader on a point of order, and I'd ask her to state the point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, the core part of the question went to interest rates, and the Prime Minister hasn't mentioned the core part of the question.
Thank you. The Prime Minister was about households. It was about the Labor government's policies of 9 months. It was about interest rates. There were many components of the question. I appreciate the Deputy may have one important part of the question, but the Prime Minister is being relevant to the whole question. I'll give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, because we know that there are inflationary pressures in the economy, and that is what interest rates are related to: inflation. There's a relationship between the two. I would have thought that was pretty obvious, and that is what the evidence today was there. That's why we have put in place our three-part plan of relief, repair and restraint, making sure that we provide relief, that we provide repair through issues like supply chains and the skills crisis, and also that we have restraint when it comes to fiscal policy, so that fiscal policy is working in concert with monetary policy as well. That is the plan that we are putting forward, a plan that's constructive, a plan that is positive, and those opposite have nothing to say except one word: no to everything that is put forward.
Give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government reforming the safeguard mechanism to ensure Australia's biggest emitters contribute a fair share of emissions reductions? What are the consequences of uncertainty in energy and climate policy?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thanks to my friend the member for Higgins for that question. What a passionate advocate for the values of the people for Higgins she is, Mr Speaker. What a contribution she's made in her time in this chamber so far. And this government went to the election promising to reform the safeguards mechanism to reduce emissions from a sector which represents 28% of Australia's emissions. We're talking about reducing emissions by 205 million tonnes by 2030, Mr Speaker. So this is a big and important deal. And it's also important for industry to provide certainty, Mr Speaker, to provide stability. And that's why this reform has been backed by the Business Council, the Australian Industry Group and ACCI, who have all released statements calling for this package to pass the parliament, Mr Speaker. So industry certainty is key. But I tell you what is not industry certainty. That's flipping positions between last year and this year. And yesterday the Shadow Treasurer was asking the Prime Minister about something he said in 2006. Well, in 2021, the member for Hume was backing safeguard crediting, Mr Speaker. Not that long ago. In 2021, the member for Hume said the new safeguard crediting mechanism would provide an incentive to businesses to reduce their energy costs and emissions by undertaking transformative projects. And that's exactly what we are proposing in the safeguard crediting bill, Mr Speaker.
Order.
And industry certainty is also important when it comes to putting downward pressure on prices. Now, that's why we intervened in December to act on energy prices, Mr Speaker. And this is important for households and small business, but it's also important for big business and industries, because big industrial producers are also big energy users, Mr Speaker. That's why the Aluminium Council backed our intervention, saying the Council welcomes the actions of the government to meaningfully address gas prices in the short term and medium term and a stepping stone to a long-term solution. So the opposition cries crocodile tears about big industry, but they weren't there for big industry last December when the government was acting, Mr Speaker. We know they voted against it. Cease yelling. They're against it. The Shadow Minister issued a press release on certainty on the 1st of February, and he accused us. And he said our energy intervention was disastrous, then complained it was too late. He said we should have acted sooner, so it was disastrous and too late, and then said it was rushed. So in one press release, Mr Speaker, he said it was bad, too soon and too late. I mean, they can't get certainty in one press release, Mr Speaker. He made more sense in Hiroshima, where he issued a video saying, "Hiroshima, what can we learn from nuclear?" Mr Speaker. That's what he made more sense. He was on the world's worst Kon-Tiki tour promoting nuclear in Fukushima and Hiroshima, and he made more sense then than he does defending their policy certainty, which is completely not existing.
The Minister's time has concluded. Order. Members on my right. The Minister for Industry. The member for Fairfax, I can hear every word you're saying. You need to yell. Trust me. Order. I want to hear from the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Under this Prime Minister, interest rates have increased at the fastest rate since the Reserve Bank began targeting inflation. By how much does the current inflation rate exceed the RBA's target?
Order. The Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll begin and then I'll give the Treasurer a crack. The Treasurer a crack.
Members on my left.
Because he deserves a go.
Members
he deserves a go because I lead a cabinet-level government. I lead a cabinet government in the best traditions of the great Bob Hawke. And that's why we have ministers so they can do their job. But our plan to deal with the inflation challenge within the economy is relief, repair, restraint, providing responsible cost-of-living relief, repairing our broken supply chains, which have been made worse by their actions opposite, but also— come on.
The Prime Minister will pause, and he's 45 seconds into his answer. All right, resume your seat. No, there's no point of order, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And of course, showing spending restraint in the economy. And I pay tribute to the Treasurer and the Finance Minister in the other place, who do such a fantastic job of making sure that we put together a responsible budget last October, and there'll be another one in May. And I ask the Treasurer to add.
Thank you.
The Leader of the
Mr Speaker, I think if the Shadow Treasurer needs us to tell him what the inflation rate at 7.8 and the target rate of 2.3%, then we've got even bigger problems than we feared about old mate over here. Old mate over here needs the most simple concepts explained to him very slowly, and that's what we're happy to do over and over again. Now, the reason, Mr Speaker, why the member for Hume didn't ask me this question is because he knows that last week I was tuning in, as I always do, watching Kieran Gilbert on Sky interviewing the Shadow Treasurer, and he was asked by Kieran Gilbert on Sky last Tuesday. Kieran pointed out to him, as we have from time to time, that interest rates started going up on their watch. We've also pointed out that interest rates were more than twice what they are now when the Leader of the Opposition was the Assistant Treasurer. But I was watching Kieran talk to the member for Hume last Tuesday, and Kieran said, look, but you did see interest rates go up on your watch, and the member for Hume said, well, you saw a 0.1% increase in May. Now, the only problem with that is that is completely and absolutely wrong. The only apart from that fact that he got wrong, the rest of it was right, Mr. Speaker. He was asked about May, and in May, when those opposite were in office, interest rates went up by 25 basis points. I think everybody on this side of the House understands that. The Shadow Treasurer does not have a clue. He does not have a clue, and that's why he doesn't ask me the question, because he knows I'm watching Kieran Gilbert talking to the member for Hume, and he knows that the member for Hume dropped an absolute clanger on Kieran's show last week. The Shadow Treasurer of this country, the guy that wants to be the Treasurer of this country, doesn't even know how much interest rates.
The time has concluded. The time's concluded. The time is concluded. Order, members on my. The Minister for Home Affairs. I can hear every word from you as well. I don't need to yell that out. When the House comes to order and there is complete silence, I'll hear from the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Why are the Albanese Labor government's climate change policies part of the government's economic plan, and are there any barriers to their progress?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the wonderful member for his question. He understands, just like we understand on this side of the House, that good climate change policy is good economic policy. And that's because we understand that the future of this economy will be increasingly powered by cleaner, cheaper, more reliable and increasingly renewable energy. We understand that. And we also understand that for too long in this country, the opportunities of an economy powered by that cleaner and cheaper energy have gone begging, while we've had this ridiculous war over climate change policy which we want to bring to an end. And we're doing that. We want to bring that climate change war to an end because we understand that the economic imperative for acting on climate change is great, and that's why cleaner and cheaper energy is such a central part of our economic plan. It's why we legislated our emissions reduction target. I pay tribute to the minister. It's why we're progressing our Powering Australia plan and the Powering the Regions Fund. It's why we've got an agenda for climate risk disclosure and sustainable finance as well, and it's why we are determined to deliver a safeguard mechanism so that we can end the policy uncertainty, provide a credible pathway to net zero and give business and industry the confidence that they tell us that they need to invest. Now, making this transition is absolutely crucial for the future of our economy, for creating new jobs in new industries, but also for leveraging our traditional economic strengths and for providing that investment certainty. And that's why the business community, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago, and Australia's big employers are begging this parliament to support the passage of the safeguards legislation. The Business Council have done a heap of work, including this great report in 2021, and we commend them for it. They told this parliament to get on with it. The Chamber of Commerce has said, for the sake of certainty, this must pass the parliament. The Australian Industry Group says it is strongly in everyone's interest to pass it, and they are right. It is in everyone's interest for the future of our economy and our climate and our country. It's incumbent on every member of this parliament to set aside self-interest and act in the national interest and pass the safeguards legislation. Now, by standing in the way of this progress, the Leader of the Opposition is standing in the way of investment and industries and jobs. He is showing himself to be a more destructive version of Tony Abbott and a more divisive version of the member for Cook. Now, nothing would make those opposite happier than to waste another decade bluing about climate change policy while the economic opportunities go begging. We have a plan for climate change because we want to make that a central part of our economic plan as well. For too long, Australians have paid too hefty a price for the failures of those opposite to get behind sensible policy like the safeguard mechanism in the interests of our economy.
Order. I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has failed to deliver his promised $275 cut to electricity prices. The Prime Minister has also failed to deliver the financial support he promised families last year. Can the Prime Minister advise the House how many more Australians will be forced onto hardship programs with their electricity retailer as a result of the government's delay in providing any financial support? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. Members on my right. The member for McEwen. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Mallee for her question, which goes to, can be summed up essentially as, why aren't you doing what I voted against earlier? that is basically what I'm being asked here.
Why'd you vote against it if you
what I said, what I voted against, $1.5 billion of relief, and now you're complaining that it's not being delivered early enough. But that suggested the question. Those opposite voted against $1.5 billion in direct bill relief. They voted against price caps. The member for Hume hid the price rises before the election and then misled Australians about it. They took 4 gigawatts out of the system and only put 1 gigawatt back. They had 22 energy policies and didn't land one. And then they come in here and say, why hasn't it all fixed? It reminds me of someone who comes home as a dog lover, and you come home and you find bits of the cushion everywhere. There's bits that have been torn out, and they're all over the lounge room. They're all over the kitchen. They're down the corridor.
Leader of the Opposition will cease objecting.
And you look at your pooch and you go, what's gone on here? And the pooch looks at your back and says, with those eyes saying, look at the mess you've made. Look at the mess you've made. I mean, fair dinkum. You did nothing for 10 years. You voted against when we had a plan, and then you come in here and say, why don't you do it earlier?
Order. I hear from the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. Minister, how will the safeguard mechanism bring certainty to the resource sector, and are there any threats to this certainty?
Give the call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
I thank the member for Lingiari for her question and for her commitment to the resources sector. I'm asked by her about certainty in that sector and threats to it. Mr Speaker, for 10 long years, as you know, our resources sector was consistently let down by the former government and now those opposite. Those opposite denied climate change and any action on it. And you know what they failed to do? They failed to realise that Australia's resources sector is absolutely essential to Australia reaching net.
For a moment. The minister will pause. The minister will pause for a moment. I cannot hear a word she is saying. Order. The Leader of the Opposition. I give the call to the minister and I ask her to be relevant to the question. I give her the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, those opposite, when in government, failed to realise that Australia's resources sector will be essential to reaching net zero emissions by 2050, not only for Australia but for the world. Without the resources sector in this country, the world will not reach a global ambition of net zero emissions by 2050. Now, I'm asked about the threats to certainty in the sector. Well, it lies opposite. There it is. Such is their disregard for the resources sector that they shuffled the resources minister out of cabinet. This is the largest export industry of this country, and they shuffled the member for Finkler out of there so the member for New England could get a promotion and a couple of extra staff. Well, what a legacy! What a legacy for you guys! And you, we remember everyone else's legacy in this House as well, don't we? We remember what the Greens did in 2009 when they failed to support the CPRS. What they did is teamed up with the Liberals and the Nationals opposite to make sure there was no action on climate change nearly 13 years ago. So all of those opposite, and I take the crossbenchers out of that, that is your legacy and the uncertainty you bring to the resources sector in this country. You are driving yourselves into the past, reigniting the climate wars. This country, the people of this country, elected this government earlier this year because they wanted an end to the uncertainty you've created for the whole nation, for our economy and for our resources sector. I will ask, OK, thanks very much, Leader of the Nationals. What does Woodside say about this scheme? What do they say about reform to the safeguards mechanism? Well, it will support a reduction in Australian emissions as well as encourage businesses and industries to further innovate and adopt smarter practices and technologies in line with our collective emissions reduction targets. Look, they only employ 5,000 people. What would they know? But this is what they support. Everyone is accountable in this place, just like the 215 high emitters will be accountable for reducing their emissions under the safeguard mechanisms. Everyone is accountable. You're going to be accountable for your vote on those opposite part of me, Mr. Speaker, are going to be accountable for their vote on the safeguards mechanism, as are the Greens. We know this is how we will deliver lower emissions and a cleaner future.
Order. There is far too much noise. Members on my right banging on desks is highly disorderly. Order. Members on my left. When the House comes to order and when there is complete silence, I want to hear every word from the member for Kennedy, and I give him the call.
Prime Minister, are banks in Australia's towns closing? Treasurers Keating, Hockey, Swan averred the majors will always be underwritten by government. Will you support North Queensland's industrial leadership in proposing a North Queensland postal bank initiated by the KEP? And note the curious inconsistency of two Liberal senators who, in power, sacked Holgate, the person actually creating a people's bank. Out of power, the two want to look into it. Churchill observed, looking into it, you'll only see yourself how extraordinarily narcissistic.
There was definitely a question in there. I'm not sure about the end of the statement, but I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Kennedy, not just for the question, but for his genuine commitment on these issues of services for people in his electorate. And of course, bank closures in regional communities is a very real issue out there. And I can inform the member that the Treasurer met the chair of the ACCC just today on this issue, and indeed, as well, we look forward to the findings of the report from the Senate Committee on Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport inquiry into bank closures outside of metropolitan areas. The member raises the issue of Australia Post, and that is certainly one of the options which is there. Aussie Post already plays a big role. In the 2022 financial year, they processed around 14.5 million transactions, with over 3,500 post offices currently providing banking services across the country. And I know that this was an issue that Christine Holgate, who's mentioned in the question, I think a fine person, was advancing before the former government took action on the floor of this chamber to remove her, in part, of course, challenged by the inconsistency of the members that you raise. And one of the things about the member for Kennedy, whether you agree with all of his views or not, and on some of his views I agree, some I do not, is his fair income. Unlike the great pretenders who he refers to, the LNP senators out there who've discovered this issue after 10 years of government and doing nothing about it, have discovered it. One of them, of course, is famous for wearing high-vis in his backyard for media conferences and and doing something that no coal miner would do, which is to smear coal dust on his face for the photo op. The member for Kennedy is fair income, unlike the pretenders over there in the Senate who pretend they care about regional Australia but never actually stand up for it.
I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Action on climate change is a crucial part of protecting, managing and restoring Australia's environment. What will the impact on our environment be if this necessary action continues to be delayed?
I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Minister for Water.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Canberra for her question, because she knows, and she is representing her constituents when she says that climate change is already having a devastating effect on our natural environment, including through more frequent and more extreme natural disasters. Those communities that are cleaning up after floods right now will never be the same, just as those communities that lived through bushfires, like the 1920 bushfires, will remember forever the lives lost, the homes lost, the regional economies devastated. And these weren't just human disasters, these were ecological bombs ripping through our natural environment. Those bushfires, we're talking about 3 billion animals died or displaced from their homes. We're talking about 80%, the member for Macquarie knows, 80% of the Blue Mountains area burnt to the ground. More than half of the Gondwana forests also lost in those bushfires. We cannot afford to relive this past decade of inaction when Liberal governments simply gave up on our environment, blocking action on climate change, sabotaging the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, ignoring the extinction crisis, pretending the mass bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef wasn't happening. Now, this is no surprise coming from the Liberals and Nationals. They've never pretended to care about the environment. But I think that Greens voters would actually be shocked to see Greens members of Parliament getting ready to sit next to Peter Dutton and Barnaby Joyce to vote against action on climate change. They would be shocked to see the Greens voting with the Liberals and Nationals against a safeguard mechanism.
The Minister will resume her seat. The member for Petrie, is seeking the call.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. I just ask the Minister to refer to members, including the Leader of the Opposition, by their correct title.
I'll remind all members under the standing orders to refer members by their titles.
Yes,
Give her the call.
I will in future. Thank you. And as well as lining up to vote with the Liberals and the Nationals against a credible pathway to net zero emissions, they're also shaping up to vote against more affordable housing. They're also shaping up to vote against the National Reconstruction Fund. And we know that voting against a National Reconstruction Fund is a vote against Made in Australia. When the Greens and the Liberals voted together to stop the carbon pollution reduction scheme, we saw higher emissions for longer. I urge this parliament not to make the same mistake again, because we cannot afford another decade of inaction on carbon pollution. Our environment can't cope with that.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for New England. The member for Lyons is warned. Give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Oh, there you are, back there. I refer to the Labor government's recent decision, which now allows
I'll just ask the Minister, the Shadow Minister, to start his question again.
My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. I refer to the Labor government's recent decision, which now allow public servants to boycott the Anzac Day public holiday and substitute it for another day of leave out of protest. Does the Minister agree with this decision, and were veterans' organisations consulted about it?
I give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel. Order. Members on my left. has the call.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. As I'm sure, as the member
Order.
very well knows, to be able to facilitate the many commemorative events that happen here in Canberra at the Australian War Memorial, as well as the events that occur on the Western Front and those events that occur in Anzac Cove every year, except when disturbed by COVID, many public servants are engaged to have to work on those days so that we as a country can properly commemorate those that have served our country in uniform on those very important days.
Leader of the Opposition
as it relates to public
immediately.
servants more broadly, of course, he would have to direct his question to the minister representing the Minister for the Public Service.
Order. The House will come to order, so I can hear from order. Members on my left. Give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the stupendous Minister for Housing and Homelessness. What has been the public feedback on the Albanese government's landmark $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund?
Order. The member for Bruce will state that question with any other extra things in the question, with the minister's full title and no comment at the end. And I give him the call.
No adjectives, Mr Speaker, anymore.
Get on with the question.
My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. What has been the public feedback on the Albanese government's landmark $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund?
I'll give the call to the Minister for Homelessness, Housing and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bruce for his question. I know that he has been a strong advocate for more social and affordable housing in his own electorate, both as a member in this place and also previously in local government.
Order.
Indeed, the Albanese government was elected with a plan to help tackle the country's housing
Member
challenges.
Barker.
Challenges that have not appeared overnight, but have been there in the economy for some time. Indeed, our plan to establish a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, we have legislation in the parliament to actually establish it, the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing by a federal government in more than a decade. We want to get on and deliver this package of legislation. But before we introduced our legislation, of course, we consulted. We consulted experts, practitioners, academics, local councils, states and territories. We did the work to make sure we got it right. And the feedback is this fund is welcome and it is needed. Indeed, Kate Colvin, the CEO of Homelessness Australia, has said, and I quote, "Can I start by saying how important the fund is as a new mechanism to provide resources for social and affordable housing?" Mike Zorbas from the Property Council said, "The legislation," and I quote, "is an important first step to get government working together with industry to bridge the national housing deficit and stimulate new supply that Australia desperately needs." National Shelter has said, and I quote, "We cannot afford to have the Housing Australia Future Fund fail. And importantly, our plans are achievable." Indeed, the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute said, and I quote, "What the government is doing is setting ambitious targets, and they are ambitious targets, but they're also achievable targets. The $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund will make a real difference to people's lives." And of course, the member for Bass over that side has acknowledged this. Most people on that side want to vote no to most social and affordable housing, but the member for Bass said, and I quote, "As the government, you are expected to solve these issues and I'm not going to get in the way." And I acknowledge the member for Bass for saying that, as I do acknowledge members of the crossbench who have been participating in the debate. And they, of course, want more social and affordable housing in their electorates. But I say to those opposite who are not supporting this fund, how are you going to go and talk to the public in your electorate who want more social and affordable housing? To those people that need homes in your electorate, to people who are on the public housing list in your electorate, what are you going to say? That you came in here and you voted no to more social and affordable housing for those that need it most?
The House comes to order. I give the call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Sportsbet donated to the Shadow Minister about to become the Minister responsible for online gambling, and the gambling industry has extended hospitality to the Minister ever since. Sure, disclosures have been met, but clearly the practice is morally wrong and breaches 321 and 322 of the Ministerial Code of Conduct. PM, what's to be done about it, or is the government's and opposition's silence the return on millions of dollars of gambling donations?
I'll give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, but it's pretty hard to argue there's silence when you're asking me a question in question time. I make that point to the member for Clark. My government is committed to donations reform. We're committed to increasing transparency, lowering disclosure thresholds, increasing the timeliness of disclosures, and the member will have the opportunity to vote on that during this term. The Special Minister of State has asked the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to inquire into and report on the 2022 federal election, and that is one of the measures that they've been asked to look at. My government, including the Minister for Communications, is committed to harm minimisation. We're delivering a national self-exclusion register. Bet stop.
The Prime Minister will pause. I'll hear from the member for Clark.
Speaker, on relevance, the question very clearly goes to section 3.21 and 3.22 of the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
The question was also about a broad issue which the Prime Minister is directly answering. He is in order, and I give him the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I note that in the member's question, he referred to matters prior to the election. But we're delivering. We're delivering a national self-exclusion register, Bet Stop. We're progressing work around the classification of video games with gambling-like features. We're responding to recommendations from the parliamentary inquiry into the use of credit cards in online gambling. We're holding a parliamentary inquiry into online gambling, including the impacts of gambling advertising on children, and we're implementing the National Consumer Protection Framework, including the changed guidelines that we have introduced for messaging in advertisements.
Give the call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting regional communities to rebuild following a natural disaster, and how does this approach compare to the previous government?
Give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question and acknowledge the fantastic work she did during disaster response, but also recovery, so much of which she doesn't spruik, because our communities don't need it spruiked about. We know natural disasters have changed the lives of many Australians, and communities have been impacted across the country by floods, by fires, by cyclone and adverse weather events. And in those communities, they really don't need to be used as political pawns. And we have seen time and time again those opposite do exactly that. And unbelievably, the New South Wales Auditor-General has now found the New South Wales government has followed in the Morrison government's footsteps. Colour-coded spreadsheets which dudded local communities. A decision by all cabinet members of the New South Wales
Order.
Liberal and National government.
The Minister will resume her seat, and I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr. Speaker, the actions of the New South Wales government are not within the minister's responsibilities, and she ought to be directed back to the question.
On the point of order, I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks. To the point of order, the minister is responding to how federal money was used. It's about how federal money was used, and the question specifically asks for how the approach of this government compares to the previous government.
I don't uphold the point of order. I was dealing with the matter with the member for Hume at the time, so I didn't hear exactly what the minister was saying in full transparency. The member for Barker is warned. Do not speak when I'm ruling on a point of order. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I'm just going to ask the minister to make sure she's being relevant to the question, and I'll be listening carefully to what she says. I'll give the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the Morrison government showed an absolute arrogance and disregard for communities who suffered catastrophic events. During a natural disaster, the thing communities need to know is that the government has their
Minister
back.
will resume her seat. The member for Groom will withdraw that statement immediately. Order. I'll give the call to the minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And on this side of the House, we have communities' backs because we are delivering transparency and integrity back when it comes to funding. We won't waste regional dollars on inner-city swimming pools. And I don't know where those opposite were, those regional champions were, when our regional dollars went to the North Sydney pool. Where was the outrage? On this side of the House, we're helping our regions to recover, to rebuild and to grow. We've committed $1 billion in regional funding programs which will have a clear application criteria and transparent assessment processes. We've increased jobs with our $1.9 billion Powering the Regions Fund. We've prioritised access to Commonwealth-supported university places for regional Australians. We're delivering 180,000 fee-free TAFE places in 2023 alone, and we're wiping the help debt of nurse practitioners and GPs to practice in our rural and remote communities. We're investing $1 billion over 5 years for disaster risk reduction and resilience. We're delivering $656 million in our Better Connectivity Plan for the regions. We've introduced our $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, dealing with the housing crisis in the regions left by those opposite, and we'll establish the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, because the lesson learnt from the pandemic was that we need to build more things here. And you know what? That will strengthen our regional communities, so perhaps you should get on board and vote for it. The Albanese government will continue to clean up the mess from those opposite. We'll implement funding and we'll deliver it to those who need it when they need it.
Before I call the member for New England, I'd like to advise in the gallery of joining us today former Senator and former Minister, the Honourable Chris Evans. A warm welcome to you. I give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister overturn his government's recent decision, which now allows public servants to boycott the Anzac Day public holiday and substitute it for another day of leave out of protest?
Order. Order. Give the call to the Leader of the House. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the question goes to workplace relations issues, and if I can go through that. First of all, in terms of Anzac Day, we are in a room of 151 representatives, all of whom take Anzac Day incredibly seriously, all of whom on both sides have direct relationships with veterans, and as a government we share the view that every other member in this place shares about the significance and the importance of Anzac Day.
Order.
For the entire 9 years of the last government, a flexibility provision applied that applies to a series of workplaces around the country. A provision for almost the entire 9 years of the previous government, and you'll find businesses around the country have provisions where individual workers can choose to work on a different day and to switch days of public holidays, not as an issue of protest, but as an issue of flexibility that has worked for employers and employees across all public holidays around the country. Now, if those opposite believe that those rules that have been in place for their entire 9 years, if those opposite believe that those rules that are asked for by employers
the Deputy Leader of the Opposition
in agreements all around the country,
cease interjecting.
If they actually want to draw a line under that because they think there's some sort of culture war to raise questions where none should be asked, then they may well want to go down that path. But for their 9 years, the same provisions applied.
Has the minister concluded his answer? I give the order. Okay, just when the House comes to order, give the call to the members on my right. Give the call to member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for National Disability Insurance Scheme. How is the Albanese Labor government cleaning up the coalition's mess in the NDIS after the former government allowed NDIS participants to languish in hospital when they were medically ready for discharge?
Give the call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
Thank you. As all members of the House would know, when the NDIS works well, it's life-changing. But when it goes poorly, it can be traumatic for participants. The fact of the matter is that the last election, there were real problems with the NDIS, and all members deal with that. It was fraud, red tape, ballooning costs. But I think that there was no worse problem than bedblock. The fact that when we had people with disability eligible for the NDIS, medically fit for discharge, they couldn't leave hospital because there was no place for them to go. There were extremely long waiting times between when someone was medically fit for discharge and when they could actually get out. The Victorian Hospital Authority calculated that before the last election it was about 160 days between when an NDIS participant was medically fit to be discharged, but another 160 days before they could be helped. That's too long. The reality is that this was costing the hospital system, it's blocking the beds, and it's a very poor outcome for NDIS participants. We promised before the last election time to cut the waiting times between fit for discharge and discharge, and we have. Promises made, promises kept. We've cut the red tape, we put more people in to help wrangle the issues, and we've also given greater delegation to people closer to the hospitals. I've had the ability to visit hospitals in Western Australia, in Canberra, the Alfred campus at Caulfield. Marvellous staff and their resilient patients. The good news is that the waiting time, which was 160 days before the election, on average is now down to 33 days. The AMA calculates that this is saving the hospital system already somewhere between $205 and $584 million. That's in the order of $500 million. It's good for the hospitals, it's good for people who need to access hospital beds, and it's fantastic for people with disability who have been kept waiting longer than they otherwise should have. And what I say to Australians with disability and the people who love them, that this is only the beginning. The NDIS represents what's best about Australia. It's about helping others who are in trouble. It's about not leaving anyone behind. If we can't look after people with profound disability and their families, what kind of country are we? We are lucky enough to be able to not exclude from the opportunity of this country people with disability. We all should be proud of the NDIS. Shoulder to shoulder with Medicare, it's one of the best purposes we use our tax dollars for. Under this government, the NDIS will enable Australians, regardless of their impairment, to have lives of dignity and control, to have lives where they can make a contribution to community, a life of improved health, and that's our purpose.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I've got two representations to do. I'll hear from the member for Hume and then the Leader of the House.
I seek leave to make a personal representation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Most grievously.
You may proceed.
In question time today, the Prime Minister incorrectly stated that when I was Energy Minister, we took, I quote, 4 gigawatts out of the system and only put 1 back. He has made similar claims in the past.
Order.
This is plainly false. According to the Clean Energy Regulator, from 2019 to 2021, more than 18 gigawatts of new capacity was installed. In each of those years, it was a stronger outcome than the entirety of the last Labor government.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I claim to be misrepresented. I seek to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, in a stranger but similar way to yesterday.
You may proceed.
Mr Speaker, the notice that I referred to as having misrepresented me yesterday has today reappeared not in the name of the Manager of Opposition Business but in the name of the member for Flinders. The misrepresentation I referred to yesterday has been corrected and a new one has been added. It says that the arts funding which I personally announced is lower than the record funding of the previous government of $1 million. Now, while yesterday's figure where it was stated that I had delivered $60 billion a year was untrue, I can assure the House the number is larger than what they claim was their record $1 million.
Order. Order. When members leave the chamber. I've received a letter from the honourable member for North Sydney proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely that the House recognise that faster action on climate change is one of the most effective ways of insulating households against rising costs of living. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australians from all walks of life are facing a cost of living crunch. Residents in my electorate of North Sydney are amongst them, with rising costs of mortgages and rents, food and groceries, energy and gas bills and petrol. Some of the most vulnerable in our community still can't afford the energy they need. Too many people are depriving themselves of energy, taking fewer showers, cooking less, not heating or cooling their homes, or going without food, medicine and other essentials to pay energy bills. It is clear that business as usual is not good enough for households and families. At the same time, as a nation, we are facing a climate crisis. Sea levels are rising, the Arctic is melting, coral reefs are dying, oceans are acidifying and forests are burning. It is clear that business as usual is not good enough for our planet. A solution to these dual challenges is available if we step up to grab it. The solution is to electrify everything. Renewable energy solutions are becoming cheaper, more reliable and more efficient every day. Our current reliance on fossil fuels is unsustainable and harmful to the planet, which is why we have to change the way we produce and consume energy. Every year, the decision to transition to even ever cheaper renewables becomes a financially beneficial decision for more and more households. The average Australian household that switches from fossil fuels to electricity and efficient electric devices for transport, cooking and heating experiences benefits on three fronts. Firstly, annual household energy emissions decrease from 11 tonnes to 0 tonnes. Secondly, daily energy use reduces by about 2/3 from 102 kilowatts per hour to 37 kilowatts per hour. And thirdly, households save around $3,000 to $5,000 per year. These savings are so important for families struggling with rising inflation and the cost of living crisis. The question then becomes, how can we in this place ensure the maximum number of households across Australia benefit from these cost savings? Well, we can learn much from the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed last year in America. The Inflation Reduction Act is a spending bill. It isn't so much a question of new legislation as it is a question of redirecting funds, mostly through tax credits. It includes taxpayer-funded incentives to turbocharge investment in renewable energy and electrification. This spending stretches across households, businesses, large-scale energy supply projects and industries like green hydrogen. Crucially, the Act is called the Inflation Reduction Act. It's an act designed to achieve mass electrification and deliver climate benefits, all while reducing inflation. For example, fossil fuel prices rise at approximately the rate of inflation. With these increases, Australian households are forecast to be spending $9,500 on energy per year by 2050. If that same household was electrified, households can expect to be paying at 1/3 of that per year. A third. The Inflation Reduction Act shows that investing in electrification will help to reduce cost of living and inflation. It marks a step change in the global transition to a decarbonised economy. It establishes America as a magnet for clean energy investment, technology and workers, all of whom are making a beeline for a country which has signalled its readiness to lead the world in the energy transition. America's example highlights how much more we could be doing in Australia. If we don't step up our investment in electrification, we may find ourselves the losers in a rapidly accelerating global race for the labour, material and money needed to decarbonise. So what would investment in an Inflation Reduction Act look like in Australia? Models run by Rewiring Australia show that an overall investment by government of around $12 billion over the 2020s would finance electrification of all suitable households with electric devices and electric vehicles. Importantly, this investment would also generate energy bill savings in the order of $3,000 to $5,000 per household per year in 2030. This spending could be achieved through a variety of measures, for example, grants to low-income households for energy-efficient upgrades and renewable installation. On another measure, which could be rolled out in my electorate of North Sydney, is an electrification pilot. Our community is ready to allow market design, grid integration and new business models such as community ownership to be tested so it can be rolled out more broadly. Other measures might also include directions to Clean Energy Finance Corporation to allocate funds towards electrifying both households and businesses in the form of zero-interest loans. There is much more Australia can do to match the scale of investment made by America in the Inflation Reduction Act. It's clear our efforts to reduce emissions and lower the cost of living go hand in hand. Electrification is the key, and I urge the government to commit strongly to the ambitious measures I have described. I'd like to cede the remaining of my time to the member for Indi.
Member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For too long, debate around action on climate change in this country is focused on how much it would cost. Members of the Coalition and the media have said time and time again that we can't afford to take action on climate change, that we can't afford to lower emissions. Well, we know, in fact, that the opposite is true. As a society, as a country, as a planet, we cannot afford to allow climate change to continue unchecked. We also know actions that contribute to reducing emissions will also have a direct impact on reducing the cost of living for our households. It makes sense on every level to take action on climate change, especially when it comes to helping Australians cope with the rising cost of living. Climate change is already affecting our lives and our household budgets in ways we didn't realise at a glance. The floods we experienced in Australia last year had a significant impact on the availability of fresh fruit and vegetables, both in the effect on farms and on the effect on logistics. Prices soared. We all saw $12 lettuces, and that was just the start. The Australia-wide average cost of fruit and vegetables spiked by 4% over a 3-month quarter, shifting $153 million in costs onto Australian households. We also know that extreme weather events, which are becoming more frequent and more severe due to climate change, have an impact on our health. A study by the Climate and Health Alliance in 2020 found people who were poor, homeless or otherwise disadvantaged, people living in poor quality housing and people living in regional and remote areas were at more risk of health impacts from climate change, and the costs of responding to and managing the health impacts of climate change are yet another squeeze on the cost of living. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the most obvious way in which climate change is affecting the cost of living is in our electricity and gas bills. Both have increased in the past 12 months, as we hear constantly from our constituents and in this place, but gas has increased much, much higher. The rising cost of electricity and gas is one of the biggest contributors to the rising cost of electricity and the cost of living in my electorate of Indi. Wodonga is in the top 30 postcodes in the state for forced electricity disconnections. In fact, regional areas make up 40% of forced disconnections in Victoria, even though we only make up 25% of the population. Costs are high. Reliability is also a challenge, especially in rural areas at the edge of the grid, and I have several of them in towns of Corryong, Euroa and Mansfield. Brownouts, blackouts are regular, much more frequent than in major cities. And as we are faced with hotter days and nights and more extreme weather, the demand on the electricity grid is set to increase. But there are simple ways, the member for Sydney has talked about some already, that can address reliability, costs and reduce emissions and stress on the grid at the same time. We have the technology. We also have policies that could be ready to go, are ready to go. It's simple. Well, it's not particularly simple, but there are some straightforward things that the minister sitting here right now could do. The first step, get households off gas. Get them off gas. Switch to high-efficiency electric versions of appliances. No-interest loans are operating in many places around the world. They're operating right here in the ACT. I encourage the government, make the switch. Help low-income households get high-value electric appliances. The government says they don't want to mandate these changes. Don't incentivise low-interest loans or no-interest loans. We need our Australian families to install home batteries, but they're mighty expensive. So I've put to government last year, and again I will put it to you again, a move that could unlock household savings is to make home batteries cheaper. In the last parliament, I introduced the Cheaper Home Batteries Bill to exactly this. It's a simple change that would extend the small-scale renewable energy scheme to include batteries as well as solar panels. I say to the minister, this is a really good idea, and you should do it. You should do it. Australians have taken up solar like nowhere else in the world, and they would take up these batteries too. Household and community batteries are the next step to realise solar's full potential and keep the cost of energy down, increase reliability and reduce stress on the grid. We know the problem. We've got some solutions. We have ways to do it. I say to the minister, I say to the government, I know you're on board with these ideas. I know you are. We have people all over the nation just champing at the bit to do these things. Help us along. It's an incentive. And I say that to you now. I say that to my members here on this side of the House, actually, people from rural and regional Australia. You should jump on this. This is a good one for us. You know, don't hold back. The cost of living is the single most important thing we are trying to face right now, in addition to grappling with a climate emergency. We have many complex bills before the House. We're dealing with them this week.
Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for North Sydney, and I'm sure in collaboration with her colleagues for submitting this matter of public importance, and it is important. And it is worthy of the time of this House to discuss the issues that have been raised. And I agree with much of what my honourable friends have said in the last 10 minutes or so. For too long this country has been bedevilled by an argument put by some in politics and in media that action on climate change and action on renewable energy might be a good idea, but comes at the cost of the economy. It's always been a myth. It's always been a lie. But it's never been more of a myth and a lie than today. As the cost of renewable energy has fallen, as the cost of storage is falling, it is the case that renewable energy is the answer to our challenges, not the cause of them. The member for New England's not too happy with me saying this. He doesn't agree. He's entitled to seek the call to put his case that he doesn't believe that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. But the fact of the matter is, it is. Not only is it the cheapest form of energy, but it's the answer in many senses to the energy trilemma. And the member for New England says it isn't. I'll refer him to the CSIRO and the International Energy Agency. He apparently knows better than them. And I know the member for New England is a passionate advocate of small modular reactors, nuclear power. He's welcome to seek the call. At the moment, I have the call. And I have the call, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it to point out that there's an energy trilemma which faces every government around the world. That trilemma is to reduce prices, to increase security and reduce emissions. And in every single instance, renewable energy is the way to do it. Renewable energy is the cheapest, as I've said. The International Energy has said so. The International Energy Agency has said so. Not traditionally an organisation famous for its radicalism, I must say, but a very good organisation. I met with the Director General and senior executives of the International Energy Agency just 2 weeks ago, and they point out that utility-scale solar PV and onshore wind are the cheapest options for new electricity generation in a significant majority of countries worldwide. That is the case not just in Australia but around the world. And of course we have the GenCost report, a collaboration between the CSIRO and AEMO, which has found consistently for several years that wind and solar are the cheapest form of energy and that nuclear energy is by far the most expensive form of energy, by far the most expensive form of energy, and that's particularly the case in Australia, where we don't have a nuclear industry of any scale and where scaling it up will come at a very significant cost. The member for New England, natters away in defence of nuclear energy. He can explain his costings. He can explain how much his 80 small modular reactors spread around Australia will cost and where they'll be before the next election. I look forward to it. I welcome it very much to the debate. But he's wrong. He's just dead wrong on all these questions. Now, in Europe at the moment, of course, they are in the midst of an energy crisis, a real energy crisis. And some deniers and delayers in this House and the other place and elsewhere say this is the fault of renewable energy. Again, that is an utter myth. I'll tell you what the problem in Europe is. Over-reliance on a fossil fuel from one country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, over-reliance on gas from Russia, which has been turned off. And Europe is in fact doubling down on its renewable energy plans, increasing its renewable energy investments, increasing its ambition. That's what they're doing because they know that is the answer. And I know that the policies this government is putting in place are good when it comes to the energy trilemma that we are facing, and all my colleague energy ministers around the world know the same thing. Now, in relation to government policies, I'm going to touch on some of the matters that the honourable members and the crossbench have raised in their speeches. But I'm pleased but not yet satisfied. Pleased but not yet satisfied with the work the government has done in our first 9 months. We have a lot more to do, but I'm pleased with what we've done so far. I'm pleased that the passage of the Climate Change Act through both houses of parliament, supported by the government and most of the crossbench, no support from the opposition, has engendered the renewable energy certainty that has seen a massive uplift in interest in investment in Australia. Right around the world, big investors tell me that it's the passage of the Act which is the key to their decision to invest more in renewable energy generation in Australia. It has been a vital step. The other thing I'm satisfied with is our progress on rewiring the nation, because there's no transition without transmission. And we have managed to strike agreements with the governments of Victoria, Tasmania and New South Wales. A lot more to do, but the projects that we have agreed with those three governments are vital. And I do particularly mention the Marinus Link, which was talked about by the previous government for years. They made absolutely no progress on doing it. We will build the second and third links between Tasmania and the mainland, which is the key to unlocking the renewable energy potential of Tasmania, which is already at 100% renewables, but can get to 200% renewables, but won't get to 200% renewables if they have nowhere to export it to, i.e. the mainland. They need the extra connection. So I'm pleased with that. But also we have more to do in relation to the announcement made just before Christmas by me and every single state and territory energy minister around the country. And I recognise their contribution, all of them. And if you come to an energy ministers' meeting, to be honest, I'll be very frank with the House, you would have trouble working out who is Labor, who is Liberal, who is Green. All three are represented around the table because we all have the same approach. That is getting the policies right to encourage renewable energy investment. And again, the previous government talked about a thing called the Capacity Investment Scheme for years. They talked about it. They were going to do it. They kept saying they were going to do it as important. Well, it was important, but they never could deliver it. We delivered it last year. Now, the capacity investment mechanism will unleash billions of dollars of investment in renewable energy, many gigawatts of renewable energy generation right across the country by contracts for difference regime agreed between the states and territories. The member for New England, I'm going to take the interjection, he asked me what's happening in McMahon with renewable energy. They know that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. That's why so many are putting solar panels on their roofs, Sport. That's what they know. They understand economics better than you do, Chad. They understand that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. You're a climate change denier who stands in the way of progress, and you have done in your entire time in this parliament, and you'll be called out for it. You're one of Dutton's deniers who sits there and whinges about renewable energy, and you should be ashamed of your blocking of progress over years. You've been a big part of the problem in this country for the last 20 years, and I'm glad you are nowhere near any policy responsibility anymore and ever will be again, because you have been a blocker of progress on climate change action in this country. Now, I'm going to address the matters raised by the honourable members in relation to electrification, and I agree with much of what they said to this regard. The Inflation Reduction Act is a very good thing for the planet. It's a massive investment in renewable energy generation, and it's good that the United States, as one of the biggest emitters in the world, has stepped up to the plate after 4 years of denial. The Biden administration, to their credit, has gotten through the Senate a very substantial package. Again, it's one of the main things I talk about with my international colleagues, how we're going to respond to the Inflation Reduction Act. Because what we've got to see is that it is an addition to investment in renewable energy, not a distortion of investment in renewable energy. That it actually adds to the capacity of the world, not attracts investment in the United States at the expense of others. Now, we are in a good position in Australia because we have a free trade agreement with the United States. We have concessions under the Inflation Reduction Act, which means that processing of critical minerals and manufacturing in Australia is treated in a very similar way as if it happened in the United States. That's a very good thing. Europe doesn't have that advantage. They do not have a free trade agreement with the United States. They are very concerned about that. That is a matter of public record. And we will, and I will continue to work with the United States and Secretary Granholm and with Special Envoy Kerry on making sure that Australia maximises its opportunities under the Inflation Reduction Act. That will continue to be a focus of the government. Now, honourable members raised electrification, and that's a very important point. And the Prime Minister and I have made it clear we are working on an electrification and energy efficiency package. National Energy Performance Strategy. My assistant minister, Senator McAllister, who's a very fine policy brain, I've asked her to take carriage of developing that package for recommendation to the government, and we will continue to do that work. Because what we want to do is provide choices to families. This is about choice. Now, one of the honourable members opposite said the government doesn't want to mandate, and she's quite right, the member for Indi. We will not mandate. This is an attack invented by the opposition. There was an opposition member on a TV network in the evening a few weeks ago saying, Chris Bowen's plan is to break into your house and steal your gas cooktop. I can confirm this is not accurate. I'm not qualified. I'm not a gas fitter. I can't do the work. I'm nowhere near adept enough, and it is not our policy. We actually believe in giving people choices, real choices, and helping them with those choices by financial support, like electric vehicles, for example. We want people of low incomes, medium incomes, and high incomes to have the chance to buy an electric vehicle. We will not see them be the preserve of only those who are wealthy. We want to see everybody with the right to take them up, and our National Electric Vehicle Strategy will make big strides. Again, I'm pleased that electric vehicle sales are up 87% under this government, but we've got a lot more work to do. And we will continue to work on the packages and plans that we can put forward to the Australian people while the opposition continues with their nattering negativism and their climate change denial.
Time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I was the Minister for Electricity in Queensland, and we had the cheapest electricity in the world by a long way. We had a reserved resource policy. We much maligned Country Party for Jorky Peterson. You did not get the coal unless you gave us free coal for our power stations. That's serious reserved resource policy. We didn't let them walk all over the top of us. So we're the cheapest power in the world. $674. The ALP incoming government continued that on for 3 years, then signed up the free market national competition policy agreement, and the price shot through the roof. So don't let the Conservatives say it was the Greens that put the price through the roof. It was the free marketeers that put the price through the roof. But also, I'm afraid, don't let the lily-pad lefties tell us that it was all the fault of the free market, because that's not true either, because it continued to rise. Now, for 11 years, it was $674. For 11 straight years, $674. There was no justification for increasing it. And when we had to build a new power station, I said, beggar that, I'm not doing that, and putting the price up. So what we did was we decided we were going to put solar hot water systems on every government house in Queensland, which meant I didn't have to build another power station. So that's the history of Queensland. Now, it went from $674 to $3,300 per user, right? Now, if you try and find out what it is today, I wish you well. I wish you well. The last survey we took was all of our staff and their relatives, how much each of them were paying. Well, it was over $3,000. They were paying $674. There's no justification for them paying more than $674. Now, unlike everybody else in this House, I happen to know plenty about solar panels. I, in fact, was the first person in Australia to put the first standalone system in the Torres Straits. They had a GE for the world, came out for the opening ceremony. I think we got the prize for science in that year, before most of you were born, 1983. But I'm a mining man, I wanted to process and produce the solar panels here in Australia. But you must understand that you spiral separate, no energy required. But then you've got to put it under electromagnets on a conveyor belt, and I use a huge amount of electricity to clean the iron filings out of it, right? But then you've got to crush it. Well, this is the second hardest element on Earth, is silicon. Not a lot of fun crushing it, I can tell you, and enormously costly in terms of energy and in terms of price. All right, when you crush it, then you've got to smelt it. And I'm sorry, there's only one way we know on the planet to smelt. You have to have heat. Where do you get the heat from? Well, you can get it from coal, or you can get it from burning trees. I don't care what you do, but that's what you've got to do. So if you think you're going to save and this is the magical answer, and they're only going to last 20 years, and after you burn up all of that energy in producing them, well, it is a terrific solution. For a new suburb up in the middle of nowhere, terrific good. Right? For Normanton, terrific good. For Torres Straits, terrific good. But please don't see this as the answer. You're supposed to clean them every 9 days, and really they should follow the sun every day. No panels in Australia that I know of track, and they should, right? But they don't. No one cleans their panels, but they should. How often do you clean your windscreen? What? Once a fortnight, you press the button and squirt water on the windscreen? Well, that's what you should be doing to get your solar panels working properly. Now, I want a reduction because I represent the Barrier Reef, and there are very serious problems that will arise in the ocean if we keep increasing the CO2 as present rate. But I honestly can't see a single thing that you're doing to reduce the emissions. If you're thinking putting solar panels in is going to reduce the emissions, I am sorry. I know what I'm talking about, and I disagree with you. I disagree with you strongly. If you're talking about wind farms, yes, I'm a terrific supporter of the proposal in Newman. I'm most certainly not a supporter of putting it in the middle of the jungle in North Kelly. Now, please, listen to me. Mike Kelly was no fool. A colonel in the army, Kevin Rudd's right-hand man, his family own and run Bega, been dairy farming in this country for 260 years, and knowledgeable people.
Sorry, your time has expired, Member for Kennedy. Member for Fremantle. Member for Fremantle has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the member for North Sydney for the topic of today's debate. It's a really important conversation to have. It shouldn't really be a matter of debate that climate action and cost pressure relief are intimately connected, that sensible economic management and action on climate change are two sides of the same coin. The Minister before was talking about this false duality, this false dichotomy that took hold in this country and was really perpetrated by those opposite, that somehow taking action on climate change was at odds with our best economic future. The reality is those two things are intimately and inextricably connected. It goes to the real trilemma that the Minister for Energy and Climate Change talked about. We want lower prices when it comes to energy. We want more secure and resilient energy systems, and we want to reduce carbon emissions. And the answer to all three of those things lies in the same direction. That's precisely why this government, 8 months in, has already taken a number of steps in that direction and has got more ahead of us, eight months in. That's why the Labor Party has been making that argument and taking actions of that kind whenever it's had the chance for almost all of the 21st century. The part of the conversation which we can't have on this topic in this House is best represented by all those empty benches over there, because sadly the Liberal and National parties still are in denial about the reality of climate change and in denial about the true nature of the economic and energy system transformation that the globe is experiencing and that Australia has to be a part of. Without taking that kind of action, there's only going to be social, economic and environmental harm on a very, very significant scale, and Australia will be one of the countries most affected by every aspect of that, socially, economically and environmentally. There are cost pressures in Australia right now. We all know that. It is worth thinking about who is at the sharpest end of those cost pressures. People on low and fixed incomes, typically younger people, but also pensioners, single parents, people in outer metro regions and in rural and regional Australia. And that's why, as part of what we're doing, we're providing relief and we're undertaking a broader policy and program repair. And an aspect of that is going particularly to those who are most affected. So within some of the programs we've mentioned, there's $100 million that's dedicated to ensuring that 25,000 low-income households receive access to solar energy, because That's a big issue in Australia. We've seen record penetration of home solar, but it's mostly concentrated amongst those who are fortunate enough to own their own homes. People who are renters, and particularly people in social housing, haven't had the benefit of that technology, and we need to take measures to make sure that they get to enjoy the cost benefits of solar energy and storage. Similarly, we've put $1.9 billion into powering the regions because we know that regional Australia needs that kind of investment because it will be particularly affected by climate change, and because those communities are generally among the lower socioeconomic communities in Australia. So it's bizarre when you have their representatives in the National Party effectively by their actions seeking to condemn people in rural, regional and remote Australia to being second-class citizens when it comes to access to the cheapest and cleanest, most efficient form of energy. The reality is that the cost of living pressures people experience today are because those opposite, the coalition in government, was an economic basket case. 9 years, no national energy policy. 9 years pretending that climate change was some kind of bizarre international communist plot. 9 years ignoring all of the evidence staring us in the face that supported what experts had been saying, that Australia was particularly vulnerable to extreme weather and that we had particular advantages to be gained and benefits to be achieved by getting on with being part of the renewable energy transition. Well, that's exactly what this government is going to do. 8 months in, we've legislated an improved target. We've dedicated funds through Rewiring the Nation and Powering the Regions. We've introduced tax relief or tax reductions when it comes to electric vehicles. All of those things in 8 months. So I say to young Australians in particular, because there's a significant portion of the community that didn't get a chance to vote for this government, but they'll get a chance to vote in the elections to come, and they should be thinking about the direction we're going in, and they should be voting in favour of the progress that we are now making towards being a renewable energy superpower.
Thank you. Member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's no secret that families across Australia are doing it tough. Inflation is running at close to 8% and interest rates are rising. Energy prices are a well-documented driver of this cost of living squeeze, with the average electricity price expected to rise by 23% this year. Our reliance on expensive fossil fuels is the root cause of this. While the sun hasn't got more expensive and the wind hasn't got more expensive, coal and gas prices have skyrocketed because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and Australian families are paying the price. But the silver lining is that faster action on climate change can permanently lower power bills across the country. Because in Australia, we are indeed the lucky country. Lucky because we have the access to the cheapest home electricity in the world, rooftop solar, which can deliver electricity prices as low as 3% per kilowatt-hour. This means that electrifying our households and powering them with Australian sunshine is an unparalleled opportunity to address the cost of living crisis for good. By switching out expensive gas appliances for more efficient electrical alternatives like heat pumps and electric stovetops, Australian households could cut their energy use in half. If these appliances were powered by rooftop solar with a backup battery in the garage, the average household in my electorate could save over $3,000 per year on their energy bills. At the same time as saving money, they'd also be going into zero emissions. If we could add that up across Australia's 10 million households, Rewiring Australia's estimate is that we could cut over 40% of our emissions in the domestic economy and save more than $300 billion between now and 2035. That's cost of living relief, and it's great climate policy. As the CEO of Sydney Renewable Power Company, I saw firsthand the impact that cheap rooftop solar can have on energy bills and emissions. And there are so many examples from across my community in Wentworth. From Nick in Bondi, who electrified his house in solar and saw his power bills plummet as a result, to Bronte Public School, who now save $6,000 a year because of the 100-panel solar array on their roof. But to seize this opportunity, we need government to make it easier to get off expensive gas, and we need it to make it easier for families to overcome the upfront costs of clean technologies. And in supporting solar household electrification, we need more than a one-size-fits-all policy that works for detached houses in the suburbs, but doesn't provide the support for those living in high-density urban areas. Because people living in apartments, people who are renting, often young people, who are most exposed to this fossil fuel price crisis. Finder's latest consumer sentiment tracker shows that those in Gen Z and Gen Y face electricity bills that are up to 26% higher than those aged 60+. That's partly because if you're a young person in an apartment,
Time
you probably
has expired,
don't have.
I'm sorry.
There's no.
The member.
Clock never started.
Right. Sorry, I'm looking at this clock here. Sorry.
Go through to 3:52.
My apologies. You've got 2 more minutes. Sorry, Member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Because people living in apartments, people who are renting, often young people, who are most exposed to this fossil fuel price crisis. Finder's latest consumer sentiment tracker shows that those in Gen Z and Gen Y face electricity bills that are up to 26% higher than those aged 60+. That's partly because if you're a young person in an apartment, you probably don't have access to rooftop solar. If you're renting, you're reliant on your landlord to install it for you. If you're fortunate to own your own flat, perhaps you can't afford it. And if you can, you're faced with a dizzying array of regulations when you try and get together with the Strata Committee to make that change. And that's a situation facing many people in Wentworth, where 60% of homes are apartments and 45% are rented. Nearly 40% of the adults are under 40. And that same situation is facing nearly 3 million Australian households across the country who live in rental properties. So the government needs to be ambitious in pursuing the electrification opportunity, and it needs to ensure that this is an opportunity available to all. May's budget is a chance to seize this opportunity. The government's budget package must include direct incentives for households to electrify, either in the form of concessionary finance or tax incentives. It must broaden the remit of its existing Solar Banks program so that strata managers and owners corporations can access zero-interest loans to install share solar on apartment rooftops. And it must kick off a process of regulatory reform to break the barriers facing renters who can't access rooftop solar, including developing a national framework to share power bill savings between landlords and renters. If the government is serious about climate, and if it is serious about the cost of living relief, May's budget must be the time it seizes the electrification opportunity.
Thank you. And apologies for the disruption there. I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of this motion, and indeed it is true that faster action on climate change is going to provide assistance to households when it comes to cost of living pressures, both in the short term and, of course, in the long term. And I think it's worth noting that this government has indeed been taking faster action when it comes to climate change, literally warp speed compared to the decade that we've come out of. And I want to step through a few of the levels on which this has been undertaken. The first is the big picture, the framework. And this government undertook as one of its first priorities setting up a global framework so that our society and our economy can undertake the massive transition that it needs to over the coming decades ahead. And what did that look like? Well, it looked like legislating a net zero target by 2050, something the previous government had been unwilling to do. It looked like a 43% target by 2030 in legislation. And that was something that this economy needed. That was something that investors needed. And so, at the highest level, our government, as an absolute priority, took action that was a decade too late. This government has also, in doing that, provided certainty for investors. As everybody who knows about this challenge that our economy is facing knows, this is going to take a massive investment over a long period of time. It's going to take massive investment by government, it's going to take massive investment by the private sector in this country, and it's going to take massive investment by international investors looking to Australia as an opportunity. And it was my opportunity on the House of Economics Committee last term to talk to international investors from right around the globe, BlackRock, international pension funds. They said to us that they wanted more certainty in Australia's regulatory environment. This is not some parochial local issue. International investors were pointing the way, and this government, again, belatedly has provided that long-term signal to investors that they are now acting on. As the minister indicated, investment is flowing into renewables. We can look at something also that's already before the parliament, the safeguard mechanism, something that's going to deal with something like 28% of emissions, something that is going to deal with over 200 of our largest emitters. This very parliament, as has been discussed already today, as was a key focus in question time, is going to need to deal with that particular reform. We need to strengthen the safeguard mechanism, and any parties in this chamber or the other chamber that don't vote for that are going to be holding back this economy and holding back our society and making the transition that it needs to. All of the experts, the scientists, the business leaders, the investors, AIG, BCA, ACCI, they all say that the safeguard mechanism needs the reforms that this government is putting forward, and as speakers on this side have indicated, those who vote against it will be held to account. The third layer is that we are acting faster because the sooner you start in this massive task that we have to undertake as a country and as a globe, the better. All of the best modelling, we can look at the Stern report, we can look at all of the modelling by Ross Garnaut and all of the other models, all of the integrated assessment models that combine economic modelling with the best science and climate modelling say that the longer you leave it, the harder the task becomes. The more painful it becomes for the environment, the more painful it becomes for household, the higher is the cost of the transition. All of the models agree on that, and that is why wasting 10 years has been so bad for our economy, so bad for our society, so bad for our environment. Now, we are where we are. We've wasted that decade because the previous government had its head in the sand, but we need to take action now, and that is exactly what the government is doing. And the final thing I'll talk about is that we need to fund appropriate mechanisms, whether it be investing in new technology, the CEFC, whether it be investing in rewiring the nation, so critical to enabling the massive investment in large-scale renewables, $20 billion that this government is going to be unlocking for that massive investment. But it's even things like, at the local community level, in regional areas in particular, the $1 billion in the National Disaster Ready Fund. That is significant. If we look at the Roma community and the massive reduction in insurance premiums enjoyed by that community after a levy was built to deal with the heightened risk of natural disasters. This government is putting $200 million a year into that. That will roll out and that will make a real difference in communities, protecting them but also reducing their insurance bills. So as this motion says, acting on climate change faster, which is exactly what this government is doing, is going to help households deal with cost of living pressures. It's something we've already undertaken a lot of action with, but there are things in front of this parliament right now that people in this chamber need to think about and vote for.
Thank you. Member for Rhine.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Faster action on climate change means no new coal and gas. That's a no-brainer. But it also means designing the infrastructure of the lives that we share, the places we live, work and play, to truly sustain life and reduce the costs to the planet and to people. We're in a climate crisis and a cost of living crisis. With good design, I believe we can tackle these dual challenges together, and some great opportunities present themselves. Brisbane will be hosting the Olympics in 2032. The government often talks about the Olympics leaving a positive legacy. What a remarkable opportunity this would be to demonstrate the model of an Australian sustainable city, a city that fosters sustainable living, affordability and access to housing, to public and active transport and to clean energy. There are so many great possibilities. For example, well-designed sustainable athletes' villages could, post-Olympics, provide the social and affordable housing that we so desperately need. Our public transport system could be upgraded to a better and wider service, providing good access for all on a free and frequent electrified network. We could create new green spines and linked public parkland with major gathering places and shade trees to mitigate urban heat island effects and cool our ever-heating city. We could build neighbourhood clean energy hubs, so all business premises and dwellings, including rental properties, could access clean energy. We could ensure that we optimise utilisation of existing sporting facilities, well connected with efficient public and active transport networks. These are not radical propositions. They are sensible value-for-money ideas. Other Olympic host cities have achieved long-term community benefit. That is what we need in Queensland to leverage this huge Olympic expenditure to provide a long-term positive legacy for our city, for people, not a short-term sugar-hit boost to the development industry, who I've got to say are salivating over the opportunities for them. There are many examples of unnecessary works which will neither assist the community nor progress the sustainability of the city. The most contentious is the Gabba, the planned centrepiece stadium. We know that the main principles of sustainable resources are reduce, reuse and recycle, and it's very concerning that the current plan is to demolish an existing 40,000-seat stadium to build a new 48,000-seat stadium. So if the federal government progresses with plans to help fund this, the community will lose out, with the tragic loss, for example, of the adjacent East Brisbane State School and Raymond Park. $2.5 billion for 8,000 extra seats for a 2-week sporting event and the loss of a school and park does not stack up. This is not value for money. In fact, it's a hugely irresponsible waste of public funds at a time when schools and hospitals across the country are suffering from chronic underfunding, public transport is not up to scratch, and we have a cost of living and housing crisis. And the government is still insisting on $250 billion worth of stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthy. That's bad business. That's poor planning, and there's been no consultation. There's speculation in the media now that there might be a plan to ring-fence this project from federal funds so that the federal government can distance itself while throwing money at the Olympics. If true, that's an admission that the federal government knows this is a bad deal, so why not share this reasoning with the people of Queensland? Or better yet, use the Olympic funding to leverage good, sustainable design to benefit the community and the climate. The community does have a right to know what's going on, and that's why the Senate has ordered the government to tell us. So a remarkable opportunity presents itself right now to deal with these dual and interrelated crises of climate change and cost of living. Through clever design, creating sustainable, accessible cities and environments. Australia is a wealthy country with abundant natural resources, and we are well placed to do this. So let's harness our collective will and our hearts and smarts to design the best solutions. Our very future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. What we have here today is, and I thank the member for North Sydney, a really sensible and important discussion for this parliament to discuss, and one I think that shows that we've moved beyond the decade of destruction, a just damaging and destructive decade that has really, I think, unfortunately characterised conversations around energy in this country, and that's been a real shame. So here we can see that it is possible in this parliament with the Albanese Labor government that we can take action on energy prices and relieve cost of living pressures on households, as well as make meaningful investments in the future in renewable energy. And so we see that in action already from this government, only 8 months in. And what a difference it's made. Not only are households now having some of the sting removed from the hit that they were facing due to the war in the Ukraine, but they're also seeing historic investment in renewable energy. And I think I would ask those opposite to reflect really on whose interests that they are serving when they stand in the way of both helping households at this really difficult time for many in terms of cost of living pressures, and at a time where we see we don't have much time to take meaningful action on climate change. We see that everything we've put forward that is sensible, that helps people, has been opposed by those opposite, even after they had the opportunity over the last decade to do something good for this country. It is unbelievable. Not only have they stood in the way of meaningful action on climate change and to do something about the rising cost of energy that we see in the short term, but they also refuse to invest in the technologies of the future through the National Reconstruction Fund. And I've urged them, those opposite, on numerous occasions when I've gotten up to speak in this place to reconsider their opposition. I do so again, and I urge them to think about the best interests of this country. because that's what we are doing on this side of the House. And this is an invitation for them to join us and show that some things are above politics. Rebuilding this country, making sure that we protect this planet, making sure that households don't have to experience the kinds of pressures they have been. Those things should be above politics. Those things should be the very reason any of us decide to enter this place. And I think every Australian, and certainly the Australians in my electorate in Chisholm, expect and deserve better. And that's the message we received on the 21st of May, that people expect and deserve better. I think of all of the different groups in my electorate of Chisholm, the community groups of Common Grace, of the Tomorrow Movement and their youth activists, of the local branch of the ACF, of the Baby Boomers for Climate Action. Think of all of those groups that I've met with over the last 18 months, and it's been a real pleasure to hear such support for the Albanese Labor government's plan to do something about climate change. We are investing in rewiring the nation. That's going to make sure we have better energy in this country. That will drive down prices too, because we know, as we've heard time and time again from the minister from this side of the House, clean energy is the cheapest form of energy. We're already seeing record renewables since we've been in government. From the fourth quarter of last year, we produced almost 20% of total generation in the grid from wind and grid-scale solar. That is something that we should be very proud of as a country. We should be very excited about. But these things don't just happen. They happen because governments decide to do the right thing and to decide not to just play cheap politics with things as important as our planet's future and the future of our communities. This is not short-term thinking from this government. Yes, we took action in the short term to relieve some of the pressures from energy prices on families, but we're doing what really matters in the long term too, to make sure that we have a long, better future for all. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Faster action on climate change is one of the most effective ways of insulating households against rising costs of living. By 2030, Australian families could save $5,000 per year by replacing current cars with EVs, switching natural gas to heating systems to electric heat pumps, and furnishing their electricity with solar from their rooftops. If this shift is embraced now, we could keep track of emissions trajectories in line with our commitment to the Paris Agreement. The largest portion of our domestic emissions comes from our households, some 42.2%. In the US, the Inflation Reduction Act dedicates a great proportion of the funding available to the electrification of households and development of technologies. We know that the EU is also working on similar legislation. Australia needs to match these commitments and the government initiatives to bring down the cost of living, address climate change and drive down economic growth through the transition. We've had quite a few excuses and sort of mitigating words, but we haven't seen a commitment, and that's what's needed because it takes time. And let's get real, there is a race on. The rest of the world is racing with the US around attracting investment and making sure they have that share and are involved in that process of electrifying households. We are simply going to be left behind if we stick with just the current policies. We must do this. We know that there are emerging global supply chains that we just need to be part of, and if members of government want to talk about the Reconstruction Fund, then that has to be being part of the emerging global supply chains around electrifying households. And when I asked the Prime Minister about this in question time a few weeks ago, he blustered that he won't mandate to households what they will use. Well, let's be real. No one is talking about mandating. We are talking about leadership and incentivising. And to be clear, the government, both sides, are already mandating households through building codes. You mandate a connection to gas. It costs great amounts to households to get off gas connections. So let's be really clear to the Australian public about what is actually being mandated at the moment.
We know green building standards are desperately needed here. We have inefficient infrastructure accounts for a significant portion of Australia's emissions. We need to improve building standards to maximise efficiency in household insulation and energy systems. State governments have started to step up and to challenge in creating a sustainable built environment. We know that the building stock that we will have in 2050, 50% of it will be built between now and 2050. So our building codes are incredibly relevant to the standard of household and residential stock we have by 2050. The other half of that building stock is existing now and so urgently needs retrofitting, and that is part of what we're urging the government to do. The ACT government is about to mandate that all new homes must meet minimum standards for roof insulation and has already passed legislation to prevent new homes being connected to gas. So I urge other governments to follow suit. The lack of standardisation across all states is preventing substantial gains in reduction of our natural emissions. We need to mandate improved thermal performance in all new homes as a national standard, and that would be a highly effective way of creating a more sustainable urban environment. We need to at least halve our emissions by 2030. Let's get real. The 43% that was legislated by the government is a minimum political standard. If we want a hope of sticking to 1.5 degrees, we need at least halving our emissions by 2030. To do that, we can electrify household appliances and machines, pair this with the production of clean electricity to power them, the clear roadmap to emissions reduction and a safer climate. Over time, we know we can assist households with the absolutely rising costs of living through doing this. And so whilst we have this debate in the media and these accusations towards the Reserve Bank about it, there is an action the government can take. You can take a policy that will reduce inflation and assist households with cost of living. We must electrify homes, and that is an investment of some $12 billion, but it will pay off. And we need to invest in storage. I'll be introducing a private member's bill to mandate a REST, a renewable energy storage target. Do you know that if we provide batteries for 1 in 5 households that have rooftop solar, we will already achieve 30% of our storage needs? So there are the solutions, we can do it, but we do need political will from the government.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The cost of living has increased significantly in recent years, and these pressures continue to burden households across our great nation. Many families are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of essential goods and services, including energy. Energy prices are a significant contributor to this problem, and it is essential that we take action to address this issue. As we all know, energy prices have been steadily increasing over the past year, due to the circumstances that occur once in a generation and nearly a decade of coalition's incompetence. This has put a significant strain on household budgets. In fact, families in my electorate of Holt and across the country have been forced to choose between heating their homes, putting food on the table, or paying their bills. I am proud to support a government that is fully across the difficulties faced by everyday Australians and have been proactive in tackling these challenges. Since being elected 7 months ago, the Albanese Labor government has put a task of easing cost of living pressures at the front and centre of its priorities. In the immediate future, families are having it tough, like many in my electorate, want a solution which will help them meet the cost of the next billing cycle and the billing cycles after that. Energy companies have the responsibility to provide affordable energy to consumers. However, it is clear that the pricing model that was placed was not working for most households. As elected representatives, we have a duty to hold energy companies to account and to ensure that we're acting in the best interests of consumers. This meant working with stakeholders across the sector to find ways to reduce energy costs and pass on these lowered costs to consumers. By taking urgent action to shield Australian families and businesses from the worst of these energy price spikes, By introducing our energy price relief plan, the Albanese Labor government has taken a significant step towards this goal. The plan limits coal and gas prices, provides targeted energy bill relief for households and businesses, and invests in cleaner and cheaper and more reliable energy for the future. A Treasury analysis demonstrates that larger electricity price increases forecast by the energy market for 2023 have dropped significantly since the announcement of the plan, including by 34% in my home state of Victoria. This is a sign that the government's policy will help in sheltering consumers from the worst of the price increases that were forecasted. Our focus on delivering immediate price relief for Australian families is supplemented by this government's unwavering focus in increasing the share of renewables within the country's energy mix. Renewable energy is receiving record-high investment under the Albanese Labor government, and for good reason. Not only it is better for the environment, but it can also be significantly cheaper than traditional fossil fuel sources. By investing in renewable energy, we can help to lower energy prices and reduce the cost of living for families across the country. Renewable energy is not only good for the environment, but it will also help to stabilise energy prices in the long run. It is a long-term solution to the issue, and as the technology improves, it will become more cost-effective. Renewable energy is the future, and I am proud the Albanese Labor government is prioritising investment in renewables from the beginning of its term. This will not only help to ease the cost of living pressures on households, but also secure our energy future. Australians know that higher power prices are a direct result of a year of Russian aggression and the coalition's aversion towards investing in renewable energy. It is unfortunate the coalition continued to make the same mistake in opposition by voting to make power bills for families hundreds of dollars higher than they need to be. Thankfully, adults are in charge, and I am very confident Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, will continue to deliver people-friendly policies for people across this nation. I thank the House.
Thank you. Well, the discussion has now concluded. I call on the clerk for the next item, which is Thank you. Just before we do resume debate, I've got a report that the Public Interest Disclosure Amendment Review Bill of 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I'll present a copy of that certified bill to the House. So the question is that this bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Thank you, Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
And that is the question. I'll put this bill be now read a third time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Third reading a bill for an Act to amend the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. I call the clerk again.
Government Business Order of the Day, number 2, Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023, resumption of debate. resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the member for Fowler.
Thank you. And just before debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate will be allowed covering this bill, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023 and the Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill of 2023. So the question before the House is currently that the original question, just to remind everybody, was that the bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Fowler moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that after the words after the House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the House now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. And I give the call. Who's seeking the call? Thank you. Give the call to member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill of 2023 and the two associated bills, which, for simplification, I'll simply refer to generally as the Housing Bill. During the election campaign last year, in my electorate of Hughes, the biggest issue was the cost of living. The second biggest issue was housing affordability. This was a priority and concern for young people, as well as for their parents and their grandparents, concerned that their children and their grandchildren will be unable to purchase or even rent a home of their own within my electorate. In my first speech in this place, I spoke of my commitment to addressing housing affordability. My policy framework around this issue arises from my personal ideology as well as lessons learnt from a 25-year legal career spent in planning, property and environmental law, working both for and in the private and public sectors. Ideologically, my commitment to liberalism, civilised capitalism, unleashes the power of the individual and their enterprise while always providing a safety net for those who, despite their best efforts, are unable to cope. This applies to my approach on housing policy. At federal government level, we need to facilitate an environment where we as a country deliver broader housing choices and a system that provides greater security of tenure, such as longer-term leases, for our most vulnerable, many of whom are Australians' children and our returned veterans. The greater the number of Australians that own their own home, the greater the ability of governments to facilitate social and emergency housing. Having spent my former career working in and around the housing sector, including in local government, which is at the coalface of development of planning policy, I say that as well-intentioned as this bill may well be, it will not address the housing crisis. It is unlikely to deliver a single extra dwelling in Australia. This housing bill is not a $10 billion pledge to build houses. This is not a bill to house Australians. This is a bill that establishes a fund. The bill is proposing that the proceeds from the fund will enable federal government to build 30,000 new houses. It proposes an additional $330 million for ongoing maintenance and repair of acute housing for Indigenous Australians, victims of family violence and veterans. Again, this sounds like a solution to the crisis. However, it is far from it. First, there is the failure to define key terms in the bill. What is the definition of social housing? What is the definition of affordable housing? What is the definition of acute housing? The bill also omits a major part of the housing affordability problems. It leaves out private home ownership, ways that the federal government can influence, empower and incentivise private home ownership. On the housing continuum, as more Australians own their own home, they move out of the private rental market, which in turn frees up supplies for others to move into this space, therefore allowing more resources to be directed to social and emergency housing. Widespread ownership reduces wealth inequality, improves mental health and childhood outcomes, reduces extremism and provides stability for democratic institutions. Australia's rate of home ownership has been declining since the baby boomer generation bought their homes. At the moment, home ownership amongst Australians under the age of 40 are at levels not seen since 1947. Being able to afford a home is becoming harder and harder for younger Australians. Leaving private home ownership out of its housing policy means that the Labor government has failed to understand the way that the housing sector in this country works. After 9 months in office, the government's housing agenda is in tatters. On the face of it, allocating $10 billion to build houses sounds like a solution to Australia's housing crisis. The proposition, however, is that the government first borrows the $10 billion, invests that $10 billion and then uses any return on investment to assist with housing. Of course, the underlying assumption is that the interest gained will be greater than the interest paid. This is lazy and irresponsible economics. The fund provides no certainty as to future returns. It is wholly reliant on the financial performance of the fund's investments in equities and other financial products. Furthermore, increased government borrowing will only add to inflationary pressures in the economy, leading again to higher interest rates. In fact, the IMF has already warned the government that the proliferation of such funds should always be avoided. This is economic trickery and lazy policy making. It is a fictitious revenue scheme. It does not represent real spending on housing. These are the reasons that I do not support this bill. Furthermore, the government has not addressed the underlying issues around housing affordability. It is disappointing that the Labor government has been intellectually lazy and by these bills demonstrated its failure to understand the drivers behind housing in Australia, a failure to understand how the various state planning systems feed into the national system, a failure to empower local governments to deliver at a local level. After 9 months, the government's housing policy demonstrates that it is bereft of ideas, unable to even commence the process to address our housing shortage. The Labor government had the opportunity to develop sound policy based around the recent report of the parliamentary inquiry into housing affordability and supply in Australia. Headed The Australian Dream, it identified the underlying issues leading to housing affordability. They are a lack of supply of housing stock, oppressive state and local planning restrictions as well as taxes, difficulties, indeed almost the impossibility, for most first-home buyers in Australia to save the deposit. The recommendations that came out were considered, clear and concise. They set forward a clear path for a good policy to be developed for housing affordability. And in that regard, I commend the speech earlier today by the Minister for Sturt in this place, who had sat on that committee. Australia has more usable land than any other continent in the world outside of the penguins of the South Pole. We have one of the least densely populated countries in the world, with some of the highest average weekly earnings and one of the highest minimum wages in the world. Housing should be easily accessible and affordable. However, with an underlying lack of supply of land, housing has become almost impossible for many Australians. The federal government can and should incentivise state and local governments to increase urban density in appropriate locations using an empowered community framework, such as those which are being rolled out throughout Europe. State and local governments can create more density in appropriate locations, specifically those well serviced by underused transport infrastructure. This should be done by allowing local communities to negotiate for higher densities in return for better infrastructure and more convenience, and in such a way that protects and preserves the character of surrounding areas. The objective of policies such as these is to ensure that communities are open to higher density experience, an uplift in value and improved infrastructure. Planning policies also need to be addressed. Federal government can provide incentive payments to state and local governments to encourage the adoption of better planning and property administration policies. Cutting through the red tape of planning is essential for the provision of more dwellings. Some analysis has shown that in some places in Australia, planning restrictions are responsible for up to 67% of the cost of housing. Analysis from Finland has shown that increasing housing supply benefits those on low incomes the most. Flexible planning systems like those in Texas are driving economic growth through lower levels of traffic congestion and more efficient allocation of how land is used. This has led to companies such as Tesla, Facebook and Intel leaving California, for example, for Texas. Planning reforms in Tokyo saw homelessness reduced by 80% over 10 years, while highly regulated planning systems in San Francisco have seen the emergence of tent cities with people who cannot find homes. There is therefore abundant evidence that planning restrictions substantially boost the cost of housing. The federal government has the tools available to incentivise state and local governments to introduce and implement better planning policies. That was, again, an opportunity lost in this housing bill. Land use policy is primarily the responsibility of state and local governments. Nevertheless, the Australian government can and should play a useful role in coordination, guiding and improving incentives to other governments. Specifically, it should provide financial assistance to state and local governments to encourage better planning policy, as well as administration of that policy. We should reward better planning policy administration, for example, the streamlining of approvals, or bringing infrastructure contributions in line with social costs, such as value capture and sharing. Government policy could institute a grant system that pays states and localities for delivering more housing supply and affordable housing. Grants could be in the form of cash or infrastructure. Again, this has been a missed opportunity in this proposed legislation. Local and state taxes and charges are passed on to home purchasers. This is substantially increasing the cost of housing. In New South Wales, they are inappropriately called developer contributions. They are not paid for by developers. They are, however, just a tax imposed on a first home buyer or a home purchaser. The largest barrier to entry for young Australians is saving for the deposit. On all the various measures, the time it takes a worker on an average wage to save for a deposit has increased from a number that could be measured in months to one that can now be measured in decades. The Labor government has again missed an opportunity in its housing policy and bill to allow first home buyers to use their superannuation balance as collateral for a home without using the funds themselves as a deposit. This again was one of the very sensible recommendations from the Australian Dream report that has been wilfully ignored by this government. The greater the number of Australians that own their own home, the greater the ability of governments to facilitate social and emergency housing. The intention of this bill may be to facilitate social and emergency housing. However, for all of the reasons I've just outlined, it will not. What has always happened in the housing space is that when a government has an intention to fund social and affordable housing, it sets up a program, funds that program, and then, through recurrent expenditure, funds whatever it is they want to fund. That is not what is being done here. This is a blatant attempt to try to keep this fund off the budget's bottom line. In that being done, there is absolutely no certainty that any money will ever, certainly not in this term of government, go to the intended recipients. I have outlined many alternatives available to the federal government if it wished to apply some intellectual rigour to addressing the housing affordability crisis through real and practical solutions. The government, through its housing policy and these bills, has demonstrated that it does not. This is a fiscally irresponsible bill. It may well be well-intentioned, however, it is lazy economics and will not produce the outcomes that it seeks. For the reasons stated, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased that we're dealing with this bill today. Although I have some concerns with the way that the government is approaching this, I'm glad that the parliament will be doing more to support those who rely on affordable and social housing. My own community in Wentworth is one where the cost of housing is forcing many people and families out of the area. This includes many people who are not able to work and rely on government support, but many people who work in the area. It genuinely saddens me that some teachers at our schools, nurses in our hospitals and health clinics, and defence personnel at HMAS Watson and the Victoria Barracks aren't able to live where they want to in our electorate. I recently met with Kate Timmins from the B. Mars Women's Foundation. This is a foundation that helps prevent women from falling into homelessness and helps resolve homelessness and prevent it. She told me heartbreaking stories of nurses in my electorate who were sleeping in cars or sleeping in caves. It's hard to believe, but this has actually happened in this local area, sleeping in cars or sleeping in caves because they cannot afford to pay their rent. It is absolutely catastrophic and a terrible blight on our community. So I welcome this bill, and I hope that it does as much good as the minister promises. But as I said, I do have some concerns, particularly with regard to off-budget spending. This concern is not limited to the Housing Australia Future Fund. It also relates to the National Reconstruction Fund and the Rewiring the Nation Fund, which collectively account for $45 billion in public money that will be invested and expended off-budget. And it relates to the existing off-budget investment vehicles, including the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the Northern Australia Investment Facility and the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific. While there may be legitimate policy reasons for an entity to sit outside the Commonwealth budget, it is also legitimate that there are appropriate standards of transparency, oversight and accountability in place. I believe that the existing standards are inadequate, and it would be preferable if action were taken in this parliament to establish a joint committee which would oversee off-budget spending, which would approve new off-budget vehicles and ensure these organisations are operating efficiently and reporting effectively, and that appropriate appointments are made to boards and executive positions. I believe a committee like this would improve the accountability of off-budget entities and raise the unfortunately low standards of oversight and transparency that we have for them. I also want to emphasise that action on affordable housing is not the same as action on housing affordability. And affordability is an issue that is of deep concern to Australians right across the country now, from Wentworth to Wanneroo. It's a concern that young people never know if they'll ever be able to afford their own homes. I was walking up the street the other day in Wentworth and a young man approached me and we were talking about his circumstances and the election and things. And he said, look, he and his partner were moving overseas. They had well-paying jobs, but they just did not believe that they could, even with dual income, well-paying jobs, that they could ever buy a house in the area that they wanted to live, and felt there were greater opportunities in the USA. These are people actually working again for the public sector in jobs that do real difference for the public area. And so, and it's not just the young people who are concerned about this. I hear this as much from parents and grandparents who are concerned that their children and their grandchildren will not have the same opportunities as they did when they were growing up. And the sad truth is that we've seen very little substantive action on housing affordability by either major party for many years. It is not because this issue is complex or because there is uncertainty about the right policies or instruments. We know what the problems are and what they are. We've known for many years, and it's not complicated. If the number of people wanting to buy homes increases faster than the number of homes available, prices will rise. And if that problem persists over the years and decades, as it has, then homes will be ever less affordable. The economic and social consequences of this are varied and extend well beyond home ownership. It means that young people must save for longer to afford a deposit, that mortgages are larger, and that households are more sensitive to changes in interest rates. There's also convincing evidence that people defer having a family until they've secured a deposit and a home. They are less likely to have children, and those who do tend to have smaller families. Australia's falling fertility rate is a real concern to anyone who thinks about the long-term future of our country, and limited housing is one of the most important drivers. Expensive housing also means that people are less willing to change jobs, not if it means a long commute or having to sell the family home or relocate to another city or state. People are giving up opportunity for higher wages, and our economy is foregoing the benefits of greater productivity because housing is simply too expensive. It also means people are less willing to take a chance and start a new business, even if they've got a great idea, because it's just too risky when you need to service a large mortgage. People put it off. They say they'll pursue their dream once their mortgage is paid down and they're in a better financial position. Those that take the next step and explore financials of establishing a new business are often deterred when they see the cost of commercial and industrial space. It's not just residential real estate that is eye-wateringly expensive. And it's no wonder that Australia's rate of startups is so much lower than it should be. Expensive housing also means that a great number of people aren't able to live where they want to live. Lots of Australians work in CBDs but live outside the CBDs and have long daily commutes. Sometimes that is a choice. People want to live near their families, near the beach, or want an acreage, but often it is not. Long commutes are carbon intensive. Urban sprawl is carbon intensive. The infrastructure to support communities spread out over huge suburban areas is carbon intensive. Forcing people to live further away from where they want to be has awful consequences for our environment. And expensive housing produces inequality. Those Australians whose parents own a home, whose parents let them live rent-free while saving for a deposit, whose parents run a bank of mum and dad, they all have a tremendous generational advantage. It's an advantage that works against people who are smart, hard-working and talented, but don't have the financial backing that some others do. And when they're bidding for the same properties, it can make the difference between who wins and who loses. This has been a long list, but I think it's vitally important to recognise that housing affordability is one of the most important issues facing our country. And the answer to this problem is, on balance, more supply. I agree with those who say that state and local governments are more directly responsible for alleviating supply constraints than the federal government. That is true. But it's also true that they're not acting in many cases, and those who are acting aren't doing it fast enough. Which is why we want the federal government to take a leadership role on this. And I commend the government for the Housing Accord, because I think this is absolutely a step in the right direction, but I want the government to go further. It should provide significant financial incentives to encourage other levels of government to adopt policies that grow the housing pipeline, especially in areas of high demand and closer to links with walkable streets, cycleways and public transport. It should work with the states to remove taxes that stop housing mobility, such as land tax, such as stamp duty, and replace that tax with land tax, which would be more efficient and more effective and a better way of ensuring that people can move between housing, which is so important for labour mobility. And it needs to raise its ambition in terms of the number of houses that need to be built in this country, because 1 million houses is absolutely not enough. It's a big number, but if we are going to get to an OECD average of houses per dwelling per 1,000 people, then we need to have more houses and need to be building more houses, and that is when we will create long-term affordable housing. The productivity benefits of this would be enormous and largely, if not entirely, offset the fiscal impact. And I believe the Treasurer should also ask the Productivity Commission to undertake an inquiry into what supply policies would have the largest impact and the potential financial implications. The failures in housing are a drag on population growth, a drag on economic growth, a drag on labour mobility, a drag on innovation, and a major driver of our carbon-intensive travel and an intractable source of inequality within and across generations. Now is the time to act.
I thank the member for Wentworth. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With rapidly rising interest rates, housing affordability is an issue on everyone's mind of all generations. People in my electorate of Warringah are feeling the pinch with huge mortgages and expensive rents. The 9 consecutive interest rate rises are biting families in my electorate and many areas around Australia. This has a huge impact throughout society. The string of natural disasters intensified by the climate crisis over the last few years has exacerbated housing stress, making the need for urgent housing support clear. With recession looming and inflation rising, adding to cost of living concerns, the issue of social and affordable housing is becoming increasingly acute. In Sydney, in the last 12 months, average rent have increased by 10.2%. There are 500 homeless people in Warringah and 1,300 in need of social housing. Nearly 120,000 Australians are without a home every night. Support networks on the northern beaches are overwhelmed by the influx of people needing housing assistance. As a result, they are finding it hard to rehouse people on the beaches and relocating some people to areas where they lose their family and community support systems, which compounds the trauma of becoming unhoused. The median weekly rent in Warringah is just so high that it really has an enormous impact. So what this bill does, and I welcome the government's initiative with this bill, is going to have some effect, but I do worry about its efficacy in providing the level of support that constituents and Australians need. I commend the efforts of the government in securing the support of the states and territories in implementing this reform and the commitment from the private sector to contribute contributions to the fund. However, I do question whether the direct investment from government will be sufficient to drive the scale and returns expected. A recent independent review conducted by the Australian Government found that an investment of around $290 billion would be required over the next 2 decades to meet the shortfall in housing options. This bill creates a $10 billion fund, the objective of which is to build 20,000 social and 10,000 affordable homes over the next 5 years. It will also provide $200 million for maintenance and repair of Indigenous housing and $100 million for crisis accommodation and domestic violence housing. Beyond this, there is a strategy to address broader needs in the housing system and change the governance housing bodies in Australia. There are some concerns, nevertheless. There are integrity concerns with this bill regarding the independence of the Housing Australia Board. There are also concerns around the funding model, which only provides for outright grants, leaving it subject to rorting. We need the governance of the fund to be truly independent and keep the grant money directed to where it's needed most. While there is an obvious need in electorates with lower socio-economic profiles than, for example, Warringah, I would remind the government of the need to support those providing essential services in electorates with higher-priced property markets, which prohibit service providers such as nurses, teachers and childcare workers from living and working in those areas. Local advocacy. I'd like to pay tribute to a constituent of mine who has deep personal experience with homelessness and is now a vocal advocate in this space. Sarah's story emphasises the need for investment in this space to drive an increase in productivity across the economy. Sarah was one of the 100 children and people who appeared before the Burdekin Royal Commission into youth homelessness in the late 1980s. She was homeless between the age of 14 and 22. The events that led her to homelessness had a dramatic effect on her life trajectory. She wrote, "I didn't finish high school and haven't had the same career options that my high school peers had, which limited me to low-paying jobs. When I was eventually able to overcome enough of the trauma to even get a job. Being in low-paying jobs has left me in housing stress, which has directly impacted on my productivity and participation as an adult, and left me at risk at multiple points of re-entry into homelessness. One of them has been, due to domestic violence, my children and I were left at risk of homelessness at the end of 2018. She frequently compares herself to a classmate at school who is now a minister of the New South Wales government. Sarah believes that were it not for the trauma and homelessness she suffered in her early years, her trajectory and opportunity would have been vastly different, and it's very hard to dispute that. Sarah's story of overcoming the pain of homelessness underscores the fact that having access to a safe and stable home is a human necessity. Her white paper, which she shared with government in advance of the Jobs and Skills Summit last year, outlines many of the solutions that have been proposed in this legislation. So I'm incredibly proud of her advocacy and her courage in telling her story in a compelling and direct way. We do have other issues to tackle and policy solutions. I've met with various groups, including the Constellation Project, where one of my constituents is representing the lived experience of homeless people in a collaborative approach to solving homelessness. The project is being driven by the Australian Red Cross, the Centre for Social Impact, Mission Australia and PwC Australia, seeking innovative approaches to addressing the issue. They are advocating for the creation of more homes through a variety of methods, including the development of mandatory inclusion zoning, which mandates that new developments must factor in a proportion of affordable housing to address supply. While the minister may claim that this is a state issue, I would argue that the funding agreements attached to this fund could drive improvements in zoning laws and development approvals. I would also urge the government to consider an emphasis on driving efficiency and electrification of households through this fund. We know that addressing these issues drives down the cost of living in power bills, and those in social and affordable housing are the least able to make the investment required to lower their cost of living costs through electrification. Social Ventures Australia and the need to double Commonwealth rent assistance. Another group who is doing great work in my electorate is Social Ventures Australia. They have argued for a doubling of the rate of Commonwealth rent assistance to provide a higher rate of return to affordable housing developers. This could also be a targeted measure to address groups at greatest risk of homelessness, such as women over 55, who are the fastest growing group in this category. We really should pause and consider that, because it is shameful on all of us that generation of carers that have given so much as mothers or as wives or partners, as daughters, are left in as the fastest growing group in our society facing homelessness. It's quite outrageous. Adopting the measures in relation and special consideration of housing for women over 55 is incredibly important. And some of these measures will also lift up and provide support to those that are so vulnerable and have difficulty accessing the housing market. I've been told by a number of service providers one of the barriers to entry to home, to even just a rental market, is often being able to access the rental bond. If someone has been homeless, they may find themselves in a position to meet rental obligations but cannot meet a rental bond. And so looking outside the box, starting to think about more and additional policies to assist people breaking that cycle of homelessness is incredibly important. There are so many issues that really need addressing beyond this bill when it comes to housing affordability and access to affordable housing. We have a rental crisis in Australia. There are communities around the country that simply do not have any accessible properties for rent. And we also have a situation where the common norm is very short rental periods. We don't have a system like other countries, like in Europe, where you may have long-term rents, where you have protection, more rental protections. I think this is something the government does need to look at as well, to be able to create some housing security for so many vulnerable in our community. So I support this bill, but I urge the government to guarantee the integrity of the board. It must be independent, and ensure the transparency of funding agreements. Again, after too many programs have been rorted and issues around that, it is imperative that this be a program that is not rorted. And I urge the government to leverage the funding agreements to drive improvements in the quality of housing that we're talking about, housing electrification, and drive mandatory inclusion zoning in developments. There are many more tools to improve access to affordable housing and housing affordability in Australia.
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Our government believes that every Australian deserves the security of a roof over their head. It's something that's essential to people's quality of life. We know that a home to call your own, whether you own it or not, is about more than just a place to sleep. It gives you confidence, a sense of stability, a feeling of connection to your community. I know that because I've lived it. My journey to this place and to the high office that I hold in part began when the City Council that I lived in, council housing where my mother was born in 1936, as my family were the first inhabitants, moved in some years earlier when they were built. The Sydney City Council changed hands and Conservatives got control and tried to sell our home where my mum was born and where she died after 65 years in the one home. And I got involved in a campaign there in Camperdown with local residents. I was still at school. We collected a petition. We had a rent strike, and we organised to defend what was our home. Then on Pyrmont Bridge Road, Camperdown, it was the only housing of any sort anywhere near that area. Opposite was the Children's Hospital. On one corner, the Weston's Biscuit Factory. On the other corner, Grace Brothers Storage. At the back was McNulty's foundry. It was an industrial and health district. Just around the corner was something that people who read this in Hansard will have to ask someone older what it is. Something called Kodak was around the corner. And that is why I support this legislation. Without public housing, I wouldn't be here. Without that security and that sense of community which was there. And I announced that our government would create the Housing Australia Future Fund in my budget reply in May of 2021, when opposition leaders actually came out with policies and positive agendas. So more than a year before the election, we outlined this policy. Our plan to build 30,000 social and affordable homes was an important part of our campaign for government. It was at the heart of the positive change that Australians voted for. The government has a clear mandate to establish this Housing Australia Future Fund. And just as importantly, the nation has a clear need for it. Not only will this legislation create the fund, it will also create an important reform, the Housing Supply and Affordability Council that I announced on that night as well. How do we work with state and territory governments, with local government, to open up the supply of housing, to deal with land release and land issues? How do we make sure when we do that, that infrastructure comes before, not after, which happens all too often as our suburbs spread and we don't give thought to the need for schools and health facilities and recreational facilities in all of those communities. And in the northern suburbs of Perth, in the Pearce electorate where I was just last week with the member for Pearce, it was a great example of a railway station being built with a pool as part of the facilities, with offices and housing around before the community are living around there. Best practice by the McGowan government. And I want to see that replicated around the country. So this piece of legislation shouldn't be seen in isolation. It's about how our cities function and how our regions function. It's about how this will work with the Housing Accord that we've come up with, working with the Master Builders Association, working with others. It's about as well the Commonwealth State Housing Agreement that will be negotiated between the Commonwealth and states and territories. So I've seen some figures just plucked out of the air for how many houses should be built, as if there's not a Commonwealth State Housing Agreement, as if states and territories aren't doing anything either by themselves or then in future with the cooperation of a federal government. It works as well with the Housing and homelessness plan that the government will be putting in place as well, with the $100 million that we put in place for emergency housing. So I say to the whole of this parliament, the crossbenchers as well as to those opposite in the aptly titled opposition, that they should think through the implications behind opposing this legislation, because it's beyond my comprehension how you could do that. There is a national need for more affordable housing. There's a need to help frontline workers live closer to where they work. There's a clear and urgent national need for more safe housing for women and children fleeing violent homes. I mean, this policy of quarantining 4,000 of these homes works with the 500 additional community service workers that we've announced as well as for the emergency housing. And why that would be opposed is beyond my comprehension. Tonight, like every night, women's crisis services across Australia will have to tell women, and perhaps women with children fleeing partners who are violent, that they simply cannot accommodate them. They'll be forced to sleep in their car or, worse, go back to a dangerous situation. And, you know, tragically, when we've seen tragedy hit and women lose their lives, sometimes the statement I've seen it made, why didn't they leave that relationship? Because they had nowhere to go quite often. Nowhere to go. And that is a hard truth. Passing this legislation will provide 4,000 homes built for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence and older women on low incomes at risk of homelessness. It will provide $100 million investment in crisis and transitional housing. It will provide $30 million to build housing and fund specialist services for veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. It's been reported that in Sydney, one of the surveys that was done showed that 1 in 10 of people who are sleeping rough on the streets of Sydney had worn the uniform of our great nation. They deserve better than that, and we need to do better than that. We also have to do better for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in remote communities who currently endure some of the worst housing standards in the world. Passing this legislation will deliver $200 million to repair, improve and maintain housing in remote Indigenous communities. This is the opportunity that the Housing Australia Future Fund represents. More affordable housing for frontline workers, more housing stock for the nation, more safe accommodation for women fleeing family violence, more support for veterans at risk of homelessness, more investment in remote communities. But let's be clear, in order for that to happen, this legislation has to pass. It has to pass the House of Representatives and has to pass the Senate. The parliament isn't a debating society. It's not a consequence-free environment, and people need to be held to account. So if you're determined to vote against this and somehow say that this is a defeat for the government, it's not. It's a defeat for people who need a secure roof over their head. And for those who say, I've seen some figures bandied around, why not commit $5 billion a year rather than $500 million a year? I say, why stop there? Why not $50 billion, $500 billion, $1 trillion? Because it's just a fantasy. We have in this country supply chain shortages.
The member for Griffith will cease interjecting.
A lack of timber being available.
Order.
We have as
Order,
well
members, am I right?
skills shortages in this country as well. The idea that you would pass legislation knowing that you can't possibly achieve the outcome is the ultimate self-indulgence. The ultimate self-indulgence. The ultimate virtue signalling, which will not have an impact at all. And if you vote against this, legislation, you are voting against funding. Now, I'm all for, in this parliament, being consultative, being constructive. We always have been prepared to consider constructive amendments, ideas, whether that be from the opposition or the crossbench, because that's the inclusive form of parliament that I want to operate. But let's not just chuck out figures from the backs of envelopes written on a coaster, because it's higher. You know, it's just higher is always better. Let's actually have policy that's serious, policy that will make a difference, policy that will make a start on making an enormous difference. And in terms of our policy going forward, if people vote against this legislation and the legislation is not carried, then people should own that decision. They should own the fact that it will do nothing to— it will reduce housing supply in this country, which rents are a product of demand and supply. It will mean that women and children escaping domestic violence will have less opportunity to have somewhere to go. It will mean veterans will get less support. It will damage the work that the government's doing on closing the gap. Be prepared to say that you had the chance to help and you chose to say no. So that's the choice on this vote. We will be proudly voting to build more homes for Australians. I congratulate the Minister on the work that she has done, and I congratulate Jason Clare, a member for Blackstone, on the work that he did in developing this important policy. But also I congratulate all those organisations who've worked with us on this policy as well. I joined Shelter as an organisation while I was still at school. I've been active in many of those housing-based organisations for my entire political life, and I bring to the position of Prime Minister that I'm proud to hold an absolute commitment to doing whatever I can to increase the supply of social and affordable housing. We will always try to do more into the future, but don't vote against this legislation, for goodness sake, because to do so out of spite or ego or vanity is something that people who need this legislation deserve better than that. So I do commend the bill to the House, and I ask the Parliament to vote for it. I ask the whole of the Parliament to vote for it because it is doing the right thing. The right thing, not the perfect thing, the right thing by Australians.
The order. Question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And whilst there's much in the Prime Minister's contribution that I could actually genuinely agree with, I don't for 1 minute believe that the bill as it's currently proposed will seek to achieve many, if any, of those outcomes. And that's what we frequently hear from those opposite, Mr Deputy Speaker, or see from those opposite, I should say, a vast gap between their rhetoric and the reality of what is achieved on the ground. Now, I, in my electorate, which is one of the fastest-growing electorates in Australia, see an enormous amount of building of housing and infrastructure. That being said, housing availability for those on low incomes or in difficult situation remains a difficulty, and it certainly is an issue that needs to be resolved. But I don't believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill will achieve that. I actually believe that it will add to the problems that we already see with the affordability of housing from a building perspective. Any tradesman I speak to at the moment has more work than they can poke a stick at, and they can charge virtually any price they like for a quote that they've been asked to give. If we add a huge number of new houses to the current situation, that problem is only going to get worse. And the more expensive property becomes to build, the less value we are going to get from the limited funds that this fund will actually provide. This fund is not a $10 billion investment in housing. This fund, at best, is maybe a $400 million annual investment in housing, but less the interest cost might not be more than $100 million. Or if you have a poor year on the investment portfolio, where are those additional funds coming from? If the government was genuine about what it wanted to do with these funds to achieve an outcome in the housing sector, in providing social and affordable housing, may I suggest to the government that they don't borrow this money and they use the government balance or the budget balance sheet to achieve that funding envelope, as is currently done with most housing programs. And in that regard, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's worth reflecting on the record of the coalition government, because that's exactly what the coalition government did, and I think to a large degree with great success. Our record in government provided support for home ownership, and I believe that home ownership is the fundamental basis for assisting people to create wealth and stability in their lives over time. And as I said, there is much in the Prime Minister's contribution that I would agree with in those sentiments. And we want people to be able to own their own home sooner. And our actions have proved this over our time in government. For the last 3 years in government, the Coalition's housing policy supported more than 300,000 Australians to purchase their own home. The Coalition also supported more than 21,000 social and affordable homes through the establishment of the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation, soon to be renamed Housing Australia. When it comes to first home buyers, the Coalition was their biggest supporter. First home buyers reached their highest level for nearly 15 years. And with the number of first home buyers rising from approximately 100,000 when we came to office to nearly 180,000 in our last full financial year in government. We did this, Madam Deputy Speaker, through a number of key measures. The Coalition supported more than 60,000 first home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through the home guarantee schemes, consisting of the First Home Loan Deposit Scheme, the New Home Guarantee, the Family Home Guarantee and the Regional Home Guarantee, with deposits of as little as 5% and 2% respectively. Of these guarantees, 52% of the 60,000 guarantees issued were taken up by women, well above the market average of 41% of women entering into home ownership. 1 in 5 guarantees were issued went to essential workers, almost 35% of which were nurses, 34% of which were teachers. 85% of family home guarantees were used by single mothers. We also understand the value for young people in being able to use their superannuation to assist in a home purchase. After all, it is their money. By establishing the First Home Super Saver Scheme, 27,600 first home buyers were helped in accelerating their deposit savings through superannuation. Although we are no longer in government, our commitment to first home buyers has been reiterated with a commitment to the Super Home Buyer Scheme, which will allow first home buyers to invest up to 40% of their superannuation up to a maximum of $50,000 to help with the purchase of their first home. When it comes to home ownership, the Coalition also established the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation, which was established to operate two key activities: the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, a $1 billion perpetual facility financing critical housing-related infrastructure to speed up the supply of new housing through the provision of loans and grants and the making of investments, and an affordable housing bond aggregator providing cheaper and longer-term finance to registered community housing providers. NIFIC has been a landmark coalition achievement and since its creation has delivered $2.9 billion of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable dwellings, saving $470 million in interest payments to be reinvested in more affordable housing. It's unlocked 6,900 social and affordable market dwellings through the Coalition's $1 billion infrastructure facility to make housing supply more responsive to demand. It also protected the residential construction industry with more than 137 home builder applications, generating $120 billion of economic activity. It is evident from those facts just shared with the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition government has a sound, sensible and well-considered track record in providing support to and assisting Australians get into their own home. And as I said in my opening remarks, I believe that it is critically important that we continue to achieve that. But I do not for 1 minute believe that this bill, as it is currently structured and what it is proposed to do, will get anywhere near achieving those figures that I have just outlined. As I said to the minister before, I want to see more housing in my electorate, but I don't believe this bill will achieve it. And sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, after promising the world to Australians, I don't believe that this Labor government's housing policy will deliver what is proposed. We'll see first home buyers dramatically decreased. We'll see very few, if any, of the 30,000 new social and affordable homes ever started. Rents will continue to increase, and now they want to add further fuel to the inflationary flame by putting upward costs on pressure on interest rates that this policy will generate. These consequences follow a common thread of many areas of this government's policy and their history over the years, and it is this: that their rhetoric never matches the implementation of what they propose to do. There's a coalition with its track record that I would ask the government to consider emulating, because it has generated real and tangible benefits for Australians right across this country. And I oppose this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Ford. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to thank everybody in the chamber who's contributed to this debate. There have been a lot of speakers on it, and some of them have engaged in a very constructive manner over these particular three bills. The three bills that form the Housing Legislative Package are a significant step in implementing the government's ambitious housing reform agenda, which will help support improved access to safe, secure and affordable housing for Australians. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023 establishes the Housing Australia Future Fund. Returns from the fund will help build 30,000 new social and affordable dwellings over its first 5 years, as well as help address acute housing needs for some of our most at-need citizens. The National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023 establishes the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council as an independent statutory advisory body. The Council will help inform the Commonwealth's approach to housing policy by delivering independent advice to the government on housing supply and affordability. Establishing the Council will ensure that the Commonwealth can play a leadership role in improving housing supply and affordability. The Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill 2023 renames the Housing Australia Finance and Investment Corporation as Housing Australia and expands its activities to support the delivery of social and affordable dwellings under the Housing Australia Future Fund. It also establishes an annual review mechanism for the National Housing Infrastructure Facility and provides certainty to the community housing sector by extending the Housing Australia's legislated Commonwealth guarantee until the 20th of June 2028. On this side of the House, we know just how critical this package of legislation is. It delivers on the commitments that we made to the Australian people to deliver more social and affordable housing. It will make a real difference for Australians across the country who are trying to find a place to call home. And we know why this is needed, because the experts are telling us. Kate Colvin, CEO of Homelessness Australia, has said, "Can I start by saying how important the fund is as a new mechanism to provide resources for social and affordable housing? It is a great turnaround that the federal government is back in the business and taking responsibility." National Shelter has said, "Great to see the Housing Australia Future Fund legislation introduced, and we cannot afford to have the Housing Australia Future Fund fail." Mike Zorbas from the Property Council said, "The legislation is an important first step to get government working together with industry to bridge the national housing deficit and to stimulate new supply that Australia desperately needs. And importantly, our plans are achievable." As the Managing Director of Housing Australia and Urban Research Institute said, "What the government is doing is setting ambitious targets, and they are ambitious targets, but they are also achievable targets." But sadly, what we've heard from some opposite is that they're planning to stand in the way of the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023. It is shameful that they're preparing to stand in the way of the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. Shameful that they're saying no to building more homes for women fleeing family and domestic violence and to older women at risk of homelessness. Shameful that they're saying no to building more homes for veterans who are facing homelessness. And shameful that they're saying no to more homes for the people in need right across the country. I want to remind those that Hansard records how you vote. It will record your name. You will have to own the decision. You have to be prepared to go back to your communities and account for your actions, as I said today. You need to look people in the eye and say that you put politics first. Tell your communities you said no to helping those that need it most. After a wasted decade of little action under the former government of those opposite, they clearly have learnt nothing. But on this side of the House, we have been listening to Australians who are facing rising rents, listening to the heartbreaking stories of older women and veterans at risk of homelessness, and listening to Australians for whom home ownership is now out of reach. But we're not just listening, we're acting. As I said when I introduced these bills into the parliament, this is the start of an enduring promise from the federal government that more Australians should have a safe and affordable place to call home. We're keeping faith with that promise that we made to the Australian people. I'm pleased that the bill will receive support from many of the crossbenchers, and I understand from the member for Bass. They understand how crucial these bills are. I welcome the foreshadowed amendments coming from, including the member for Indi, and I'll continue to have discussions about how this package of reform will benefit regional Australia. The issues that the member for Indi and others in this House have raised will be the subject of further consideration in the other place or through the draft investment mandate. I want to work with everyone in this place who wants to see more homes on the ground for Australians who need it most, and I look forward to continuing discussions on how we achieve this. This package represents a significant step forward in implementing the government's ambitious housing agenda, establishing the frameworks and the long-term commitments needed to deliver better housing outcomes for Australians. I commend these bills to the House.
I thank the Minister. Now, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Fowler moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith be disagreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and second teller for the ayes would be the member for Bean. There's tellers for the ayes and tellers for the no. The members for Brisbane and the members for Brisbane and Griffith. Members remain in their seat until the completion of the division. Order. Order. The result of the division is aye 77, noes 6. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those in opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Lock the doors. The question is this bill be now agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Gray and Nichols as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 49. The matter resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to establish the Housing Australia Future Fund and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 6 circulated on the sheet. Revised 15th of February 2023 in my name. 2023 in my name together.
Is leave granted? I call the minister. Leave is granted. I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a series of amendments that will be moving to the Housing Australia Future Fund bill today, and it's remarkable. This has seemed to have caused a remarkable amount of passion
Order. The member will resume his seat. There is far too much noise in the chamber. I'm going to reset the clock for the member for Griffith out of respect. Order. If members, can I just ask members at the back of the chamber, if you are resuming your seat, do so in the correct seats or leave the chamber. I'm going to ask the member for Griffith to resume and ask him to move.
Yes. I move amendments 1 to 6 as circulated on the sheet, revised the 15th of February 2023 in my name together.
You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we're moving a series of amendments to this deeply flawed Housing Australia Future Fund bill. And this deals with a number. This deals with a, and again, it is genuinely remarkable to listen to all of this hatred from this side of the House for. Let's go through the amendments. We want to introduce a 10% target that 10% of all Australian dwellings by 2050 are as social housing.
Order.
The reason.
Minister for Early Childhood Education.
Let's be clear about this. How often have you said you want to negotiate in good faith? How often? Is this your idea of negotiating in good faith? It's your way or the highway.
The Minister
it's your way or the
for Aged
highway.
Care.
And your way is hundreds of thousands of people stuck on the social housing wait list, homeless and unable to get into affordable housing. How dare you? How dare you? And you want a little bit of a history lesson.
Order. The member will resume his seat. This debate will not continue in this manner. Members are interjecting who are not in their seat, which is highly disorderly and could be named if this continues. The member for Griffith will be heard in silence. If members wish to interject, they shall do from their seats and their seats only. Give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Of the first amendments we want to move, the first is to enshrine in the Housing Australia Future Fund bill, increasing the proportion of social housing to 10% of Australian dwellings by 2050. This ensures that the Act is measured against total housing need and the progress it makes towards increasing social housing stock, rather than only against the government's own targets that frankly will see the shortage of social and affordable housing get worse. Australia at its peak achieved about a 7% target of social housing as a proportion of total housing stock, when best practice around the world, countries like Austria and the Netherlands, have seen the proportion of social housing reach up to 20% of total housing stock. A 10% target by 2050 would require Australia to build up to over 1 million social and affordable homes over that period. That is eminently achievable. It's been achieved by countries around the world, and that's the only way we're going to tackle the social housing need. I noted that the Prime Minister, in his remarks, said that that people have been throwing figures around. The figure that we rely on has been produced by the National Housing Finance Investment Corporation, the government's own body, which said that we needed over 840,000 social and affordable homes over the next 20 years. That's not the Greens figure. That's not any part of the housing sector's figure. That is the government's own figure. That means that there needs to be at least 45,000 social homes built every year to address the massive shortfall in housing over the next 20 years. That's the government's figure. And so that amendment will ensure that's actually enshrined in the Housing Australia Future Fund bill. The second thing we want to do, and remarkable that it caused so much passion on this side of the House, is actually define what affordable housing is. I do not know how you can have a bill that purports to build affordable housing without defining what affordable housing is. The definition that we want inserted in the bill is define affordable housing as A, rental housing, and B, costing no more than 30% of income for the bottom 40% of households by income. There are some out there who try and define affordable housing, and certainly we've seen this from property developers, and you can be sure that under this bill, unamended, this is what will happen. Developers will claim that when we offer a rental apartment at 80% of market rent, that's defined as affordable. Of course, that is completely inadequate when rents have already gone up over 20% over the last 12 months alone, if not more, and recent reports in the media suggest that we're actually due for even higher rent increases going into this year. Ensuring that we actually have a definition of affordable housing in the bill ensures that this bill actually works towards building a social and affordable housing, not some dodgy property developer-led 80% market rate rubbish that actually does nothing to affect or deal with the housing crisis. We also, on the third amendment, move to limit recipients of grants from the fund to governments or non-profit organisations or partnerships that they're a member of. This is crucial to ensure that property developers don't come along and access money in this fund and claim that they're going to build some so-called affordable housing, when in reality that will be public funds going towards underlying the profits of property developers. 4, and again, remarkable that this has caused so much passion, the responsible minister, we're asking, must report 6 monthly to Parliament on the funding, including outlining the housing outcomes achieved by type and location, progress of housing projects not yet completed, details on grants allocated, including recipient, type of recipient, details of housing project and decision-making criteria, reporting on money allocated by the co-ag.
Time has expired. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Griffith for moving those amendments. The government has sought to engage in a cooperative way with the Greens Party on the critical legislation to help get more social and affordable homes on the ground. And I note that the member for Griffith has flagged, along with the amendments before the House, further amendments that may come in the Senate, as well as additional matters. I have offered for the member for Griffith, along with other members of this place, to engage on any amendments that may improve the housing legislative package, and I want to thank people for their engagement to date. I'm pleased that we will be able to support some amendments that are coming through, but I do want to be clear that these particular amendments that are being moved, we do not support them. We don't believe that they improve the legislation, but we do want to continue to work with the Greens Party through the Senate consideration to consider amendments that may improve the bills. I would like to say that our commitments are ambitious but targeted. They're phased to do with the capacity constraints that are in the construction sector, and they're designed to implement processes to fund the right projects in the right places. It is critical that the structure of the fund that we have designed has been deliberate. We understand that people have got differing views about that and claims about that, but we want to get on and get the fund done. Creating the fund that delivers ongoing returns will protect it from whims of future governments. We do believe that the fund will generate returns over the long term, which will allow it to provide the annual disbursements to deliver a secure pipeline of funding for social and affordable housing in Australia, and that will provide certainty to the community housing providers and the scale of investment that will be required for new contributions to social and affordable housing, particularly from institutional investors who may be interested in this asset class.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 8 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? And I give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Homelessness and Housing.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The question, I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 8 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, this bill is important to the people of Australia. It's important to the people of Indi. In my electorate, we are experiencing an unprecedented housing crisis. Since the pandemic, house prices and rental prices are the highest I've ever seen in my 30-plus years of living in the district. Low-income people are trying to find places to live in a market they can no longer afford. The wait lists for priority housing have blown out, and we do not have the social and affordable housing supply to meet the demand. Today, I seek simple changes across 3 areas to make a good bill a better one. First, my amendments will make sure that regional, rural and remote Australia are explicitly considered by the Housing Australia Future Fund. The previous government promised to spend $1 billion to help us unlock housing supply, and they spent less than 25% of that money, and none of it came to my electorate of Indi and very little to regional Australia. There was no dedicated consideration to the dire housing needs in regional Australia, and that's unacceptable. I don't want to see rural, regional and remote Australia forgotten. My amendments will ensure that they are not, by adding that an object of the Housing Australia Future Fund bill includes providing a funding mechanism for the acute housing needs of Australians living in regional, rural and remote areas. Any reviews of the Act must also consider the extent to which the fund is meeting housing needs in regional Australia, so we know if the funds are actually going there or not. The second area of my amendments is for critical enabling infrastructure. This area must be explicitly considered if we're going to fix housing supply. This government has the ambitious goal of building tens of thousands of new homes, but I struggle to see how they're going to fulfil this promise, this election promise, if they don't specifically invest in critical enabling infrastructure, like a functioning sewage system or drainage system, infrastructure that communities like Wangaratta and Benalla desperately need to fix, but don't have the money to do so on their own. My amendments will again add that as an object of the Housing Australia Future Fund bill, an object that is to fund critical enabling infrastructure for social and affordable housing in regional Australia. It will clarify that any references to increasing social and affordable housing includes funding the critical enabling infrastructure necessary to fully realising this goal. My amendments will also clarify that local governments can receive grants under the Housing Australia Future Fund. Local governments, often partnering with community housing providers, are the key enablers of the critical infrastructure communities need, from parks and sports grounds to lighting and drainage. And I thank the Minister for the meeting I had with her today about this. And while I was there, I also discussed with her about my proposal for a regional housing infrastructure fund. This is a creative, dedicated $2 billion fund to directly address the need for all types of housing in regional areas, including medium-density housing and social housing. I look forward to many more discussions with the Minister on this policy, and I'll be talking about it so much I'll probably wear out the carpet on the way to her office. The third area my amendments address is rental housing. My amendments clarify that affordable housing means affordable rental housing. For a long time, we've prioritised giving Australians the opportunity of home ownership. Home ownership isn't within everybody's reach. We need to create safe, comfortable, affordable, long-term rental houses. To date, we haven't done so. A rental report released by Domain this year found that in the last 12 months, 3 of the top 5 local government areas with the highest rent increases in Victoria are in my electorate of Indi, in Strathbogie, Indigo and Alpine. I want to make sure that affordable rental housing is front and centre. Mr Speaker, these are simple amendments and they should not be controversial. When the government proudly talks about building 30,000 social and affordable homes within 5 years, the housing needs of regional, rural and remote areas must not be forgotten. I urge my fellow members of parliament to support me in passing these amendments.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member Kennedy.
Strongly back the member for Indi in this initiative and applaud her for seeing a very big hole in this legislation. And we would like the minister to seriously consider what we're saying, because without the member for Indi's amendments, then I think we'll be left out completely. We have to accept to buy a house in Brisbane, Newcastle, Sydney, Melbourne, the average price is over $130,000. And clearly, you know, that is the heartland of the problem. But that doesn't mean that in the city of Atherton, where the Lions Club is building housing for the people there is a school teacher sleeping on a veranda, I mentioned earlier today, with an umbrella, paying $300 a week for a place on a veranda in Atherton. And there is not the slightest doubt in my mind that democracy is not fair, it is not just, and I'm quoting from de Tocqueville, it is not fair, it is not just, it is the will of the majority. And that may be anything but fair and just. And in this case, you will watch the majority get everything and the majority get left out as usual. So I absolutely applaud the member for Indi for seeing the hole in this legislation and plead with the government to understand that there needs this clause in the legislation.
The question is the amendments disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I do want to thank the member for Indi and the other crossbenchers and obviously the member for Kennedy there. We do understand and want to protect the interests of people in rural and regional Australia. We share them. We want to make sure that key workers in regional areas and regional towns across the country can get access to affordable housing. We know how serious this issue really can be. As I sort of said to the member for Indi today, we got it at every single roundtable in the lead up to the Jobs and Skills Summit, but it was particularly a big issue in regional areas. So we do understand it's one of the reasons why we brought forward the regional first home buyer guarantee, for instance, in terms of getting people into their first home. Now more than 1,700 Australians under that scheme are there. We do think that this legislation will address housing in regional and rural and remote Australia, and as I indicated to her, whilst we won't be supporting these amendments that she's making to the Housing Australia Future Fund, we do want to support some of the amendments, particularly in relation to the Housing Supply and Affordability Council. And what we want to do is, in the Senate and the Senate committee process, look at how we do make sure that rural and regional Australia get their fair share from the fund, because we do want to make sure that all Australians, no matter where they live, get access to safe and affordable housing.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next circulated amendments, I'll give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I suppose I'd like to thank the Minister for allowing me to have the conversation around the Housing Australia Future Fund bill.
I'll just get sorry to interrupt the member Fowler. Just get her to move her amendment.
I moved my amendments circulated in my name. Thank you.
Continue.
As I mentioned, I thank the Minister for giving me the opportunity to talk with her about this bill in particular, and I had hoped that the request to have the review period shortened would have been taken on board. This amendment to the Housing Australia Future Fund bill is to ensure there is a timely review process in which we should be able to see the effectiveness of the bill in 2 years, not 5 years. Not every piece of legislation is perfect, and sometimes we get the processes wrong. I thank Power Housing Australia, the St George Community Housing, Hume Housing and Evolve Housing in their consultation with me on the bill. As Power Housing and Evolve Housing have rightly pointed out, housing funds can get misappropriated and used for the wrong reasons. They pointed towards the National Rental Affordability Scheme, which was aimed at mum and dad investors, however was ultimately taken advantage of by private developing companies. And due to the loopholes, the scheme has gained a bad reputation when it really needed adjusting so it could ultimately benefit the most needy and vulnerable while supporting mum and dad's investors. While the scheme wasn't perfect, The end of this scheme could mean 36,000 houses will no longer provide subsidised rent for tenants and will most likely be sold or rented out at a high price. This will result in 36,000 families who could be left out in a lurch. I want to reiterate that Evolve Housing told me in my consultation with them on this bill. They said, and I quote, "Even with the stars aligned and we miraculously get these 30,000 properties in the next 5 years, the net impact will be close to zero without the NRAS. This is just one example of poorly regulated policies from a decade ago that is impacting families today." In my conversations with the Urban Development Institute of Australia, they recommended a one-year review process. However, after discussion with you, Minister, in your office, we believe this could be far too short. I completely appreciate it will take some time to set this fund up and have it ready for community housing providers to access. Yes, I agree we need housing solutions not just for now, but for the future. But we need to make sure we get this right before there are unintended consequences that could ultimately impact the most vulnerable in our communities. While I understand that these houses are very unlikely to be built within a 2-year period, we are talking about a huge sum of money, $10 billion, that the government is putting aside for this bill. It's only fair that we can closely analyse around the allocation of funds in the next 2 years, particularly if it's pertaining to grants and if there is ministerial direct discretion involved. A review after 5 years could see many things go wrong, and by that point, it'll be too late. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to indicate to the member for Fowler, as she has been advised, that we won't be supporting these amendments. There will be transparency around grants. There will be transparency around all of the things that Housing Australia fund. We have been pretty clear that we want to make sure that there are reports about what is being funded through the appropriations that will come, or the disbursements that will come each year under the fund. I don't think that there's a need to be, reviewing it after 2 years. We do think that it needs time to be up and running, but there will be transparency along the way through Housing Australia publishing the list of where things are going, and through the government and relevant ministers also publishing it.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Fowler be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Indi and Fowler as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 72, noes 13. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name. Now, this amendment is pretty simple. 1 in 5 of us live in regional Australia. At least 1 in 5 of these homes should be in regional Australia. Too many of the decisions we make in this place very much favour the capital cities, and I see in my electorate, and I see in regional Australia more generally, that there is a huge need for housing. When we're talking about down on the south coast of my electorate, less than 1% vacancy rates, we need to make sure that there is this share of this money going across regional Australia, just an equitable share. And that's where the need is so great, and that is where people are so isolated. Now, I drive home from the bottom part of my electorate, and I will drive past cars that I know have families and they're hidden in the forests, and they're up at the back of the churches. It is a chronic issue. Yes, it's in the metropolitan cities as well, I know that, but we don't have the services in the regions when it comes to homelessness services. Our people are told they have to go to the capital cities if they need those services. And getting there is another thing, let alone the fact that they're leaving everything that they know behind. So this is really about equity. And I'm particularly calling out to the Nationals who say that they're here for regional Australia. Now, you might not like the bill in general, but I would ask you to support regional Australia with respect to this bill and make sure that we get a fair share of this investment in the regions. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Speaker.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
Speaker, in America they have redlining. 5% of all government, of all banking, has to go into redlined areas, which are basically the slum areas of the cities, and all of the regional areas in America, all the rural areas of America are all redlined. So they have to get 5% of banking. In Australia, it is just the opposite. All of inland North Queensland, the banks will loan no money for housing, full stop. I mean, you can put 90% in, and they still won't give you the money for a house, let alone some business venture or agricultural venture. So, is there discrimination in Australia? Too bloody right there is. I mean, if you're in a city area, you can get the money from the bank. If you're in a country area, you can't. And the Americans, their democracy works so much better than ours. And here is a classic example of it. I mean, 5% of all banking has to go into redlined areas. And we will be moving, and I think there'll be widespread support on the crossbenchers. And the great tragedy, of course, is that the Country Party was formed for exactly this purpose, and they served that purpose never. Never, never. Just the opposite. So we would like the government to start thinking about redlining because we're discriminated against. And if you want a graphic example of this, there is 1 million people living in North Queensland, my homeland, and there is over 1 million people, about 1.5 million, living in Brisbane. Brisbane has 29 kilometres of tunnels. We have none. We're not likely to get any. Now, why do they get 29 kilometres of tunnels and we can't get one at all? I mean, I don't mind if I get less than them, but I get none at all. We don't get anything at all. Now, our situation is 60,000 people live over there, and it takes them an hour and a half to get to the hospital, CBD, and the port, and they can't get there with heavy transport. So a great mineral province and 5 of Australia's 6 greatest rivers cannot be used for anything at all because we can't get the product out. The Gulf is a floodplain. You can't possibly take product out through the Gulf Carpentaria. And if you want to get it out, well, you have to go through Charters Towers, which is south of Townsville, on a 2,000-kilometre round trip. And every single mining company that I've known that has opened up in that area has gone broke for that very reason. So just all we're asking for is $1,000 million for a tunnel. And they've spent $40,000 million on tunnels in Brisbane. And I could give you 100 other examples, but I'll rest there. But I remind the House that in rural Australia, the banks will not lend money. And the great creator of the Labor Party and arguably this nation, Red Ted Theodore, one of the first things he did was introduce a state bank. When the great Labor Party of those days got into this place, the first thing they did was introduce People's Bank. Well, we haven't got it, and boy, oh boy, are we getting the rough end of the pineapple because we haven't got it.
Order. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Housing. I must. Oh, my apologies. The Minister was on her feet. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I won't detain the House too much. I just wish to stand in support of my rural, regional and remote colleagues here on the crossbench, because it really is up to the members of the crossbench here to push forward with representation for what we need out in rural and regional Australia. And I think it bodes well to often listen carefully to what the member for Kennedy has to say. He reminds us of our history. Sometimes he reminds us of things that we don't care to think about. But right now he has just reminded us of some of our history and the difficulties that rural, remote and regional Australians face when they're trying to get finance, when they're trying to establish themselves with fundamental infrastructure. And again, I would call on my colleagues over here from the National Party representing rural and regional Australia. Have a think about this. You know, if we haven't got the fundamental infrastructure to house our people, to ensure that we have the roads, that we have the hospitals, that we have the telecommunications, we cannot thrive. Housing is fundamental to that. I back in what the member for Mayo has to say, and I remind people that rural, regional and remote Australia must never be forgotten when we're investing in this great nation. Thank you.
Question is the amendments be disagreed to, and give a call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I do want to indicate to the member for Mayo that we're not supporting the amendment, but we do understand the principle which is moving it. We do agree that we need to make sure that regional towns, particularly and remote areas of Australia, do get access to the fund, and we'll be looking at the best ways to do that. It might not be in primary legislation, but might be through the investment mandate. But we do want to explore in the Senate the best way to do that. And as I indicated earlier, we will be supporting some of the member for Indi's amendments to the Supply Council in terms of geographical disbursement. So.
The question is the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required? Yes. 2 voices. I ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yours. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Indi and Goldstein as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 51, noes 13. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Thank you. I ask leave of the House to move to the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call, if the Minister can resume her seat. On a point of order, the member for Indi.
Yes, thank you, Mr Speaker. Just a clarification, I had further amendments to move.
For the Housing Australia Future Fund bill or the next bill?
Apologies for the council.
I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put that question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish the Housing Australia Future Fund and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. I'll put the question immediately. All of those in opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation of for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider this bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together.
Leave granted. I call the minister.
Granted.
Leave is granted. I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together. The Greens have a series of concerns with the National Supply and Affordability Council, and a series of amendments to seek to address some of these concerns. Firstly, we want to amend to ensure that Parliament can request research from the National Supply and Affordability Council. We don't think it's adequate that only the minister can request research, or it seeks to conduct research independently. We think that this should be a research body. If it is going to be independent, then the only arm of government to be able to request research, being the minister or the government, seems inappropriate. Secondly, we want to make sure that the board is actually genuinely representative of Australian society, and so we are moving to amend the bill to ensure that the Housing Supply and Affordability Council must include representatives from the social housing and homelessness sectors, must include representation from First Nations people and housing organisations, low-income households and people with lived experience of homelessness and social housing residents. We also want to make sure that it cannot include individuals with significant links to property development or the banking sector. The Greens were disappointed to see the interim council include a previous former CEO of Mirvac, major property developer. We believe that property developers already, as well as bankers, already wield far too much power over the political system. Indeed, in my home state of Queensland, property developer donations have been prohibited precisely because of the undue influence that they wield over the political process. And so we seem adequate. Again, we've got a lot of defenders of the property developers over there. I'm sure members of your electorate would be keen to hear about that. Third, we want to make sure that we enshrine a target and that in the National Supply and Affordability Council, and that includes making sure that it reports on meeting the target of 10% of social housing, 10% of the total housing stock by 2050, in line with our amendments to the Housing Australia Future Fund bill. We also want to ensure that housing data and analysis, with the exception of direct advice to government produced by the Supply and Affordability Council, is made publicly available. We think that is entirely consistent with a council that's meant to be leading and providing independent advice to the public and to the government, and we think it's only right that a taxpayer-funded institution such as this one reports to the members of the public as well, not just to members of government. We also want to make sure that the board membership, as I've mentioned before, includes a broad representation from across society. Again, we think these are reasonable amendments, including First Nations people on the board, including people with lived experience of homelessness and poverty and housing stress, is entirely consistent with getting a good outcome and good advice from the government and the public. We think it is perfectly reasonable to assume that solving the housing crisis is not going to be achieved by relying on the advice of the people who created the housing crisis in the first place. The enormous profits that are generated in our current housing system towards the big banks and property developers is part of the problem. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia just reported a record $5.3 billion profit, partly off the back of accruing enormous profits of mortgage holders going into further and further financial stress. We think a Supply and Affordability Council, independent of the financial interests that are currently making people's lives so miserable, is entirely reasonable, and we strongly compel the government to accept these amendments.
Thank you. So the question is that these amendments be disagreed to. Give the Minister the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm indicating that the government won't be supporting these amendments. We need to be careful that the Supply and Affordability Council membership is based on skills. It's about a skills-based board. It's not intended to be a representative board, but we have said in the legislation that we do think that it should take into consideration some of the issues that have been raised, but it really is about being a skills-based board, and we want it to have the skills necessary to do the important tasks that we are asking of it. I would also say to the member for Griffith, when it comes to having property developers on the council, I'm concerned that he is having I guess, some sort of a go at the interim council and the appointments. And I would say to him that the people that we've selected we think are appropriate people to be on that board. I'd also say to him that most of the community housing providers need to partner with somebody to build the developments, and they are often property developers.
Apologies. So the question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I share the views of the Greens on this issue very, very strongly, actually. But to lump all of the property developers, I mean, some of them are really excellent people, some are most excellent people. But I would agree that the vast bulk of them fall into an entirely different category. And for those that watch late-night television, and it's the only time I ever get a chance to watch it, the story of Juanita Nielsen, need I say more? Yes. I mean, they just, oh, well, she's holding things up, so get rid of her. And, I mean, these most prominent people in Australia were involved as property developers. And so, I mean, I tread with very great caution, and I share the views of the Greens on this issue. But to exclude all of them when some of them are really excellent people, I mean, if you want to bring down the price of housing, then you want a massive flow of housing blocks onto the market. And both in Cairns and in Townsville, I could weep with blood that my part of my electorate, Bushland Beach, bushland, is now roofs going for 5 kilometres that you can walk from roof to roof. You'll never be able to put a pot plant. There's not enough room in the house, on the edge of the house, to put a pot plant or a tree or anything, on either side or front or back of the house, right? Now, I mean, clearly what they are creating is slum dwellings to make developers rich. And you've got to say, why did those councils agree to that? I mean, and I've been around a long time, and where you see clearly a huge amount of smoke, you will find fire. And I just want to cry when I see out there creating slums. But there are good guys that'll go out there and give you 1,000 blocks of land onto the market at a fairly reasonable competitive price. And that is where the government is failing completely. They don't understand supply and demand. You are not increasing the supply. You are leaving and no less person than the Treasurer himself put it perfectly. Affordability is about housing. Housing is about the regulatory impositions upon land. I quote the Treasurer of Australia in his budget speech. Well, I don't see any solutions here. I mean, please, Minister, if you give us a little tiny bit of money, we will give you 200,000 blocks in North Queensland for under $40,000, right? And you can live adjacent to Mission Beach, which has been 2 years in a row voted one of the 4 most beautiful places on earth. We can give you, in that area, or we can give you land. So, look, it is a matter of supply and demand, and you're addressing the demand, but you're not addressing the supply. There is nothing, not a single iota of initiative here that addresses the issue of supply. And I, like my honourable colleague from the Greens over here, would be extremely cynical. And I've got to say, I don't come here to make political points as such, but the Labor Party has a dreadful history, absolutely dreadful history. And I belong to a party where we weren't exactly great heroes either. So I'll say that in conclusion. But we strongly endorse the sentiments expressed.
Amendment, I think. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 and 7 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I call the honourable member for Indi.
I move amendments 1 to 4 and 7 as circulated in my name together. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I've said, the previous government's National Housing Infrastructure Facility manifestly failed to build much-needed houses. No funding was directed specifically towards regional Australia, nor rural nor remote, in a way that we need it to happen. And I don't want to see a situation like this again. I will keep working until I see government funds for housing go to where it is desperately needed, regional Australia. The Council's role is to advise the government on how the Housing Australia Future Fund should be distributed and to assist them in making well-informed decisions. The amendments circulated add 2 additional functions to the Council. First, to advise the Minister on housing supply and affordability in regional, rural and remote Australia. And secondly, to include critical enabling infrastructure when it's monitoring conditions that impact housing supply. I've said a lot about that already. I won't go over it. But if the government is not receiving advice on these areas, they won't know where the problems are and they won't know how to fix them. I've said again and again, we can't fix housing supply if we don't fix critical enabling infrastructure. My amendments put regional, rural, remote Australia and critical enabling infrastructure on the Council's agenda and therefore the government's agenda. And again, I call on all members of the House, most particularly members from rural, regional and remote Australia, and I know that the member for Bass gets this and has been thinking about these things in a careful way and voting accordingly. But I call on all members, sincerely I do, have a think about this, have a think about who you're representing and make sure that the regions truly get their fair share of this important legislation. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak and I call on the Minister to support these amendments.
I thank the honourable member for Indi and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to support the member for Indi's amendments here. They're very sensible amendments. It's very hard, unless you live it, to actually properly, truly represent or provide advice. And that's why it's critical that on this council there are people who truly live and know what it's like to live in regional, rural, remote Australia. Because housing needs are very different, particularly when we get into remote Australia. But the pressures on housing are also, I think, different when it's in regional Australia. You know, I talked earlier today about the fact that we don't have the public transport infrastructure. Geez, lots of the places in my electorate, people rely entirely on rainwater for their house and septic. You know, we just don't have the infrastructure and the resources that is available, readily available. I mean, you know, people in here talk about gas. My goodness, I don't think there's a place in my electorate where gas is you know, mainlined. It's all, you know, if you want gas, it's in a bottle. So when we look at all of the resources that are needed with housing, I think it's really critical that we have people from rural and regional Australia who know it, who get it, who live it, to be part of this council, to ensure that this council represents all Australians. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Mayo and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Yeah, I think the most extraordinary success story in housing was in Queensland, and that story starts with Greg Wallace, first Australian, one of the Rosendales from Hopevale, and he introduced work for the Dole, and was 60 Minutes, was the first time they ever did a follow-up story in the history of the program, and it was a huge watching audience in those days. So Greg got work for the Dole going. Gerhard Pearson, Nolly Pearson's brother, Gerhard rang me up and he said, well, why don't we use the work for the Dole Labor to build the houses? And I thought, I can't believe this. And I rang up Jerry Hand, I think was the federal minister, and he said, well, that didn't come from you, Kat, it's too smart for you. And I said, yeah, all right, well, it didn't. So the federal government agreed to it, and we cut the price of housing more than clean in half, because we're flying in whitefella crews from Brisbane and from Cairns and Townsville. We had to pay for their accommodation, their flights in and out, living away from home allowance, meals at accommodation was huge, and the cost of flying them in and out, when we had people living there who could do the job. Well, I doubted whether they could do the job, but I didn't have any power. I mean, the boys on the ground, first Australians, had the power, not me, so I had to go with it. Then Donnie Fraser, his son, is an extraordinarily wonderful person. Troy Fraser is the CEO at Dormagee these days. Did a wonderful job running the rugby league up there. But Troy's father, Donnie, rang me up and he said, well, why don't we make the concrete blocks? And I think I used a rather crude phrase to him on the telephone, and we argued for a bit. And anyway, I said, oh, well, you're going to have one of these things, they're $80,000, and see how it goes. That's all you're getting. And anyway, it was so successful, we put 8 in strategic locations, and we cut the price of housing to about 1/3 of what it had been. Now, I shouldn't say we, because I had nothing to do with it. Each of those decisions was made by the people themselves. And there's a wonderful book out, The Colonial Fantasy. The whitefellas are never going to get it right. And it was a classic case of it. When the whitefellas were running it, we were building 60 or 70 houses a year. When the blackfellas took it over, we were doing 300 a year. I make the point to you, Minister, that the way that you are building houses in remote Australia is costing the earth, and if you just listen to the local people that live up there, whether they're blackfellas or whitefellas, listen to them, you'll be able to cut very dramatically the cost of a house. We had enough money to build 400 houses in that 6-year time frame. I think we built over 2,000 houses. So more power to the boys in the peninsula.
I thank the honourable member for Kennedy. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. All of those, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I did want to indicate to people, as I'd indicated before, we do have and acknowledge the intent of these amendments, but we're not going to be agreeing to these amendments, but we are willing to support some of the other amendments from the member for Indi and look at, again, in the Senate process about how we do make sure that regional and rural Australia get their fair share. I'd also indicate that in terms of the enabling infrastructure, there is the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, and we have obviously widened the remit of that to allow social and affordable housing, and that still includes all the enabling legislation.
Order. I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
I just want to put on record my appreciation, I think, of all the crossbenchers, the honourable member for Indi. She does the hard yards here. And we can back her up, but she's doing the hard yards and the leadership here, and we very much appreciate the work she does.
Excellent. The question is that the amendments be disagreed. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required? In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 5 and 6 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, my amendments will ensure that at least one member of the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council has demonstrated and relevant experience or expertise on housing needs in regional, rural and remote Australia. Ensuring a member of this council has expert knowledge on the particular housing needs of regional, rural and remote Australia is crucial if we're going to address this housing crisis. We need to hear about the experiences, the challenges and the know-how of regional Australians. Otherwise, we're at the risk of another government policy on housing that does nothing for rural, regional and remote Australians. We need a truly representative council if the government is going to distribute the fund equitably and in the areas that need it most. And these amendments that I put to the House today are one small way that we can ensure this. My amendments will also make sure that the Council considers the impacts of geographical location on housing supply, affordability and demand. Living in regional or remote areas of Australia presents challenges that are different from the cities, and we've heard a lot about that today. Incomes are lower, rates are lower, land availability is different, and the types of houses that we need are different. And I want to thank the Minister for the way that she has engaged with me on all of the amendments I've put forward today, and I understand that she will be supporting these amendments and will continue working with them and with her department. I thank her staff as well, because I want to make sure, and I know my colleagues here want to make sure as well, that regional, rural and remote Australia is at the forefront of good, sensible housing policy.
Order. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do want to indicate to members of the place that we will be supporting these amendments. I think that it will allow the regions to be highlighted for them to have to take into account geographical location. I also would like to say that I appreciate that the member for Indi has moved these particular amendments, and it is a shame that some of them haven't come from some of the people that purport to support regional Australia, but as a party that does on our side of the House, we do want to support these amendments.
Order. I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
I just want to refer again to the most successful house-building operation in Australian history. The other two people involved there were the heads of the department, Eric Law and Lester Rosendale, again one of the famous Rosendale family. Eric Law's from Cherbourg, was very high up in the education department. He's deputy principal of the biggest high school in Queensland. Outstanding rugby league player, as his cousin Steve Renoff. But those two decided that all houses will be built by exclusively First Australian Labor, exclusively. Now, not only was I not in favour of this, but I was very much against it, because those people can't, about 30% can't read or write, and about 30% of them can't speak English. They're going to build the houses, are they? Well, I emphasise the point that I had nothing to do with any of these decisions. The people themselves made that decision, and they were backing, Rosendale and Laws were backing themselves in on a very controversial decision to impose upon all of the councils in Queensland the house will be built by exclusively local blackfella Labor, not whitefella. And that was the fifth rung in the ladder of creating the greatest success story in the nation's history from where I sit.
Order. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Minister's efforts in ensuring that there is a diversity of experience across the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council. I agree with the Minister that we should have a board with diverse skills and experience but it must also have people with first-hand experience of the community in social housing. It is therefore incredibly disappointing that the government won't be mandating a community housing provider representative. Without the government's mandate, the idea that it will happen just won't. To some extent, I agree with the member for Griffith about the representation on the council, but co-investment from property developers and CHPs are crucial to the social housing sector. I was raised in the Housing Commission from the time I arrived in Australia in 1979 until the time I got married in 1992. My sisters and I worked hard to try and break the intergenerational cycles that is all too common within the social and public housing sector, especially for single-parent households. In the last few decades, having worked as a local journalist for the Fairfield Champion and Liverpool Champion, then becoming a Fairfield councillor and now a representative of the Fowler electorate, it's been very challenging to see an increase in the number of people, men and women, in my electorate of Fowler, pleading for help to get support to have a home. It's really shocking to hear of stories of people who have waited 20 years plus just to get into social and affordable housing. From people with disabilities to women fleeing from domestic violence, it has been truly difficult to witness and hear from them, and feeling helpless that as an elected representative I can't do more. And as you know, as my colleague member from North Sydney said yesterday, it's not just a house, it's a home. I know all too well the importance of a safety net to help the vulnerable and needy. So I commend the work the Minister is doing and having the ambitious aim to create 30,000 homes in 5 years. However, the Council, which is supposed to advise the Minister on the housing needs of the country, needs to also be representative of the people that they are serving. I've previously outlined the important work that community housing providers do to not only provide a roof over people's heads, but many such as those in my electorate of Fowler, from Hume Housing and St George's Housing, they also offer individuals and families with programs to help them rehabilitate from drug addiction, upskilling in their work and gain long-term employment to break the poverty cycle. That's why I strongly urge the government to have people on the board who have had first-hand experience of social and affordable housing, and to mandate a community housing provider representative who has an on-the-ground experience of what it's like to run such services and programs. We don't want just men in suits from highly affluent suburbs who are networked and connected to the establishment to be the only ones shaping and informing the Minister's ideas and thinking. These so-called experts will only be experts at knowing what to say, how to present themselves, and will be so detached from what's happening on the ground to be making decisions that affect the vulnerable. I have seen these professional boards filled with well-intentioned goals, yet many of these boards and body councils often not having the diversity of talent and lived experiences from the community. I hope the government, in reforming this space, does not stack the board with union delegates and other associates, just like the previous government had stacked the NIFIC board with some of their closest mates. We want to encourage consistent and collaborative delivery approaches across Australia and learn lessons from people who have had the lived experience of the sector. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member, Shadow Minister. The honourable Shadow
Thank you, Mr
Minister.
Deputy Speaker. I rise to indicate that we'll support the amendment by the member for Fowler on this. One of the things that the former coalition government did in establishing the National Housing Finance Investment Corporation, soon to be renamed Housing Australia, was designate a spot on the board for a representative from a community housing provider, because we sought to put community housing providers really at the centre of what we did through that landmark achievement of the coalition government. So similar to that, we see merit in the amendment moved by the member for Fowler to ensure that this crucially important sector, community housing providers, who I think everyone in this House would agree are able to get more out of every dollar than any other organisation, particularly state and territory treasuries, that ensuring they're represented on the council is a very worthy idea, and that's the reason why we'll support this amendment.
I thank the Honourable Shadow Minister and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm rising to indicate the government is not supporting these amendments. We understand the intent behind them, but we believe the current provisions adequately cover this. I mean, on page 13, 22.2 suggests that the people cannot be appointed unless the minister is satisfied that the person has substantial experience, expertise or qualifications, significant standing in at least one of the following fields: economics, development, planning, residential construction, demography, social housing, social policy, housing and homelessness policy, the needs of Aboriginal persons and Torres Strait Islanders, and regulation, taxation or government policy relating to housing. So we think that it's adequately covered, and the member would be aware that currently the Deputy Chair of the Interim Council does actually have the experience she's talking about.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. The question is, and I call the honourable member for Lawler.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later sitting.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the honourable minister.
Thank you. I move that the business intervening before order of the day number 7, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 7. National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm really grateful to be able to speak in continuance here and reflect on why it is so important that we do establish a National Reconstruction Fund. We get one chance to rebuild after the kind of crisis we've seen with the COVID-19 pandemic and the lessons we learned there around the precarity of supply chains in Australia. We must seize this opportunity, and I am really genuinely disappointed that those opposite won't support the National Reconstruction Fund. It's not too late. They can change their mind. I wish that they would back in Australian manufacturing in the same way that we will on this side of the House. This should be bipartisan. I'm baffled. It is inexplicable as to why the coalition won't support the communities in relation to investing in manufacturing. But then again, as we saw with auto manufacturing, this is not an area that the coalition seem to have much interest in supporting. We saw what happened during the very worst parts of the COVID pandemic, and we are still in a pandemic, of course, when we had no sovereign capability in manufacturing and when supply chains were terribly disrupted through border closures. This was a moment for our country to reflect and to learn lessons and to make sure that we would do what was needed so that we could be resilient and self-sufficient. We've learned that lesson. We saw what happened. We don't want that to happen again, and we're implementing the change we need. Now, I know I've had a number of conversations in my own electorate, so I've got some big universities. I've got Monash University and Deakin University in my electorate, and they're doing some really amazing things in terms of technologies of the future in a range of different sectors, including in the pharmaceutical, medical technologies, defence and renewable energy space. Of course, all of those areas will be backed in by the National Reconstruction Fund priority areas. I've spoken to many businesses in my electorate, including Textron Systems in Notting Hill and Stryker in Mount Waverley, about the National Reconstruction Fund. And there really is excitement and relief, actually, that there's a commitment from government in this country to revive manufacturing in Australia, to support the companies who are already here so that their businesses can grow and thrive, and also to encourage more businesses in an ecosystem environment in my electorate so we can create the high-wage, high-skilled jobs in this country that we need, really. And we need to do this in order to grow our nation's wealth. We need to do this to make sure that we have good, secure, well-paid jobs in Australia. This is a good bill that will do great things for our nation. This is a good plan for our country. We can rebuild our country to be a place that is self-sufficient, resilient and more secure, and that's what the National Reconstruction Fund is about. It would be nice if those opposite didn't just say no to everything, because what we're seeing in this debate, this is not a debate that is about a contest of ideas about how manufacturing can be supported in Australia. There is none of that. There is no constructive plan from those opposite. There is no vision. There is no imagination. There's no hope. There is no support for people in our communities across Australia who want to have a thriving manufacturing industry here. We're putting forward a plan that is forward-thinking. It is about building a prosperous nation. It is about growing our wealth. Those opposite are just saying no to good, secure jobs, saying no to a stronger economy, saying no to a more secure Australia, and I do find it quite unbelievable. And I'm not sure what kinds of conversations those opposite are having in their communities around what's happening with the National Reconstruction Fund, why they are not interested in stimulating the economy, why they're not interested in growing our nation's wealth and creating jobs of the future. But I think I personally would find it very difficult to have conversations in my community if I was walking away from something as important as this for our country's future. Advanced manufacturing has a huge multiplier effect. We know this. This is a fact. Manufacturing acts as an anchor for businesses across supply chains, and that's one of the many reasons that the loss of auto manufacturing and the decline of manufacturing under the previous government was so devastating. It wasn't just about the Toyota or the other car companies. It was about all of the different parts of the supply chain that were engaged in the manufacture of those automobiles. Through revitalising manufacturing in this country, and particularly in terms of high-tech advanced manufacturing, we can once again realise the positive impacts throughout the economy, stimulating and driving the development of business with, and this is a really extraordinary figure, Deputy Speaker, in some high-tech manufacturing sectors, multiplier effects of 10 to 1. So each dollar we invest reaps much larger returns. This is a historic, remarkable moment for our nation to go down this path. And I remember the many conversations I had throughout the election campaign, and I'm sure many people in this place had conversations with their communities about disrupted supply chains and the fact that we just could not make things here. I remember the distress in conversations with people when they couldn't get medicines in Australia, when they remembered the kind of great jobs that used to exist. And I see scoffing from those opposite, but we're talking about a shortage of infant paracetamol that took place during the pandemic, and I don't think that is something that is funny when parents were really distressed during one of the greatest public health crises of our time that their children weren't able to get pain relief. Those opposite might find that funny. I don't. Or remember when I spoke to people in the electorate around the great kinds of jobs that used to exist in manufacturing, that they could support families on, that they had reliable hours and good wages. People in my community remember that Australia. They want that kind of security of work and the kind of high-quality wages that they can support a family on again. People in this country want us to be better at local supply. They were horrified at the state of things during the earlier parts of the pandemic. Australians know that the National Reconstruction Fund is a way to boost our economy, not just to recover, but to rebuild and to be a stronger nation than we were before. We, the now Albanese Labor government, we were elected on a mandate to drive this transformation of Australian industry and revive our ability to make world-class products in Australia. Manufacturing matters because it creates full-time meaningful work and secure jobs. We're focusing on high-quality jobs because that means more well-paid and secure jobs. The $15 billion of the National Reconstruction Fund is a key to support, diversify and transform Australia's industry and to create sustainable, well-paying jobs, and those jobs of the future. The NRF, the National Reconstruction Fund, will provide finance to drive investment in 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. These leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths and support the development of strategically important industries and shore up supply chains. And those 7 priority areas are value add in resources, value add in the agriculture, forestry and fishery sectors, in transport, in medical science, in renewables and low emission technologies, in defence capability and in other enabling capabilities. And I know that a lot of the businesses in my electorate, particularly around the Monash Technology Hub, are really looking forward to seeing what can be possible with the support of a federal government that backs these industries in. There are so many businesses and researchers at the universities already doing incredible work. This is just about enabling them to do more of that, to expand the footprint they have in our community, to create those good, secure jobs, to join with leaders in pharmaceuticals like Moderna and Pfizer in my electorate, to create that hub, that ecosystem where we're generating new ideas, new technologies and wealth for our communities and for our country. I'm really pleased that we're getting this work done. It was a priority of ours going into the election campaign and, of course, into government. We're not wasting any time getting it done. Our communities expect this kind of reform of us, especially as we rebuild after some devastating period of the pandemic. And I really do urge those opposite to reconsider, because I genuinely think this is going to be good for all of our communities, your electorates as well as mine. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Chisholm. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Another week, another big market intervention from this government. As if the government's radical IR laws, sneaky new carbon tax and investment-killing gas price caps weren't enough of a drag on employment, business confidence and investment. This time, Labor proposes a poorly conceived and hugely expensive $15 billion cash splash in the manufacturing sector. It is a sector that the government claims to champion, yet they also seem to have no regard for the real factors that are holding it back, what is holding back Australia's manufacturing potential: uncompetitive and ever-escalating energy prices. If the government is genuine about supporting Australian industry, they only need to look at our record in government to see some great examples of targeted practical policies that will actually do the job. Look no further than the Coalition's $2.5 billion modern manufacturing strategy, Deputy Speaker. This was a clear and effective strategy which sought to strengthen our sovereign manufacturing capability, and it delivered under the previous government, with more than 200 individual projects right across the country. Compared to the Coalition's approach, what this current Labor government proposes in the provisions of this bill is not only excessively expensive, coming at 6 times the cost, but even more critically, it is designed in its design and proposed execution are rife with problems. Before I point out many of those problems in my contribution this evening, I want to make one point about the government's default approach. Labor's time-honoured approach, once they identified something they want to do something about, is usually a heavy-handed, emotionally charged, as we saw this evening, direct intervention done on a whim, and of course to hell with the consequences. We saw it many times during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years. One example were an overnight decision to intervene in the live cattle market by banning exports was an emotional response to a TV show which resulted in an unimaginable cost to the industry and to the families and communities that depend upon it for existence. We have seen it in this government with their rushed response to escalating energy prices, where they've taken the policy approach of price controls, a policy straight out of the playbook of 1980s Argentina. It killed investment there, and it is killing investment here. I fear we're straying into similar territory today, Deputy Speaker, where an arrogant government will tell our manufacturers what they need rather than address the broader economic challenges that confront them and what they actually want. We all want a strong manufacturing sector in this country, but it is the how where the differences emerge. And in the context of this bill, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition does have serious concerns, and we cannot support this bill in its current form. The Albanese government's National Reconstruction Fund bill is an ideologically driven, interventionist approach that does a cruel disservice to their stated aim. It is their inexperience in government, or perhaps it's their deplorable track record of public policy design, that does the real damage. If the primary aim of the NRFC is to effectively reinvigorate Australian manufacturing capability, then there is a fundamental flaws in the design of the NRFC and the way it operates that will doom it to failure. Once created by the measures in this bill, Labor's NRFC is set to suck vast sums of money from almost everywhere and spray it in any direction the government sees fit. There are no criteria to identify genuine need or evidence of strategic alignment when it comes to this bill. Neither are any priority areas or investment policy parameters identified in this bill. Such important considerations are conspicuously left out as beyond the scope of this bill. Instead, the parameters that will determine the investment decisions of the NRFC will be conveniently left out of the absolute discretion of the government, or more specifically, left to the minister's judgment to define. Likewise, the Coalition also has significant concerns about the fiscal irresponsibility of this government. The bill fails a critical test of financial stewardship by securing, without further recourse to this parliament, an eye-watering $15 billion in funding. This is many times the cost of the Coalition's equivalent modern manufacturing strategy. This deliberate design provides an initial $5 billion appropriation with assent to this bill, while a further $10 billion is made available to the government at any time without additional parliamentary approval. $15 billion is a huge amount of money, Deputy Speaker, and this parliament will simply hand it over to an untested scheme with the passage of this bill. This feature means that important questions of priority areas, investment parameters, senior appointments and the $10 billion in additional future funding will effectively bypass the authority and the scrutiny of this parliament. History shows that such a cavalier approach to public policy rarely ends well, especially when it comes with a $15 billion price tag. Such flagrant overreach risks rampant waste, poor investment outcomes, a proliferation of pet projects — try to say that 3 times fast, Deputy Speaker — and potential pork barrelling on a horrendous scale. And it all happens thanks to a flawed design which places such risks well beyond the limited capacity of the NRFC to control. Beyond its flawed design, the NRFC also risks failure because it ignores the major economic problems which transcend the investments it makes. Or to put it another way, Deputy Speaker, without addressing skyrocketing energy prices, labour market shortages and disrupted supply chains, any large-scale government spending to stimulate manufacturing will almost certainly be in vain. And the minister can call that a significant step in rebuilding Australia's industrial capacity if he likes, but I call it false hope. It is false hope grounded in poor policy from a bad government. And of course, it is important to point out that this parliament will have limited oversight to how this vast sum will be spent and the value to taxpayers of that investment. This bill effectively deals this parliament out of the equation when it comes to ensuring sound manufacturing policy that actually assists the industry. The Albanese government did have the opportunity to correct its policy settings to meet the challenge of underlying economic problems in the October budget. And it is deeply troubling to a great many Australians that critical underlying problems, such as the current cost of living crisis, are problems that this hapless Labor government has little willingness and even less ability to solve. However, the failings of this bill do not end there, Deputy Speaker. We have serious concerns with the underlying funding model itself. This is because Labor's approach shifted from competitive grant programs with robust tested processes under the Coalition to the Australian government directly intervening to acquire equity and offer loans with dubious security provisions under this funding plan. The potential for adverse unintended consequences with this approach is, of course, very high. Adverse consequences could include risks associated with investment distortion, including the crowding out of private investment and venture capital to small enterprises and start-ups. And if that isn't the case, then the viability of investments that fail to attract private investment should be questioned, which in turn begs a further question: why should the Australian government risk being the lender of last resort? One more negative consequence of Labor's direct investment strategy, Deputy Speaker, is the almost certain erosion of business confidence and investment certainty. Heavy-handed government that shifts national priorities on a whim, or with priorities too vague thanks to poor policy design, ideological dogma, only serve to undermine confidence. And where confidence goes, Deputy Speaker, investment, capital and innovation soon follow. Beyond the potential for $15 billion of taxpayers' money to be washed down the drain, there is also the equally precious commodity of lost time. It may take years to correct all the mistakes and deliver appropriate support through reliable mechanisms to where it is so desperately needed. This is only more lost time for Australian manufacturers, Deputy Speaker, and it's time that many don't have. It's important to consider some of the comments that many of the stakeholders have made in relation to this bill. The Australian Banking Association submission to the department consultation noted that banks already invest in many of the priority areas identified by the consultation paper, such as renewables, transport and defence. Investments in priority areas, as proposed, would be better suited towards the beginning of their life cycle, such as during the research, development or commercialisation phases of a project or business, where it is more difficult for banks to manage the risk profile. Orica's submission noted that we understand the NRF will provide finance in the forms of loans, guarantees and equity and will not provide grants. In our experience, the one which is likely to be shared by other large companies is that banks generally provide more competitive lending rates for debt financing than that offered by government. This bill is not addressing what specific industries want or need. Providing excessive and unsustainable public funding without addressing the underlying economic limitations on growth is pointless, self-defeating and it's irresponsible. The government has stooped to a new low today, or yesterday in fact, relegating Australia's allies and our key defence pact AUKUS into a bargaining chip into the debate around this rush bill. And I want to make a point about the debate surrounding the bill that's been very troubling. AUKUS, of course, is our tremendous new partnership with the United States and the United Kingdom, and it should be above politics. But unfortunately, in the last couple of days, we've seen that the Labor government is not content to allow this to remain above the political fray. This government has stooped to a new low by relegating Australia's allies and our key defence pact into a bargaining chip to try to sell this bill. It's an act of desperation, unfortunately, from Labor, and makes clear that the NRF isn't about national security, it is all about politics. When Ed Husic introduced the National Reconstruction Fund bill, he didn't mention the word AUKUS or national security once. He didn't mention it a single time. Yet yesterday, in the press, they're trying to make out that this bill is somehow central to our global alliances. It's complete madness. This is a desperate politics from a desperate government. If the NRF is all about national security, then why did Labor cut the space industry out of its priorities for this bill? And if Labor is so concerned about defence manufacturing, why have they held up millions of dollars in funding for critical defence manufacturing projects funded through the Modern Manufacturing Strategy? This desperate intervention from Labor politicises the landmark AUKUS partnership, undermining Australia's cornerstone national security agreement. It is particularly concerning to see the Albanese government linking the NRF to such a critical security pact when they will rely on the support of the Greens to pass this bill through the Senate. Labor putting the NRF into the same conversation as AUKUS is simply dumb policy. It is dumb politics too, and good luck explaining to the Greens that they should back the bill for the sake of AUKUS. If this is such a key national security imperative, as Labor say, then they need to immediately rule out mandating union board members and mandating union agreements for the condition of entry into the fund, because we know several unions joined many anti-AUKUS protests over recent months. And the Albanese government has failed to rule out radical union demands as they rush through their National Reconstruction Fund. We saw in the press yesterday the unions are already waiting with their list of demands about how this whole system will work. They're rushing through the bill because the Albanese government wants a blank cheque, and this bill will put in place Labor-picked boards to oversee $15 billion of taxpayer funds on Labor-picked priorities. The bill hasn't passed yet, but the media is already reporting that unions are ready with their list of demands. Yesterday we saw in the media that they want a third of board positions handpicked by the Council of Trade Unions, determined to get access to the funding, of course. And another kicker, Deputy Speaker, they want enterprise agreements with unions as a precondition to make an application to this stream of funding. This essentially enshrines compulsory unionism to be a successful applicant, and this is, of course, a massive throwback to pre-1980s Labor policy. But I'll conclude with this point. The Labor Party first committed to a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund while in opposition, with an announcement on 15 November 2021 that hailed the NRF as the first step in Labor's plan to rebuild Australia's industrial base. Labor's 2021 announcement then went on to say that the NRF would unlock potential private investment of more than $30 billion. Well, how exciting, Deputy Speaker. We should have thought of that given their onward slide to the left on the political spectrum, and with one of the most interventionist approaches seen from any Labor government, any Australian government in decades. But here's the thing: the bill establishing the NRF does not include any requirement for co-contributions of financial recipients or any private investment in NRFC-funded projects. It's too expensive, it's too opaque, it's too risky, and it asks way too much of the Australian taxpayer.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Berowra.
I want to pay tribute tonight to the member for Menzies, the member for Casey, Senator Chandler and all other colleagues across the House and in the other place who've championed the cause of human rights in Iran. As the member for Berowra with a significant Persian community, I want to pay tribute to the members of our diaspora who've bravely led the movement here and in other diaspora communities around the world to draw attention to those in power to the injustices committed by the Iranian regime. On Tuesday in my address on the anniversary of the National Apology, I spoke about the journey of our country and the integral part that simple actions of extraordinary people have played in driving change. I recalled the walk of Jimmy Clements and John Noble to the opening of Old Parliament House in 1927 and the 1938 march of that great Yorta Yorta man, William Cooper, who after Kristallnacht protested outside the German consulate. Martin Luther King wrote from a Birmingham jail, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." Long before Martin Luther King, William Cooper understood and shared our interconnectedness. In a democracy like ours, we celebrate what Alexis de Tocqueville observed: when people band together to advance some truth or to foster some feeling by the encouragement of a great example. In a democracy like ours, we celebrate free speech by bringing a free media into this building so that power is held to account. Political action and free speech can be confronting because they create calls to change. Over the past year, we've seen this sort of political action in the waves of protest in Iran. Protest for freedom, protest for liberty, protests for equality. I want to state clearly my admiration for the young people who are standing for freedom and liberty, young men and women of Iran who are risking it all. To them I say, you're part of a great tradition that extends through much of human history. You may live under the sword of fear, but you are counted among the champions of liberty. Persians are a timeless and ancient people with a nation that has experienced war and revolution. We witness now the future seeking freedom from the past, where the young are seeking to free themselves from the cult-like madness that has gripped the old for over 40 years. For decades, this madness has been expressed against the very existence of the only democracy in the Middle East, the State of Israel, and our great friend and ally, the United States. And that madness has metastasised and is now expressed against the citizens of their own republic. Many years ago, the great American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke of the four freedoms that underpin human dignity: freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from want and freedom from fear. Freedom from fear, that's what the Iranian people are standing against. The fear felt by children jailed for who their parents are or for expressing ideas that are different. The fear felt by women who walk alone or who wish to cut their hair. The fear felt by a person who identifies as LGBTI and fears jail and death. The fear of being labelled a heretic for a misspoken word or a deeply held faith belief. The fear of surreptitiously being recorded and having daily conversations monitored. And the fear of a justice system, if you can call it that, expressed through abductions, torture, secret trials and death penalties. The Iranian regime is a criminal regime. Iran might have a coat of arms, a flag, uniforms and a passport accepted in fewer and fewer countries, but they act no differently than the terrorists who dispense their version of justice from the barrel of a gun on the back of a Toyota truck. Iran's crimes against their own people have destroyed the resemblance of legitimacy. That's why I support moves to make Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps listed as a proscribed terrorist organisation. The IRGC have feared they operate at home and abroad. The Australian Signals Directorate has confirmed that Guard-affiliated actors have targeted Australian organisations with ransomware attacks. They're a known supporter of listed organisations such as Hezbollah and the Assad regime in Syria. The repeated actions of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rob them of any governmental legitimacy. I understand questions have been raised that Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code makes the listing of the IRGC difficult. These are not insignificant issues and I appreciate the sensitivities. But tonight, as Shadow Attorney-General, I want to put on record and say to the government that we are open to working with them to support amendments to the Criminal Code that would address those difficulties. But I'm confident, working together, we can list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation. The lessons of 2022 and 2023 in Iran and in Ukraine and elsewhere around the world is that we should stand with those who are defending liberty and flying the flag of freedom.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I get a call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, the member for Page and I, along with Melina Morrison, CEO of the Business Council for Cooperatives and Mutuals, launched the Parliamentary Friends of Cooperatives and Mutuals. Co-ops and mutuals are member-based organisations that trade for surplus to fulfil their purpose. Their members are at the centre of their enterprise. Now, maybe you don't think you know any of these businesses, but 80% of Australians are members of at least one, and many of them are members of more than one. I turn out to be a member of 4 of them. And they account for 7 to 8% of GDP. So what sort of businesses are we talking about? They include superannuation funds, motoring services like RACQ, RAA, NRMA, etc., banking services like ME Bank, Beyond Bank, credit unions, agricultural co-ops, health insurance like Health Partners, disability services like Kudos Services in Adelaide, health services, housing co-ops, arts co-ops, aged care co-ops, There's also 170 First Nations cooperatives across Australia, ranging from health, aged care, arts, primary produce and banking, just to name a few. The largest co-op in Australia is Grain Co-op CBH, and internationally, one of the largest is Rabobank. By entering into a cooperative arrangement, small businesses, primary producers and individual members can achieve much bigger and better outcomes than they could by themselves. Co-ops and mutuals are a great win-win for members, and they're an important part of our economy. And Mr Speaker, one of my fond memories of my childhood was participating in the Tea Tree Gully Gymnastics Club. And as they say, gymnastics teaches skills for life. For instance, the skills I learnt at gymnastics came in very handy when I was aged about 5, and a very large and very overly friendly hand-reared steer at my grandparents' farm ran at me, no doubt wanting to be patted. The steer was a lot bigger than me, and I got spooked and ran at the barbed wire fence. Both hands on the wooden fence post, and I straddle-jumped the fence, shredding the inside of my tracksuit pants on both legs, but, Speaker, I landed the jump safely on the other side. This was the story I told the Gymnastics SA Awards dinner last Saturday night. Gymnastics includes kinder gym, rhythmic gymnastics, artistic gymnastics, tumbling, circus skills, shout out to my friends at Circobats, sport aerobics, sport acrobatics, trampoline sports and gym for all. More than 45,000 people across South Australia participate in gymnastics in some way, from toddlers attending kinder gym to learn gross motor skills, through to people in their 80s and 90s. And of course, none of this could be achieved without the many coaches, volunteers and officials, families and other supporters. Gymnastics is not just good fun and good for escaping rogue farm animals. It is good for strength, flexibility, balance and gross motor skills. In fact, it's so good that AFL teams often use it as a strength-building exercise. In this place and in the wider community, we're all aware of the importance of community sporting groups for fitness, mental health and community connection. Sporting clubs, largely run by volunteers, are part of what binds our community together, giving people the opportunity to meet their neighbours and community and have some fun. There are at least 16 gymnastic clubs in Boothby and 5 kinder gyms. And on Saturday night, clubs from across South Australia attended the awards night, some travelling as far as the Eyre Peninsula, Mount Gambier or the Riverland. Many congratulations to all of the individual coach, team and club award winners, from kinder gym through to elite athletes competing on the international stage. A particular congratulations to the Mitcham Rhythmic Gymnastics Club, who adapted a performance featuring ball, ribbon and hoop to a much smaller environment and didn't take out any of us. Speaker, Gymnastics SA advised me that they have awarded me a 10 for my straddle jump, but I don't think that's an official score. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give a call to the honourable member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While travelling through the Flynn electorate, lack of childcare workers and accessibility issues are among the most frequently raised issues. In the 2022-23 budget, Labor announced a $4.7 billion childcare package over 4 years, which will lift maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families for the first child in care, increase childcare subsidy rates for every family with one child in care earning less than $530,000 in a household income, keep higher childcare subsidy rates for the second and additional children in care, and extend increased subsidy to outside school hours care. However, not one single dollar of this $4.7 billion package will go to creating more childcare places or addressing chronic workforce shortages in rural, regional and remote Australia. Labor's plan is all about cheaper childcare for metropolitan families. In my electorate of Flynn, many families cannot find a childcare place for their child. This is preventing parents from returning to work sooner. Our communities need availability and accessibility, not just affordability. There are 36 childcare providers in the Flynn electorate, offering a maximum of 2,419 childcare places. Labor's plan states that Indigenous children will be able to access 36 hours of subsidised childcare per fortnight from July 2023. Woorabinda and Eidsvold, with large First Nations Indigenous population, do not have any childcare options available. How can every Indigenous child be given 36 hours per fortnight when no childcare exists? Deputy Speaker, Labor is not lifting a finger or spending a cent on improving childcare accessibility for the bush. Recent data suggests there are around 20,000 early educator vacancies across the country. Good Start Early Learning predicts an additional 9,000 educators will be needed on top of current vacancies under this policy come July 1, and yet Labor cannot tell us where or how they plan to find these additional educators. Centres are capping enrolments, closing rooms and asking children to stay home. I've spoken to families stuck on waiting lists, unable to work because there are no places for their children. Labor is willing to spend $4.7 billion on early learning, yet not a single dollar will go towards creating new places for children who need it most. In my electorate of Flynn, there are no childcare vacancies in Boyne Island, Gayndah, Mount Morgan, Mundubbera and Wandai. There are also childcare centres in Agnes Water, Emerald and even Gladstone that do not have any vacancies at all. Many families in regional Australia have no access to care, which begs the question, without educators, without access, how can Labor's policy deliver for families and children in rural and regional areas? What is the point of having lower out-of-pocket costs when you can't get your child into a place? Labor has no plan to address this, and it is clear they are just making it up as they go along. 75% of Australians living in outer regional and rural and remote communities live in a childcare desert, with 3 children competing for every place available. Instead of taking action to improve access to childcare for rural Australians, Labor is spending billions subsidising childcare costs for millionaire families in big metropolitan cities. In September of 2022, I wrote to the Treasurer about increasing community concerns around the lack of childcare in the electorate of Flynn, especially in our more rural regions, and the financial barriers when entering the sector when establishing family daycare. The Labor government must look into what the industry groups are proposing. In January 2022, Family Daycare Australia lodged a submission to Treasury on behalf of their members. The budget submission outlined the case for four key funding priorities that are not only pivotal in ensuring long-term viability of family daycare, but also represent an appropriate and equitable allocation of funding for a sector to support sustainable growth. Mr Speaker, as a federal member for Flynn, I wish to continue to work with stakeholders and organisations and government to form practical solutions to address these problems. What we need is availability, accessibility as well as affordability.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to discuss tonight robo-debt, and I take the advice from before about not coming to conclusions given the Royal Commission is underway. But I think it is important that we look at some of the history about this in this place. Back on the 13th of February 2017, I moved a motion in the House calling on the government to basically come clean and condemning the then Minister for Human Services for his failure to respond to growing community concern, and calling on the then Prime Minister to intervene to halt the system and fix it before aged pensioners and those with disabilities were also terrorised for the debt they may not owe. That was 2017, 5 years ago. I said to the House, this has been like one of those mail scams where thousands of fake invoices are mailed out or emailed, and if even just a handful of people pay up without checking whether they are real, it nets a tidy profit for the scammers. A Senate inquiry then went on to, initiated by Labor, to look into the issue, and I'm pleased to say we now have a Royal Commission initiated to look into the who, why, where, when and how about this disgraceful scheme that is a stain on this nation's character. You don't need a conclusion of a Royal Commission because we've had a $1.8 billion settlement to know that many thousands of Australians have been adversely affected by this. And of course we'll wait for the findings of the Royal Commission before we go further on that. But, Speaker, the Royal Commission has been conducting public hearings over recent weeks. It's been gut-wrenching, absolutely gut-wrenching to watch it and to listen to the evidence. And finally we may get to the bottom of how this was perpetrated on the Australian people. We already know that the scheme has unlawfully claimed almost $2 billion in payments from 433,000 people, many of them low-income Australians who had no capacity to pay that. Imagine getting a notice in the mail saying you owe the Australian government money and you must pay this back, and you know you don't owe it, but you just have no facility to challenge it. And people paid up because people trust the government to get it right. They trusted the government, and their own government was stealing from them. Absolutely disgraceful. A report from the Ombudsman and 2 separate Senate inquiries reached the same conclusion. Time and again, it was found there was a lack of fairness with the calculations of debt, that the scheme targeted vulnerable people and was causing widespread harm. In November 2020, the former government agreed to settle a class action lawsuit out of court, and the following year a final settlement of $1.8 billion was approved by Justice Brendan Murphy, who described the program as, quote, a shameful chapter, end quote, in Australia's social security history. Shameful indeed, Speaker. The former government had the audacity to send debt notices to innocent Australians for money they did not owe, stealing the money of their own citizens, some of them the most vulnerable citizens in the country. Imagine the shock, the anxiety, the trauma caused by receiving a debt notice from the Commonwealth, with all the power and symbolism of the Commonwealth with that crest on it, for thousands of dollars for a debt you do not owe, cannot repay and have no way of disproving. It's heartless, absolutely heartless, and the tragic outcomes are well documented. There's been evidence to the Royal Commission that a woman, one young man, Reece Cuso, who took his life aged 28 after reportedly being told he owed $18,000 and being contacted by an external debt collection agency. There was a second case of a woman being sent a robo-debt letter, even though inquiries later showed there was no possibility, and I'm getting this report from the Guardian newspaper, there was no possibility she could have owed a debt to the government. The Commission was told that under robo-debt schemes processes, the woman may have been required to seek pay information from the same employer where she had been bullied. A loved one subsequently reported that she had taken her own life, attributing this in part to the stress of the letter. A shameful chapter in Australia's history. I urge anybody listening to this broadcast to check out Laura Tingle's piece on the 3rd of February, which goes into detail about the sorts of actions that need to be taken to make sure this shameful thing can never happen again. And in the few seconds left, I draw the House's attention to the comments of members of this place. The member for Fairfax in 2017 said robo-debt was, quote, a normal, responsible process. He's now on the opposition front bench. Member for Banks, robo-debt was, quote, appropriate and sensible, also on the opposition front bench. They should be held accountable for their comments and for their support for this disgraceful—
Member's time has concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give a call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak tonight on the cost of living pressures facing Australians and in particular people in my community in Western Sydney. And I recently met with the CEO of Christ Mission Possible and senior pastor of the Rock Christian Community, Martin Beckett, in my Penrith office. And they're located in Kingswood in my Lindsay electorate. It's a charity that provides food and accommodation, particularly to people experiencing homelessness. And each week they support over 7,000 people with essential food items. They provide over 1,500 meals each week, and every year they provide crisis temporary accommodation to over 1,200 people. Martin and I spoke about the challenges people are facing in Western Sydney, in particular due to food insecurity and cost of living pressures. Now, most of the people coming through the doors, Martin tells me, to collect food hampers of groceries aren't people sleeping rough. They are pensioners, they are retirees and they are families. And the decision to pay the rent, the mortgage or to use electricity against putting food on the table is very real in Western Sydney. Hearings of the Senate's Cost of Living Committee are revealing the real crunch Australians are facing with higher prices and higher mortgages, leaving more families struggling to put food on the table and purchase essentials, is impacting people right across Australia, including renters too. I want to talk further about some of the points from the Reserve Bank and their estimation that 800,000 Australian households move off their low fixed mortgage rates this year. This is going to put real pressure on the pockets of those households, particularly in Western Sydney, where we see mortgage stress as a real issue. A Sydney Morning Herald article titled "The Sydney Marginal Seats Most Exposed to Rising Interest Rates Last Year" noted Western Sydney seats in the top 3, including Lindsay. It said 42.6% of Lindsay residents with a mortgage were in financial stress. After the non-stop rate rises seen under this Labor Treasurer, financial stress is now soaring. The RBA Governor has confirmed more rate rises are on the way, which will cause even more pain before inflation hopefully gets under control. Kate Colvin of Everybody's Home told news.com.au last year that after this Labor government came to office, our Western Sydney will be particularly hit hard by these rises. The ABC covered this issue in the second half of last year with an online story titled "Western Sydney Homeowners Bear the Brunt of Interest Rate Hikes as Mortgage Repayments Squeeze Budgets." In this article, the Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue's Adam Leto spoke about mortgage stress being a factor for years to come and the anxiety that can come from the risk of losing your house. Now, these aren't just stories in newspapers. These are real people with real lives, with real issues because of cost of living pressures, and they are impacting every Australian right now, and it also includes an impact on their mental health. And as Shadow Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, what is particularly of concern to me is that despite the significant, ongoing, persistent pressures on the Labor government, they are just not listening when it comes to the slash of Medicare-funded psychology sessions, cutting them in half from 20 to 10. The former coalition government doubled the number of Medicare subsidised sessions available through the Better Access Initiative. Serious mental health issues are often at their highest 2 to 3 years after a crisis, a pandemic or a disaster, which is why it is absolutely vital that vulnerable Australians now experiencing the additional impact of cost of living pressures have continued access to the psychology sessions they clearly need. Flooding has caused devastation across my community multiple times over the last few years, and I hear from locals about how they're struggling. The pandemic has caused wreckage to businesses and livelihoods, and this is causing mental health issues still today. The independent evaluation of the Better Access Initiative recommended the additional 10 sessions should continue and to be made available to those experiencing complex mental health needs. The Labor government needs to listen to the mental health professionals and provide the services Australians need, because this cost of living crisis is impacting people right across Western Sydney. They can't afford to see a psychologist. During a cost of living crisis, it is extraordinary that the Labor government would force Australians to pay more for their mental health. They need to do something. They need to listen to every single Australian, every single psychologist in this country.
Order. The question is the House to adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I might remind the member for Lindsay that she was directly responsible for those cuts. It was her government that did that, not us. Tomorrow will be the 40th anniversary of the Ash Wednesday bushfires, considered to be some of the most deadliest fires in Australia's history. On that day, 40 years ago tomorrow, 180 fires tore through large parts of Victoria and South Australia, including our community of McEwen. It is a tragedy that seared itself into the memories of all Victorians. Myself, I remember being a young boy living in Broadmeadows, just turned 15 at the time, and how the sky turned orange. We could not see through the smoke, the ash and the embers coming forward. We weren't anywhere near the fire front. We were kilometres away, but we could still smell it, and it still impacted our families and our households. But this was the smoke that enveloped the entire state. For electorates like McEwen, anniversaries like this are incredibly important, and sadly, they are all too often. We have had 75% of the electorate burnt over the past 40 years, and we have suffered in every major bushfire season. Our communities are shaped by fires and we have experienced, and we are brought together in a shared trauma and then the shared path to recovery. We all know the devastating effects of fires and we rally around those who have been affected. Earlier this week, I had the honour of introducing a motion to the House commemorating the Black Saturday bushfires and the awful impact that had on our communities. But before Black Saturday, there was the Australia Day fires, the Kinglake fires and, of course, Ash Wednesday. Ash Wednesday was a result of months of the driest conditions on record at the time. Romsey firefighter Ralph Herman described how the grass would crackle when you walked on it, as the soil and the air was so dry. It was a tinderbox ready to explode, and that it did. Graham Simpson, then a fire brigade captain of Cockatoo CFA, explained the pain in his stomach when he felt the wind change and having hear those fire sirens ring out. In the drought-stricken landscape of the fire tore through it, with places like Macedon catching fire as people attempted to escape. 75 people lost their lives that day. Some were found having tried to escape the fast-moving fires, others defending their homes. Out of the 75 people who died, 14 of those were Victorian CFA firefighters and 3 were South Australian firefighters. I want to pay tribute to the crew of the Panton Hills CFA who lost their lives in the service of the McEwen community. Bill Marsden, Peter Singleton, Morris Atkinson, Stuart Duff and Neville Jeffrey. People whose names should never be forgotten for what they were prepared to do as a volunteer. On the eve of this anniversary, I encourage members of our community to visit the Panton Hill Memorial, where the names have been immortalised due to the service of community. We should take this anniversary as a reminder of those who put themselves in the line of danger every day. I've talked before in this place about the bravery and heroism of our firefighters, the volunteers who step up, the average Australian who becomes a hero to protect communities. Ash Wednesday came after a long campaign by the CFA, having responded to 3,200 fires during the period. A lot of the volunteers and their families remember their loved ones only been gone up to 2 to 3 weeks fighting fires. 2 to 3 weeks of giving everything to protect not only their own communities, but the communities across the state. Our volunteers gave everything for weeks to protect average Victorians, and they have done so ever since, whether it's Black Saturday fires, Black Summer fires or every fire in between. And we know that events like these are also not just over when the last fire is put out. 3,700 buildings were destroyed or damaged. 2,545 individuals and families lost their homes. The recovery cost then was at $400 million. This kind of event is something that stays in communities' minds for years to come. The fire burned itself not just in a landscape but into the collective consciousness of our communities. In Woodend, for example, 250 people sought shelter on the Oval. Later, in response to all the damage, temporary housing was set up on the Oval. Some people were forced to stay there for up to 2 years. Tomorrow will be a hard day for so many members of our community and for those both in and who have served the CFA. So my thoughts are with all those who were affected by these fires. To all those who will find that bit harder to get out of bed tomorrow, to all those that had to rebuild from the ground up, and to all those remembering the mates they have lost. In our communities of McEwen, we can stand together and be proud of the resilience and the ability to come together when our friends, our neighbours and our communities are in need.
The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.